Totally unscripted, right?
Yes, unfucking scripted. Apologize for missing last week. Yes.
Who would have thought it would have took that long to find some tampons?
Yes.
I'm not fucking saying
I know
that,
you're
dude.
not, but I'm
just saying this movie is not good. It's actually really bad. You know what? I'm not saying don't go out and see it.
Yeah, that's a foreign edition, dude.
How is this foreign? It's Anchor Bay.
A lot less bitching from horror fans, because that's one thing that you get used to.
It's just so sad. It's just so fucking sad. Man, I don't know how the fuck...
I totally nailed that one. It's gonna make me mad. Like, it's gonna piss me the fuck off.
Fuck me, man. I don't know.
I showed Moods a girl blowing a dog one time.
Okay, oddly enough, I gagged about 45 times and I watched the whole fucking 12-minute video.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ, what are we doing here?
You're listening to a 22 Shots production.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 104 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, Moods, the man who is always getting banned off Facebook for being too fucking vulgar. Fuck that shit, and fuck you too. Next up, we have the man who's got it locked down on the graveyard shift, JP, also known as Double Shot J. And of course, we have the man who says dick more than any hetero man on the earth, NES ruler, aka Jeremy, the filthiest mouth alive. Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Dick, dicks.
And you know what? That hetero part is a little bit questionable, too.
It is. 100% it is. I was
And
thinking
JP's
that.
a dick.
I mean, somebody that says dick as much as you must like it a little bit.
Well, when you have people like JP and Jerry in your life, it's kind of hard not to say dick a lot. So,
Dude, Jerry owned you, man. What are you gonna just lay down and take it like that?
No.
Legitimately bursted out laughing at that video. I was like laughing out loud watching that. Just the way he did it was so serious, and people were like, "Is he being serious?" I thought it was great.
Jerry hit you with the 1-2.
yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it was funny, man.
Hit you with that combo.
I have to say though, I like this whole fake beef thing going around. It's kind of cracks me up.
Well, I'm on everywhere now. I'm on Exploding Heads when he posts. I'm saying fuck Jerry. I'm on Horophilia's page when he's talking about him. I'm doing what I do with JP, just nonstop ball busting all the time. It's fucking funny.
Yeah, it's good shit. Good shit. So what in the fuck is new in the lives?
I want to know, Moods. I was thinking about this. How the fuck did you get the nickname Moods?
How did I get the nickname Moods?
He's had it forever, from what I remember.
I know that, but he never talked about how he fucking got it.
I got the name, was given to me by my best friend Trev, who is now passed away. But we were about 13 years old, and we were playing video games one time, and I used to be a fucking spaz. Like, I would have the shortest wick ever. Like, something would just set me off, and I'd just lose my shit, right? And anyways, we're playing video games one time, and he kept kicking my ass at Mario Kart, man. He was just killing me, and I was getting so fucking mad. I kept finishing third place, and I was like, this is fucking bullshit. So then I fucking freaked out and shit like that, and he just like lost him. He's like, you are the moodiest motherfucker I've ever met. It's like, one minute you're happy, next minute you're just bitching and freaking out and shit. And literally, that's how I got it. He just started calling me Moods.
Nicknames, the ones
he started calling me Moods because he thought it would piss me off. Then it literally stuck. And we're just like Moods. It just kind of made sense, right?
That's funny.
But it is old. It's, back in the day kind of stuff. I mean, I've changed so much since I was 13. But yeah, I used to get really mad about shit, and I'd just be, I don't know, I just take everything so fucking personal.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
But no, I used to be a lot fucking worse.
They should call me Moods too.
I'm like an emotional person, right? Like I just kind of say whatever I want to say. Sometimes it gets me into too much shit. People are like, man, you're bitchy. I'm like,
yeah, that's why you're banned from Facebook.
Yeah, I know.
I don't understand how I don't get banned from Facebook.
I don't understand what I got banned for, though. That's what I don't get, though. Like,
I'm telling you, Shankle's an undercover spaz in the group.
Facebook is a bunch of bullshit, man. How somebody can report you for like an older post. I'm not saying this is what happened, but I'm figuring it is, because I haven't been overly that active on there, and even saying stuff that it would potentially get me banned. So I don't know what the fuck's going on, but maybe there's some kind of conspiracy out there, because Jason just got banned for a week, and then I get banned like right when he came back. Like I swear the day that he got back, I got banned.
Can I ask you something? Speaking of our friends, because like I was listening to Exploding Heads, And it actually became a thing. As you guys see, Dave Z is no longer Dave Z. He's Dave Zed.
Yeah.
Kind of retarded motherfucking shit is that?
Homo!
What kind of... This is, like, mentally retarded.
Yeah, that's
Zed?
Yeah,
Why did they say that?
That's stupid.
It's one of those American versus Canadian things.
That's like calling shot JP or 22 shots of moods and horror.
Yeah,
it's one of those things where it's pronounced differently in the regions and stuff, and I don't know. I guess
you're saying a word though, like when you say the alphabet, like A, like A just keeps going. B, Z. It's like an actual word. What the fuck kind of bullshit is that?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking it's referring to. Dave was just like Z is kind of like the Canadian pronunciation.
No.
I don't know.
If you listen to Exploding Heads, they break it down. Christian says that, I don't know, he was working on something one time, and there was this American dude who came up and was like, just so you know, Christian and all the guys were like, just so you know, like, up in Canada, this show's pronounced something Z, and he's like, fuck, well, what am I going to do with all these posters that say something Z? And and he didn't get to, like, it's the same thing. But my thing is, like, what? It's fucking retarded. Like, I don't get it. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? Why?
I don't know.
Who's the jack off who decided to do this?
I have no idea.
Like, seriously, I was so dumbfounded. I was like, I thought that was a joke. I didn't know it was like they actually said that.
Yeah, I think me and Dave were talking about this one night too, and I remember growing up and always saying Z. Right, but apparently it was actually wrong, and I was like, "Well, maybe that's like a West Coast thing."
No, it's not wrong.
We just said that
isn't it Y, X, and C, not Y, X, and Z? What the fuck is that shit? I never heard that shit in my life.
Yeah, and then someone informed me like, "No, it's Z," and I was like, "Why have I been saying Z my entire life?"
What the fuck are you talking about? Y, X?
I'm Y, X, and C. Isn't that the alphabet?
No.
Oh yeah.
X, Y, Z.
Dumb fuck.
Again, $50,000 education. This guy doesn't even know his fucking ABC. I guess this makes sense and why he can't pronounce anything properly either.
That's right.
Jesus Christ.
That was awesome. That was amazing.
But always making people laugh.
I'm just
shit, that was good, man.
I'm just like, yo, this is
the whole Z versus Z thing has really been baffling.
I've never even heard of this in my life. Like, legit,
because
I've never heard.
I swear to God, when I watched Sesame Street when I was a kid, they used to say Z, and someone was telling me that they didn't. They said Z. And I was like, why do I distinctly remember them saying Z?
Yeah.
And that's just what I always said, and I always assumed that was correct. Because no one ever corrected me until one day it was like, no, it's
what the hell? They shouldn't have. You were right the first time. God damn it!
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And I'm like, then I get informed that certain people are saying Z, and I was like, okay, now I'm fucking confused. Like I never put the effort into thinking about it that hard until it got brought up, and I was like, wait a minute, what is it? This is one of those weird things in life.
Do you guys say Zebras?
Exactly. That's exactly what my point was, and I was like, that's just ridiculous.
I'm sorry,
that's not how you say zebra. You say
I don't say retarded.
don't say
I don't say retarded very often, but that's really retarded.
It is retarded. I don't know why there's this big. It's like a conspiracy with the letters Z and Z.
That's like saying gyro and gyro. It's like it's fucking retarded,
dude.
Ouija and Ouija.
Like what, JP? Is it gyro or is it gyro?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about how fucking stupid this is.
Yeah, that is pretty fucking dumb.
I want a gyro now, man. I love those things.
I love gyros too. It's my. I never.
So it's
ate
gyro.
them until,
it's not gyro. It's fucking gyro.
It is gyro actually, but we always say gyro because it just sounds more North American, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, it is what it is.
Talking about you want to sound more American, Mr. Phoning in boy.
You know what, man?
Dog, at least he doesn't say Zed, because that shit is fucking dumb.
Like I said, I'm going to make a compilation of all these American films that have said the phrase phone in and send it to you, man. I've literally been with people watching a movie and I fucking burst out laughing. I'm like, fucking Jeremy, there he goes.
I was watching that clip last week of my old video and I'm talking about Cool Duder, and you fucking throw in that clip of that guy laughing, that still is some of the funniest shit ever made. Holy shit, is it funny? It's so fucking funny.
Because that guy's you know what video that's from, right? Where the guy was making fun of the dude with the squeaky voice. It was a real talk show, and every time Buddy talked, the host would lose his shit laughing, and he actually got fired over it and everything. It's pretty funny. But that dude, it's the funniest fucking video ever, dude. But yeah, that's some good shit, man.
So
Glad you enjoyed that.
Oh man, even today it's still funny. It goes up there. It goes up there with the guy falling on his face.
Oh my god, that is the single funniest video of all time, though. That is, I lose it every time on that one. I can't remember who showed me that. Who showed me the clip of you saying "cool duder"? Actually, you say "cool dude," which is even funnier.
You did say cool dude. You did say cool dude.
Oh,
You're
fuck Cool Dude and fuck Jerry.
Cool dude is.
You were such a little fanboy fuck.
Yeah, because who else was on there at the time?
Dude, you were young in that.
This was
you
10
were like,
years ago, dude.
You
10
were like
years ago.
14 or 15 in
Was
that
this
video.
really 10 years ago? Bullshit.
Yeah, 10 years ago.
It's
Holy
an
shit.
old, man. It's crazy been on YouTube that long, man. That's nuts.
Yeah, got nothing to show for it.
Yeah. That.
Bam. We need sound effects. That was good.
It's a true statement. I'm not denying it.
Oh my god, that was
So
good.
what the fuck you boys been doing while we've been off? It feels like a long time, but it's only been like a week and a day or something, right?
Well, I've been not on Facebook for one thing.
You realize how much Facebook is a major part in your life when somebody doesn't have Facebook.
Yeah, me and Jeremy are just staring at each other like, what now?
Yeah. Now what do we talk about?
So I literally grabbed my phone about 2 hours after I got banned. First thing I do, I click on the messenger. I'm like, oh yeah, can't use that. I was out camping this weekend. I must have did it like 20 times. I would literally click on that button.
Can you still read them?
No, it just says welcome to Messenger kind of thing. But I can't
Jason
log
can
in.
still read his.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's fucked, man. Because I don't know. No, there's nothing there. There's like no chats at all on my thing.
When do you come back?
Maybe we get banned. I guess Friday morning. It said 7 days. So
That's so stupid.
Yeah.
it's technically the fourth time I've been banned. I forgot I got banned one time a few years back.
Fuck you, Schenkel.
I posted a
bitch.
picture on my actual Facebook. I can't remember what it was, and I got banned for, I don't know. It wasn't even nudity. It was.
I've been banned once.
I think it was a sexy dude. It was a joke post, and I got banned for that. And this is the third time I've been banned since we've been doing the show.
My first ban was only like 24 hours or 48 hours or something.
Yeah, it must be because I've been banned multiple times before. They were all 24s before, though.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Cool.
But yeah. Yeah. So, fuck y'all been up to, man? Jeremy, pronouncing everything wrong? Eating
Yeah,
Taco
I'm just
Bell?
pronouncing shit wrong. And chilling, not watching movies like I should be.
Practicing the
that's-
alphabet.
Traffic A, B, C, D, E, H, G.
Let the viewers know.
I know,
Before
I-
the show, we're sitting there talking, and we're like, so, how many y'all got for what we watched? Jeremy's like, 2.
I was like, I had like 13 or something.
So JP's like, what the fuck you been doing? You're at home all the time. And he's like, nothing.
He was so honest. It was
Nothing.
awesome.
Lot.
I was like, all right.
I can't argue with that, I guess. It's pretty good shit.
It's awesome.
Hell yeah, I'm a mofo.
You could be working
gangster.
on fucking newsletters.
Oh, yeah, I guess I should be working on newsletters. Gotta remind me.
Yeah, I gotta show you how to use that thing. It's really simple.
Yeah, so fuck you. It's your fault.
Well, that was a test run, and people like it, so we're gonna.
How many
keep
people
doing
read it? 3?
Like 15 or something.
Can I get my own little
But
segment for that?
that's not bad for just brand new. Like we only had a couple people, So if you want a newsletter, if you want to join, they're pretty cool.
When's the
just
last time
send
you
us an
updated the
email.
website? JP?
2 days ago.
Oh, bullshit.
You got all the new ratings on there?
I had to upload the old shows, so I had to put those up. Which, dude, that honestly, that takes like 35 minutes per show to get them up there.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they are a little bit long.
Yeah.
It's not like they're small files, so
Yeah.
it's probably.
Like me,
And you have to put them on there twice, each episode twice, for one for download and one for player. So
I love how you still have fucking body bags in the show notes.
I know.
That makes
I
me
kept
laugh
your
every
channel in the
time.
show notes for a year after you were gone.
I know.
Yeah, we never took it out.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, but
kind of
that
just
shit's-
because I'm lazy, honestly. But I don't care. Whatever.
Is there any OGs left?
On body
No.
bags? No. Moods was the last one.
Derek sent me a screenshot of a comment they got on body bags the other day, and the comment said, "Why do you have over 1,000 subscribers and only get 16 likes or 16 views?"
Was that me? I might have told him that.
No, it was like somebody
because I
literally
just told
left
him
a
that
comment.
too. I was like, dude. I was like,
Oh,
man,
Matt's still
y'all
on there.
are.
Was it Matt an OG?
What's that?
Was Matt an OG?
No,
No.
there's nobody
the
left.
original lineup was me, Moods, Steve,
Me.
Clive. No, you weren't original.
Laura,
Laura,
Danny,
and
and Tat.
Tattoo Doorman.
Forgot about that.
You were like fourth weekend.
Yeah, he's been off Facebook for a few years now,
Mhm.
so kind of lost touch completely. But
All these people you forget about.
Yeah. Some you
Forgot
want
about
to,
Tat.
some you don't.
it was good shit though. It was good shit.
Can't forget about me. I'm just that awesome.
All right, man. Let's get into some goddamn news. What do we got here, JP?
Wait,
Alright.
we didn't hear what JP was up to.
We'll get to that.
He already told you.
I've been working night shift, watching flicks.
Yeah?
Yeah. So,
That's lame.
I've been doing some other shit too. You know,
Yeah?
I've been kicking it. I hung out with
Just
the
kicking
Shoyer.
it?
I hung out with the
Thanks-
Shoyer
Thanks
brothers.
for telling me the least amount of information that
Shout
you
out
possibly
to the
could tell.
Woodsboro Bros podcast. Check them out. They're on Horrorphilia. Hung out with them. I recorded 2 more movie nights.
And make
in
sure
the
you
past
don't
week.
check out Jerry's podcast because it sucks.
So, inadvertently, you're saying don't check out JP's either.
Yeah, right.
We all know JP fucking sucks dick anyway, so there you go, I just said dick.
You should keep a dick counter.
Yeah.
No, he should just move back to New Hampshire.
Oh, come on. All right. So, in the news, the first little bit of news, just going to throw this out there. Apparently, they're thinking about calling. By the way, all this news is gotten from Bloody Disgusting this time. Normally, I do multiple sources, but I got like 5 hours of sleep and was like, just whatever. So, they're thinking about calling the new Saw instead of Saw Legacy. They're thinking about calling it Jigsaw. Me and Jeremy mentioned this a little bit before the show. I actually think it's not completely dumb because Saw is actually in the title.
I know, but like I said, they're just trying to make it like Annabelle and...
That doesn't make any
And-
sense. I don't see that comparison at all.
How?
You know-
They're just trying to like make... What happened if they make a fucking Child's Play movie and just called it Chucky?
They do.
That's... No, they have Curse of blah 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 or something like
Yeah,
that. They're not
dumb
just
as
calling
fuck.
it Chucky.
I don't know. It kind of bugs me a little bit too, to be honest. Every time I look at the title Hellbound Hellraiser 2, it always bugs me.
It always bugs me too, but it still has like Hellraiser in the title.
But
at
it
least.
could just as be, Hellraiser, Hellbound,
too.
like yeah, that's what it could be. I don't know
Hellraiser
why they had
2
to go-
Hellbound. That's what it should have been. We got a film tonight like that. Chromeskull, Laid to Rest 2.
Exactly.
So, I honestly have always hated when film franchises... I bitched about this on, like, episode 4, when we were talking... Or episode 5, where we were talking about Chucky. And I was like, why can't they call it Child's Play 4 or whatever? Why they gotta call it Curse of Chucky? This is dumb as fuck. Like, I hate when they change the title to something else. But...
Yeah, but at least they have like something in front of it. It's not just Chucky.
See, but that doesn't... if it was just Chucky...
It's a total marketing thing, man. They're just trying to bring in new audiences. Like I think some of the
I
some
think
of the
the
new,
angry video
just
game
kind of
nerd
look at
said
it.
it the best. He's like, I think they're embarrassed they made so many, so they're just trying to make it. They're trying to keep the people that know that there's that many in the loop, but also appeal to people that are like, oh, what's
That's a
this?
pretty good-
Never heard of Chucky.
That's a pretty
I'm
good-
sorry if you haven't heard of Saw. You're fucking just like Dave said, retarded.
Retard Zed.
Cut. Dot 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 dot.
There's not even a Z in that.
Good one. Not.
All right. Anyway, Jeepers Creepers 3.
That's it? You're not gonna say anything
Apparently,
about Jigsaw?
No, there's nothing to say. They're thinking about changing the title, which they didn't even say if they're going to. They're just thinking about it. Jeepers Creepers 3 is apparently... Now, from what I understand, Victor Salva had written two... He wrote a fourth film while making this film. He must be really feeling the creeper. Basically...
Oh, he is a creeper, so...
Yeah.
It's just so ironic. The creeper. Fuck.
Basically... From what I understand, that this film is going to be a direct sequel to the first one, so it's going to take place before part 2.
Oh my lord! Why
They're just
in the
pulling a
fuck
fucking
can't
alien
these
now.
fucking franchises
Alien
ever
now.
just do them in sequence? Why do people? Why did all these
I think
films
there's
have to
actually...
go
I think there was
before
kind of a
between?
good reason for this one. Apparently, when they got shut down in Canada earlier last year, like,
Yeah.
it totally... Like, people dropped out, and, like, it totally, like, just fucked up the script. You know what I mean? I guess he had to change it for whatever, so he just decided to do what he was going to do for the fourth one. Or something. It's something like that. But anyway, there was a leak of actual production stills, so those are out there. The movie's shot.
Well, we all knew it was shot.
Yeah. It's funny because, like, Bloody Disgusting has an editor's note anytime they post about Victor Salva. It's like, we at Bloody Disgusting acknowledge and condemn the crimes committed by Victor Salva, but we also do not believe it is our place to filter the news and will continue to deliver Jeepers Creepers headlines. We leave it up to you to decide if you will support his films or not, and you can read our stance on the subject here. So I would just like to say, we at the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast do not condone the crimes committed by Victor Salva. Condemn.
Yeah, man. I mean, we've covered this on quite a few shows.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
guys
I just thought it
but
was
makes movies.
I just thought it was interesting that the movie.
That is-
I don't. But at the end of the day, I don't really fucking care, honestly. Like, because.
So is the fourth one supposed to be a sequel to part 2 then?
I think because remember at the end of part 2, he was like all hung up on the wall. Spoiler alert!
And I haven't seen
he's
those
like-
movies in fucking forever.
And he's like, "Oh, it's about been 23 years or something." You know what I mean?
So we're gonna do a Jeepers Creepers show now too?
Yeah, I'm down. I love those movies.
I haven't seen those movies in.
Maybe we can get Victor Salva for an interview.
It'll be the lowest rated show in the history of the show.
I bet you it'd be the
think
highest
it's
rated
so
show
many
in the
views.
history of the show. So after that we have Universal, which, you know what, man? The more time passed, the more I'm kind of, just hear me out. I'm not saying it's going to be good, but I'm kind of slightly interested in checking out The Mummy now. And I know we talked mad shit on it.
That just seems like the movie that you would be the least interested in checking out.
I'll tell you
it's
what. I'll tell you what changed
very
my mind.
highly over stylized action horror films elements.
I've been
I don't
hearing
know.
rumblings that the movie is actually quite dark, and I think Forbes did a review on it. And because I don't know if you guys know, but the whole purpose of this reboot
Because
of The Mummy,
Forbes is credible. Jesus.
this whole reboot of The Mummy is supposed to be part of the Dark Universe, which is similar to like the Marvel Universe. Like they want to have all these connecting worlds between the Universal monsters, and then maybe have them all come into a movie at the end. But I didn't read the review. I read a quote from the review, where somebody said that the review basically said that this series will never work as what Marvel did because it's too dark. So that got me thinking, like, maybe the action is like kind of a facade. Well, obviously you can't not have the action in the movie when you're seeing it in the movie, but I'm saying maybe it's like this blend where it's also very dark too. And you know, it could be that the guy is just a pussy and like dark to
How
him
could
is
something
like
not
light
work?
to us.
How could something not work if it was too dark, though?
Well, he's saying it couldn't work on the scale that Marvel did. Well,
Yeah, it's not going
he's
to make
just
$1
being
billion every movie.
which makes
Yeah.
sense.
I mean,
I think it's
theoretically,
going to
you
bomb.
could make this world. You could make this world dark, but yeah,
You think it's
that's
going to bomb?
That's
Yeah.
the other thing you have to. I don't know, man.
I don't
mean,
think so.
No,
I think it's going to do average.
average is probably a better
Well, what's the budget on that fucking film? So, I mean, that kind of determines it being average.
Checking it out.
It's probably ridiculously high.
I bet you it's 140.
Well, what do you think Cruise has made? What does he make? Like 30 million a film?
But he does his own stunts, so fucking let him give him 30 million.
Well, yeah. I mean, but still, I mean, to hire a stuntman it would be a lot cheaper.
I know, but
30 million?
I give Tom Cruise mad props that he.
No, I'm not. I have nothing against Tom Cruise whatsoever.
125 million.
That's a big budget.
125, yeah.
Really
I bet you.
I mean, it's not 300 million World War Z or anything, but
I bet you 30% of that is himself, for sure.
I mean, it's a lot, but it's like it's not that much.
So, I mean, you know, I bet it'll probably end up making money regardless.
So,
I mean, enough to make a sequels and a whole kind of dark world out of this thing. Who really knows?
It's going to be a huge hit internationally.
Yeah, those movies are always big internationally, though.
The
crowds are a little tougher. The crowds are a little tougher in North America.
It's going to be big in China. I'm calling it right now.
They always are.
Anyway, they have Dracula, the Phantom of the Opera, and the Hunchback of Notre Dame planned, as well as any characters within those could end up having their own spin-offs. So
Hunchback of Notre Dame. Oh my, yeah. Never really that interested. I don't know, man.
So I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna probably see if I can get to It Comes at Night and The Mummy. I might just see both of them.
Me too.
So after that, there was a little bit of news that hit that was kind of false news. Basically, there was a report that Halloween 2018, the new film by Blumhouse, was shooting in the original 1978 neighborhood, which, as you guys know, still exists. Like when you watch Sean Clark's Horror's Hallowed Grounds, like they go back to the locations of Halloween and stuff. Like it's you know, the houses are still up and shit. And like the internet kind of exploded a little bit where they're like, holy shit, they're shooting Halloween in 1978 Haddonfield. Like, this is amazing. But that's not true. It's actually American Horror Story Season 7 that's doing this filming.
Yeah. That's a little disappointing. That would have been fucking awesome.
Yeah, it kind of would have been, honestly.
That would have been really cool.
That would have really
So what's Season 7 of American Horror Story?
Who knows? That's pretty cool, though.
Oh, they haven't announced it?
They're always, like, real, you know, secretive. But
I heard that show's pretty good.
No, dude, I've heard nothing but good things about it. Like, I love the concept of how they're doing different shit with all the seasons and stuff.
Mm.
And, like, they have sort of a connecting universe, but it's kind of different. Like, I want them to do a slasher one, or, like, a summer camp or something. But they're already on Season 7, man. I'm, like, it's going to take me... I'm never going to get able to get into this show. But, yeah. Pretty cool. I mean, either way, Halloween... one of the reasons that this was revealed was they actually tweeted out and was like, we're not shooting until October of this year.
Yeah. Well, do you have a release date for that one yet?
Yeah, October 2018.
Still a long fucking ways away.
Super long.
Yeah, I'm feeling that, man. I got like a shitload of catching up to do on that show. Probably start it one of these days.
Yeah.
Fuck. Ridiculous.
Yeah, my mom's watched all of them. She says it's pretty good, so... My mom knows horror, you know, enough. I make her watch enough shit, so she knows, so... She says it's good, I guess I'll check it out.
So...
What the fuck was that shit? You fucking bitches, can't you talk? Jesus
No,
fucking
I wanted you to continue talking about your mammy.
My mammy. My mammy. Maybe she could teach me the ABCs.
Wow, she obviously didn't.
Yeah. Fuck you. Fucking bitch.
Oh, shit.
Maybe she could teach me how to say New Hamster.
Oh, it just never ends. So good.
So,
cock-sucking assholes.
A Predator has officially wrapped. The Predator.
Yeah?
Yeah, how does it feel, you dick?
Do they have a release date for that or what?
August 3rd, 2018.
2018? Holy shit.
Yeah, so we'll probably return to the damn Alien films next summer. At least the Predator ones are more like, I like them more.
Yeah, plus they're shorter too.
I'm with fucking.
From what I remember, I don't know. But
no, with aliens and space and.
We would end up doing Predator, Predator 2, Predators,
that's a lot of
Alien, AVP, and the new one. So it'd be 6 again.
So they're done rapping, man. Wow, it's got like a year of post production.
Yeah,
that film is crazy. That's a lot.
I like Predator. So, after that, the trailer for the Inside remake has been released, but I didn't watch it, obviously.
Yay!
It's gonna be like Martyrs.
Is it gonna be better than Martyrs, though?
Well, anything's better than Martyrs.
Well, I can't imagine it being more vicious than the original one. So I bet you it's a watered down version,
like Martyrs.
Like Martyrs was. I bet you it's very similar.
Martyrs is so bad, man.
It's bad if you compare it to the original, but if you just seen Martyrs without seeing the original, like you'd think it was just like an okay movie.
But they take everything good though.
I agree with that actually. Like if I had never seen Martyrs before and I checked out the remake, you know, it was
because it's the same fucking movie essentially.
It's just not as hard.
It doesn't hit you.
Provoking. Yeah, it's just I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely above average for sure. I mean,
above average.
I gave it a 6.
I think I rated it 5.5. That's like I think I did give it 5.5. What did you give it, Jeremy?
To the original, dude. You have to look at it on its own.
Is it on? Did you review it on the show, JP?
But you got to remember,
Jeremy, mini shots. I think
the original Martyrs to us, we gave that film a 10.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do Are You Smarter
giving
Than
this
a
one like a 5.5 or something is quite a fucking degrade.
Yeah, it's fitting.
Right, so, yeah.
So that came out if you want to see it. After that, we have TNT's Tales from the Crypt officially dead. It was dead at one point and then it came back and it was like we're still doing it, and now it seems to be completely dead. They even had a teaser for it, I believe. So like that sucks, man.
So what's the official word on this? Why did they kill it?
I saw that shit happening, to be honest.
Well, I mean, we kind of figured this was. I mean, after the first time, I was like, I don't know, man.
Basically, legal stuff. So it says that one got really caught up in a complete legal mess. Unfortunately, with a very complicated underlying rights structure, we lost so much time. So I said, look, I'm not waiting around 4 years for this thing. Maybe that will come back around. But in the meantime, Ridley Scott had come up, who has so much enthusiasm. He's talking about the other show that he's going to be doing. So yeah, that sucks. I was excited to see Tales from the Crypt back, but apparently the rights are just completely jacked on that one. So
yeah, it's unfortunate, man. Definitely unfortunate, but I mean, what do you do, man? Just legal
Saw
shit.
It happening, man.
That's the thing with TV, man. There's just so much rights and so much shit involved. Ugh.
Yeah,
it's always hard to do. It's always hard. So yeah, it's unfortunate. We could have really used another, anthology type show. That would have been amazing.
Yeah. Oh well, it happens. So after that, got some news from Joe Lynch. So apparently,
Joe Lynch, where the fuck has he been?
Evelyn was the last movie, right?
Everly was.
Whatever. You know what the fuck I'm saying.
I never seen that.
Why do you have to correct me when you know what the fuck I'm talking about?
Oh,
because
that's
what
you sound
here.
like right now.
You constantly have to correct yourself.
Yeah,
Mr. Grammar Nazi
you're
over
the
there.
biggest-
Oh, fuck you, but we already
You
know.
literally correct me every
no.
week. Every week.
If you sit down and you actually type something down, you're actually thinking about it. You shouldn't fucking make mistakes. We're just talking
Think
now.
before you talk, dumb fuck.
Oh, fuck you, you fucking Mexican asshole. Go fuck yourself.
I think it's much easier to talk than to fucking...
You know what? You and Jerry should go have a fucking orgy, okay? So fuck you. And invite Dave Said when you're at it.
Yeah. So, Joe Lynch, he actually... His new film, Mayhem, comes out this year, too. So he was actually working, but he's talking about his next film after Mayhem, which apparently is going to be called Taste. And it's actually going to be a horror film. It's expected to take place in Los Angeles this coming summer, when a young chef on the rise is invited to cook for a Reverend Master's private supper club. What at first seems like a career-launching opportunity soon turns deadly with the discovery that she and her husband are being the risk of becoming dinner themselves. So, cannibal flick, cool. Sounds a little comedic, honestly. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean that type of storyline can go either way, right? You can either make that super comical or
super serious. You could do it.
Dark would be good.
He said he wanted to do something dark, so we'll see.
Yeah.
I think the success of the movie Crypt has like really, because if you look at Joe Lynch's career, like he did like Wrong Turn 2 and then like A Big Gap and then like you know what I mean? Holliston and like Chillerama,
which seems to be so off and on too. Like I wish Holliston was just a more regular thing.
Well,
is it ever going to come back?
Yeah.
Well, they have season 3 done, don't they?
I don't know. I've been really behind on their podcast. I'm like 10 months behind. But
yeah,
where I was
haven't listened
at,
to it in a while
the
either.
last episode I listened to, which was 10 months ago, said that they're working on season 3 because it's supposed to be on Geek Nation, the website.
Yeah.
So that everybody can watch it at once.
I can't remember. I read something a while ago on Holliston, and I couldn't remember if they said they wrapped up season 3 or if they were just... I can't remember. But
that guy died, right?
Yeah. Well, that was, I mean, partly the reason why they kind of halted production for a little bit. But,
well,
but no, it needs to come back soon because that show's amazing.
Which almost killed the show, honestly, when FearNet shut down.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have a network.
Well, I know losing Odorous Urungus was a big deal to them, though.
Yeah, that too. And Adam went through a divorce, right? During
yeah. So they were having shitloads of fucking problems with that.
He said that one year where Odorous died and he went through that divorce because Dave Brockie, he says it on the show, like was his like literally one of his best friends, like. So it was like hard, you know. But I mean, he definitely, it's been well documented his struggles during that time. So yeah, that definitely held it off for a while, but I think they're ready to get back. It's just like all, as far as I know, they're still coming
Oh my god, Dave Sud changed his fucking name too. What a fucking homo.
Jesus Christ, apparently Jeremy doesn't even listen to our own show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We said that about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I know.
So, after that, we have the official title for Sharknado 5. And it is...
Yes.
Sci-Fi had... I don't know if they had a contest or something, but they basically asked people to name Sharknado. I don't know if they picked somebody or they went with something they came up with, but it's Sharknado 5, Global Swarming.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, shit, man.
At least they keep the same actors. I gotta give them credit on that.
That's incredible. Like, who would have ever figured that Ian Ziering and fucking...
Tara Banks. Not Tara Banks.
Tara Reid.
Tara Reid.
Would have this type of careers.
After American Pie, you know?
Fucking hilarious, man. It's so funny.
Yeah.
But... but they're successful. They're successful. I mean, and they're perfect for...
Are they still successful, though?
The last one was still successful.
Yeah. As far as I knew, they've been doing really well, so... I don't know, man. They're going to start making them until they start falling on their ass, but this is incredible. 5 already?
Yeah.
Incredible. That's
Has
incredible.
it been 5 in 5 years?
I think so. It's like an incredible run, man. This is like the Saw franchise of the 2000s.
Yeah, but I bet you they take literally 2 weeks to shoot.
Probably.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You still have fun with them.
I know.
It actually, yeah. I mean, that's funny, dude.
They're so ridiculous. Oh my god, it's fucking funny.
Yeah, I agree. Super funny. But I haven't seen them. You know what I mean? But I've seen clips and stuff. They look ridiculous.
I actually still need to finish part 4. I started watching the 4th one and I never finished it.
We're never going to be
not
able
that I
to...
wasn't enjoying it, but
it would be stupid to ever do that franchise because they're just going to make another one while we're recording the other one, while we're recording the episode.
Well, maybe in a couple of years, maybe if they slow down and they don't make one year, maybe we'll cover them as like a summer. Well, I mean, we did the Jaws franchise one summer.
Yeah.
Why not cover another shark franchise in the middle of the summer?
Oh man.
But who knows?
We gotta do those, then we gotta do fucking Witchcraft.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Why can't we do
At
witchcraft?
least there's tons of funny ass jokes and stuff we could talk about. I mean, the witchcraft films. Oh my lord, you're so gonna regret ever bringing this up multiple times.
People on it. Episode 200. People
just
on
go
it.
and watch the first one, and after you
I've
tell me
seen
how
the
much
first
you hate
one.
it,
I already know how bad it'll be. I'm just saying.
I can't
I'm willing
imagine
to do bad
it'll-
things. Okay?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, but it's not even the fact that it's bad. That's one thing. The thing that's getting me is that there's like 16 of them.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Well, like I said, we would have to do some fuckery behind the scenes and actually do them like in a long format and then just release it.
Yeah, we'd have to brainstorm something for that
Witchcraft
one.
year.
It's too much.
My concept would be to record one every once in a while and then and save the file. Man, I ain't giving away my strats.
Witchcraft year, bro.
Anyway, continuing along here, we have
Who needs Italian month? We need witchcraft year.
We have some news on a film getting a Blu-ray release that I'm stoked for. Wes Craven's 1978 Summer of Fear is getting a Blu-ray release, courtesy of, this is a new company, Doppelganger. Well, they're not new, but
They're not new.
yeah, they're new to like horror fans, kind of.
Yeah,
I can't remember what they've released. I might have some stuff actually. That seems familiar. That name.
I don't think I own any releases by them, but I was shocked that this was coming out on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
More TV horror on Blu-ray, man. You just don't see a lot of TV movies getting the Blu-ray treatment, so this is interesting.
Well, especially this film that is honestly one of the honestly good films in Wes Craven's catalog.
No, it
And-
is. I think it's a really underrated film, actually,
Yeah.
from Wes Craven.
It's probably his
Like,
most
it's-
underrated.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's where I know it. That's a Chicago label, dude.
Yeah.
Or from the Music Box, which is where I go to
Oh,
see
okay.
the,
Because I was on their website and I seen that they were Music Box films.
Yeah, I almost got a job there, but I blew it for a fucking movie I was working on.
Damn. So
Yeah, but yeah.
yeah,
the
they're
Music
they're releasing this shit on Blu-ray special collector's edition. So I'm pretty excited about that because I really like this movie. I have it on DVD, and I only seen it for the first time like the year Wes Craven died. I watched some of his flicks, but
Mhm.
it's pretty cool, man. It's one of those movies where it's like it's like kind of like thrilling in a way, like suspenseful. It's a pretty cool. It stars Linda Blair. It's pretty cool. I recommend people pick this up when it comes out.
Fuck you, Linda Blair.
I'll definitely grab it.
Linda Blair looks good in that one. She
Yeah.
looks good.
So after that, the last little bit of news here, we have some Shudder announcements. Basically, Shudder announces that
Oh,
they're
here
gonna
we
be
go.
doing-
Here comes JP's big head. Here we go. Big head announcement. Woo!
Jeremy's dumb as fuck.
Sound effects.
So
Here comes JP's
Shudder
hot heel
announces
thinking that he made
Jesus
them
Christ,
fucking
dude.
have an Xbox One app. Here it comes.
Okay, here it comes, guys. You ready? You ready? Shudder announces original content beginning with Rodney Asher's Primal Screen.
Oh, now don't you feel fucking stupid, Jeremy?
No, because I know he was going to talk about it, but now that I'm making fun of him, he's just not going to talk about it. Because he's fucking biased, so... Because he knows what's going to happen if
Jeremy,
he fucking
you're
starts
dumb
talking.
as fuck. How about that?
You're dumb as fuck. Fuck you, okay?
So Shudder
What?
has announced
You
that
fucking
they're going to be doing
fucker.
original content now, which is great. Because I've been a huge fan of Shudder for the past... since January
Well,
about.
They have to start competing with Netflix. I mean, Netflix is putting out original content right now that's really good.
They don't need to compete with Netflix because they're a niche. They have a niche audience.
Well, actually, in my opinion, Shudder, like, they're kind of their own worst enemy right now. I mean, they've been launched for how long? And they still don't make it very easy to watch
Well, I'll
their
get
content.
to that in a second.
Oh, here we go. JP's hot
But
head
anyway,
alert.
so let's talk about this first, though. Shudder is a company that they launched in 2015 with a beta, and it was free. It was like invite. I had it. It was clunky on the phone and stuff. It was a little problematic.
Yeah.
I didn't stay subscribed once it became paid. Then I got a free trial last year sometime, and I was like, I got, you know when I got it for? When we did the Italian month. because there was they had like Torso on there.
Yeah.
And I needed to watch that.
Well, it's owned by AMC, isn't it?
Yeah. So basically, and then I came back when I started Netflix and Chill just to open up our library a little bit. And that's when they recently had just started doing Shudder exclusives, which are titles that they acquire and show on Shudder that are like new movies typically. And they're like, you know, exclusive to Shudder. You can't see them anywhere else. And you got stuff like We Are the Flesh. You got stuff like We Go On and
Nori the Curse, which just came out.
Sweet Lonely Girl, and Sakadu versus Kayaku, and Nori the Curse is the newest one. But I love these things. Like, pretty much every one that I've watched, I've enjoyed. Prevenge was great. And that's kind of what we've kind of focused Netflix and Chill. For those of you who don't know, it's my other podcast. And
one of his other 8 podcasts, may I say.
And basically, we've been we should be called Shudder Exclusive and Chill, because like that's what we've been doing. But it's because Netflix has been so weak as fucking horror lately for new stuff.
Oh yeah,
which is typically what we cover. We cover the newest stuff because one, it kills 2 birds with 1 stone for me, because like I can keep up on my 2017 watches for the end of the year and don't get so far behind. But I like Shudder a lot, and I like what they're doing, and I was waiting for them to announce their original productions. So basically, they're gonna start. They have 6 titles in development.
6? They must be doing pretty well. They're making fucking 6 movies.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
They only fucking charge $5 a month. How the fuck are they financing 6 movies?
Biggest benefit of this place at all. $5 a month. I know that's gonna go up eventually, but enjoy it while you can, guys. Like subscribe to Shudder for real. It's what's up. So basically, June 8th will be the first one. And it's called Primal Screen. It's a documentary. Which it explores how individuals are simultaneously attracted to and repelled by what scares them the most. Acclaimed filmmaker Rodney Asher from Room 237 and The Nightmare.
Oh, great.
The Nightmare was good. Has created a singular hybrid of documentary and horror that explores pop culture artifacts, traumatized individuals and their youths, and effects has had on their lives. I like that. That sounds awesome. So Shudder will be developing the following projects, which will complement its growing selection of exclusives and catalog titles, including...
Wait, JP, Grave Encounters is on there, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed that, too.
Yeah.
Dead Wax, a short-form series about a hunt for a mysterious record that drives its owners mad and kills anyone who dares play it, from Graham Resnick, co-writer of Until Dawn and director of I Can See You. Rip Roar, in the heart of Gangland's Los Angeles, a gruesome discovery sparks phonetic homicide investigation, but underneath the surface lurks darkness that leads to the end of days, from Sam Sheridan, former MMA fighter. The Blondes.
Sounds promising.
The Blondes. A woman treks to find the father of her unborn child while navigating a world where blonde-haired women could turn into rabid monsters at any moment. Sounds ridiculous. Untitled Arashka Stevenson Project. A serial killer series loosely based on the Ted Bundy and his relationship with his longtime girlfriend. So that's cool. I like stuff like that.
I forgot The Stylist was on Shudder too. You should watch that. That's a good short.
So, okay. Basically, Shudder is going to be doing its own content, and you know whether these will be any good or not. That's we'll find out. But
I don't think so.
Jeremy doesn't think so. But
how are you going to make 6 good movies for $5 a month?
Well, they're backed by AMC, dude.
I know, but
they're owned by AMC. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I'm pre-rating all of them 6 out of 10. Zach's out.
Well, Zach has been coming up lately. I've seen some 7s from him, which is a big move from Zach.
He probably hit the wrong key.
You gave that Prince photo an 8 out of 10, so that must mean something.
So
I still don't understand what that whole shit's about, but
so the thing Jeremy was alluding to
Oh, here we go.
Was basically
Here
a couple
comes JP's
weeks ago.
big purple-headed mule pecker. He's gonna pull it out of his pants and shake it around.
So
Go
a
ahead,
couple
JP.
weeks ago, I was thinking of how I can get Shudder on my TV because I'm tired of watching it on my tablet or phone or laptop. And somebody had told me that you can do it with the Fire Stick, which I kind of wanted already. So I bought a Fire Stick, which, by the way, I love that thing. It's pretty cool. But turns out that what they meant was if you're subscribed through Amazon Shudder, then you'll have it. But the thing with Amazon Shudder is it's different from regular Shudder. Like, you can't even use your same login that you have for Shudder that you're paying for. You know,
Yeah,
$5
but that makes
a month.
sense, though.
It does and it doesn't. Like,
How are they gonna transfer everybody from Shudder over to Amazon?
well, have
That just
you
doesn't
the
make
ability to
sense.
log in? Like, have a prompt. It's not impossible. It's actually pretty easy, but it's just stupid. Anyway, so that I was like, I'm not canceling my regular Shudder and getting like the Amazon version because you can't even have like the cool stuff like Shudder TV and like your list and stuff like that. And plus, from what I understand, all the movies are not the same. So like Jerry wanted to watch the Maniac remake.
Fuck you, Jerry.
And he went to watch it on Shudder and it's there, but then he went to watch it on Amazon and it's not there. So like there's that problem too. So I was just
How do you even say his name?
Herrig?
No, Jerry.
Jerry? Oh.
Fucking Jerry.
Is it Herrig or Herring? Herring?
I don't know.
think.
All I know is fuck Jerry.
Yeah, Herring. So basically, I was like pissed off, and I wrote in 22 shots. I'm like, "Yo, I thought you said that I could use the Fire Stick for my fucking Shudder and stuff." And people were like, "Oh, get a Roku." I was like, "Fuck this! I ain't getting no damn Roku." I was like, "I just fucking bought all this stuff, man." So I was like furious, and I went over to Shudder, and I was like, you know what, this is kind of bullshit. Like, you know, blah blah. It's been around forever. I was really polite, actually. Let me take that back. I wasn't like, this is bullshit. But I was like, you know, man, this sucks. You know, I did all this stuff and now I still can't watch Shudder. Like, where the hell's the app? And Jerry, like, props to Jerry because he helped with this movement.
Oh, fuck Jerry. Don't
He
give
was
me that
like-
shit props to Jerry.
He was like, yo, I like what you're doing here. And he commented on it and he's like, I'm going to share this post and you know, try to get other people to comment. And then I shared it and I was like, listen guys, back me up here. And then next thing you know, dude, we got a lot of people. It was like a 22 shots versus Scream Factory type moment. You know what I mean? And basically, like, there
just
was
like that time,
everybody
you didn't do
airing their
anything.
grievances. What's that?
But unlike the Scream Factory, well, pretty similar to the Scream Factory, your riot did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, okay. So sometimes you
true.
sometimes you don't win, but if anything, they hurt us. That's a win. They were paying attention and they're like, and you know what, dude?
Well, the PR team's pretty good.
They went and answered every single comment on there.
Yeah.
Even sometimes if they were saying some bullshit stuff, like they answered every single comment. They even was like, listen, we understand your
it's
frustration.
impressive.
If you want to take a break and then come back when we have this stuff, like, we completely understand it. I was like,
We'll give you a free month.
and I left a comment and I was like, yo, I got to give you people props, Shudder. I'm going to stick around on your service simply because how good you guys are responding. I messaged them, talked to them about some stuff. They pointed me in the right direction. Like, they're the shit. Like, they're doing a really good job with their PR. So, props to them. And after I left that comment, that really nice comment, they were like, Shudder responded to me and said, well, just a heads up, you might want to check Xbox later tonight. And I was like, what the fuck? And so, sure enough, the next day, Xbox has the Shudder app.
Because JP magically made them fucking make an app.
No. So, I agree. Obviously, that app is in development. You can't make an app in 24 hours or whatever. Or it was like a week. You can't make an app in a week. But do I think that we had some influence on getting it ready and polished and ready to go?
Nope.
I do. I don't think that
Nope.
it's possible that it was that much of a coincidence that they were going to launch this app in the middle of fucking
If they were waiting on Microsoft, if you know anything, fucking Microsoft is horrible when it comes to Xbox Live and adding things onto their fucking service.
Used to be.
No,
it's quite easy now. It's quite easy now. Friday the 13th just completely redid their entire game on there, and they tried to use that excuse like, oh, well, Microsoft takes a while, and it's like, nope, you're being slow. But yeah, no. It's a lot smoother now. On the 360, yeah, it was like you had to submit stuff like way ahead of time. But dude, I guarantee that because here's my reasoning, Jeremy. Listen to me. Mm-hmm. If they already had it submitted, ready to go to Microsoft, and it would be out any minute, why wouldn't they say, guys, it's coming really soon? Like, you guys have no idea how soon. Like, instead they're like, we're working on it sometime in the future. You know, like they keep saying like it. The way that they were talking made it sound like that it wasn't even on the horizon, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's out. Like, I don't see. I mean, it is possible. Is it possible that it's 100% coincidence? Yes, it is possible. Do I think it's likely? No, I don't. I think that they felt the pressure. They hollered at fucking Dave sitting over there on the computer like, dog, I thought you was working on the goddamn Shutter app. And he's like, it's almost done. And like, then he hurried up and finished his job.
That's literally how it goes down too.
He hurried up and finished his job because he was like almost done or something. But like, you know what I mean? They got lazy and wasn't really paying attention to it. It wasn't top priority. And I guarantee you it became top priority after we went over there. And aired our grievances. Why do you say no, Jeremy? That's what I want to ask you. Why do you say why do you say
because they don't even know who the fuck we are.
What does that matter? There was fucking 35 people saying
you
like
thought, whoop-de-doo, 35 out of 287,000
but
that like
Jeremy, listen, here's another thing that you got to realize though, right? Every day somebody will say something on the Shutter page. If all of a sudden you've been around for 3 years and all of a sudden 35 people say something, you're like, holy shit, what's going on? You know what I mean? There's not, if you go to their page, there's not even 6 people posting a day.
It's fucking people like that fuckhole Jerry who posted everywhere. It's people from our community. It's not like other people.
They don't know that.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Jeremy, the people from our community are the people that are supporting Shutter.
I know, but there's 200,000 other people who are doing it too, though.
Yeah,
but still,
it doesn't matter because it's a small. That's a indication of what if your average comment is 2 people a day, and then you get 35 fucking motherfuckers liking and commenting. Like that's something that triggers to where it's like, okay, this is way more than average, right? If we have 200,000 people subscribed and only 6 people comment a day, and then we get 36, that's representative of a lot more than just 35 people. It's basic knowledge. It's scale.
Okay.
You understand?
I think it's a little bit more than coincidental, Jeremy. I mean, you got to face the facts here. I mean, people have been asking for this for how long? I mean, this was kind of a kick in the ass just to get it out. I mean, they were obviously developing this app.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they created a whole app in 10 days.
No, you just don't do that, right? So it was obviously there, and it was literally, this was the kick in the ass to get it out. Why not? Why couldn't that be plausible, Jeremy? Like, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I understand where JP's coming from too. I mean, it could be coincidental. I highly doubt it, but
it's got a comment from Shutter.
But you got to remember, though, it was coming though too.
You're talking to him,
why
JP.
would they say, "Oh yeah, we got scared and we made it happen"? You know, what I mean? They're not going to say that.
This was obviously just kind of like a bump to get it out there. I mean, it makes sense. Is it only on the Xbox right now?
Yeah, which was the main thing that I asked for.
Okay, so why don't I'm really surprised that they didn't put it on the smart TVs.
It's been on smart TVs.
Oh, it is on smart TV? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's been on smart TVs, Roku, and through Amazon. But I understand that like, obviously, there's a limit to what, if any, change we affected. But I'm saying that it doesn't hurt to, even if it's not true, to just roll with it, because why not? Why not have that mentality that we could go in and hey, if we yell loud enough, fucking people listen, man. Like, that's good. That's good for the community. That's good for everybody to band together and be like, no, fuck this nonsense. We're not dealing with this. Like, or, hey, we want this. Because at the end of the day, it just brings everybody into a more tight-knit group, and it makes people it makes people want to be more vocal, because companies should feel pressure. That's why I hate when people are like, nah, who cares? They're not going to do anything anyway, because at the end of the day, if they're getting paid, yeah, that is true. But also, they need to feel that pressure, so they think twice before they do it again. Even if they're still going to result in doing it, at least they're thinking about it, which will slowly over time affect change. It does. And even though you're right, they probably have 100,000 people subscribed or whatever, but when you scale it down and you're like, okay, 35 people in one day, if that many people physically got on there, typed something out, how many people are mad and don't use social media or wouldn't never leave a comment? Same thing goes with videos, right? Moods gets 2,000 views on a video. He doesn't get 2,000 comments, right?
No.
Well, Moods is a celebrity, so it doesn't even matter.
Well, it's the same situation though, right? Because it's scaled. He knows that 2,000 people watched it or whatever, but he gets 70 comments. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's scaled down. But anyway, I just think it's awesome that Shudder's on Xbox now. Checked it out; it works. I'm super cool with that. I think that we definitely caused some kind of movement, even if Jeremy wants to be a naysayer like he always is.
Of course, I'm Moods too. I told you that earlier.
So that's the news, and
I just think you have a hot head, a big head.
Oh, I do, but I'm just saying that just because I do doesn't mean that that's not true too, right? There can be both. I could have a big head and that be true.
Oh, JP, I love you.
Thank you.
I guess that could work.
All right.
All right. Cool beans. That was it for the news. All right. Let's get into fucking mood swings here and some DVD and Blu-ray releases for, what is it, June 13th. Yeah, man, it seems like it's been kind of hit and miss lately with releases. I don't know what you guys have been feeling, but just a lot of shit that I've been just like, doing a lot of that. But
I haven't
first
bought
up
a
here,
new release in a while.
there's been a lot
buying old stuff.
Yeah, there's been some decent stuff
You've
coming
been
out,
getting
but
everything sent in the mail for nothing, so it doesn't really matter. And by the way, do not watch his Empire unboxing, because that mofo is a fucking dick.
There you go.
Cool.
All right, so first up here from Scream Factory, we have.
I don't need to tell
Blu-ray
people not
release.
to watch Jeremy's videos.
Oh,
that just happens naturally, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good one. Like, I give two shits anyway who watches my fucking videos, you fucking
Oh, you
ass.
do.
You do.
Have I ever talked about views ever?
Yeah, you always bitch about it. Man, how come I've been on YouTube for 17 years and don't get that many video views?
I didn't ever fucking say that, you motherfucker.
Moods.
I signed up on YouTube when it started. I should have more than Cutie Pie. Maybe it's because I say
Cutie Pie, I
fucking.
wouldn't be talking to you fuckers right now if I was Cutie Pie.
Yeah, you'd be talking to nobody. You're an introvert. You're in a house. All right. So first up here from Scream Factory, we have a Blu-ray release for Alienator. Yes, the Fred Olen Ray classic. I don't know about that. Sci-fi. I don't know. Alienator's fun, but Scream Factory is dropping it on Blu-ray. That's insane. This is kind of an interesting one. It's actually coming with both films, but Don't Look in the Basement on Blu-ray for part 1 and 2. And this is being released by Brink. Now, Brink doesn't really put out a whole lot of stuff, so this was kind of a shock to me that they were doing this, but hopefully the transfer on this is really good, because Don't Look in the Basement has been needing that special treatment for a long time. I know that on the Legless Corpse Don't Look in the Basement Part 2 release, they had like a high-def version of Don't Look in the Basement. Hopefully this one does look a little bit better, but, you never know with these public domain films what you're really going to get, so...
Yeah.
But Don't Look in the Basement from Brink. Check it out. This is one that I know a lot of people have been wanting to get forever. It's been highly bootlegged throughout the years, and that's Inquisition from Paul Naschy actually directed this film, released by Mondo Macabro. Again, doing big things, always dropping the good shit.
Jimmy, where's your review?
Never got it.
You never got this one?
No.
Oh, I thought you got all these Mondos.
Negator. Must not asked for it.
Shit. Yeah, Inquisition, man. I missed the pre-order for the limited one, so I'm gonna have to grab the standard. I don't know how the fuck I missed it, but I went back to go grab it and it was sold out.
Just a red case?
Yeah, I think there's a little. I think there's some features. I don't know. There's some other difference besides the red case, but it doesn't really matter. I don't really give a shit. I'm missing half of them anyways.
Have you seen
I will
that
mention
movie?
Inquisition. No, I've actually never seen it.
It's good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's good.
like 8 out of 10 good.
Yeah, I've always heard good things about it. I know people were always had so many bootlegs of this one and shit, but like a lot of Naschy films, which is kind of cool. This is kind of the year of Paul Naschy, really, man. He's getting so many releases. That's amazing.
That was my first film I ever seen by him.
Nice. I'm gonna mention this, even though it's not horror, but it's like one of the best films I've seen in the last few years, and that's John Wick 2.
Yeah, picking that shit
coming
up.
out. Yeah, man, it's just like so good.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Check it out. From Arrow, we got Madhouse coming out on Blu-ray 2-disc. Yeah, it's Madhouse. It's okay. It's not my favorite early.
Yeah, I'm
80s
not really a huge fan of it either. I got it in the mail yesterday, and I was like, I don't even feel like watching
Send it
this.
to me.
No,
Yeah, it's
I'm
not.
good.
It's
Fucking fucker.
it's definitely one of those films that I'll
Get
pick
your
up
own.
like on an Arrow sale when they have one and get it for like £7
Yeah.
or something. But I'm not gonna pay. I'm not gonna go.
Jesus Christ! Stop saying pounds. I hate that. Just say American money, or at
No,
least
what is that?
Canadian money. I'll deal with that more.
I know it's about what $13 Canadian, I guess, when they have the seven pound.
Really, that's all it is? It's just 13?
Yeah,
Shit, it
something
must
like
be
that.
like 10 American.
Oh yeah, it's cheap.
Yeah, fucking
Alright.
dollar strong.
So, I don't know. Like, is this thing getting re-released again? Like, why?
Yeah.
I don't know. Understand why these things are doing that. Like Stephen King triple feature
Yeah.
of the Stan Langoliers and Golden Years. Like,
That's
why
been
did
out of print for a long time.
Okay,
That-
so yeah,
that
they're
set.
releasing this in a triple fact. It must be 6 discs or something like that with all those long ass TV specials in there. But
5
anyways, that's getting
discs.
re-released for the people that missed the Stan Langoliers, Golden Years the first 3 times they were
I've seen
released.
the stand at Wally World. I know I've seen it there.
Yeah, actually, ours has.
Well,
a
yeah,
bunch of
yeah.
copies.
The stand was out of print for a really long time, and it came back. Same with Langoliers. And this set in particular, this 3-film set, this was out of print too.
Mm.
So it
Interesting.
looks like they just re-released it all. I actually own all those films, I think.
I don't have the
5
Golden
discs.
Years. Oddly enough, I don't have the Golden Years. It's
Huh.
weird.
I do have
Next
it.
up here from our favorite company, Wild Eye Releasing. Oh my God, this
This
one right
one
here,
looks like shit.
The Butcher Possessions.
Oh
And,
my
like,
Jesus. What's up with that cover?
the funny the cover is just atrocious, but
Yeah.
if it's going to be called The Butcher Possessions, why would she be holding just like a normal kind of buck knife?
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me.
There's a public service announcement really quick. You can pre-order
What that-
the Warlock trilogy for $24.88 on Amazon right now. That's a pretty good price. The Vestron.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good actually.
I'm
The
actually going to
Fest
do that
No,
right now.
no. What else would it be? The fucking regular Lionsgate edition?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm wondering if this one right here is. If this one's coming from Worldwide Multimedia.
This one
And it's
looks like
called-
shit too.
Death Cam. It's called Death Cam 1, Death Cam Volume 1. It's Big Brother is watching, but it says makes the ABCs of death look like child's play.
What?
Get the fuck out.
What? Like, the fuck does that even mean?
Who said that quote? Was it Cool Duder? I bet you that's a Cool Duder quote.
Extreme DVD sounds very credible.
Huh. I'm surprised it doesn't say Sean C. Phillips.
That's ridiculous. Makes the ABCs of death look like child's play. What the fuck does? I don't even. I'm trying to wrap my head
Who
around
the
that.
fuck is Extreme DVD?
I'm not sure, but anyways, that one really does look like shit. Speaking of the
Shit.
awesome Wild Eye releasing Forest of the Vampire. Oh my God, these guys release the worst shit. I mean, look at this cover. The worst covers.
Yeah, that's pretty horrible.
That is really, really. I mean,
It looks
someone
like
put
the
that.
same girl from the Possession movie, but just with her mouth open.
That's the thing with these covers. It's like this very generic artwork, and that face does look like it's been used on multiple covers.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Wouldn't
Like
surprise me.
they definitely put that together in 5 minutes. Probably, likely, the same amount of time it took them to make the movie. I'm thinking this is a re-release too. Coming up from Bayview. I'm pretty fucking sure that Camp Motion released this film before, and it's called Documenting the Gray Man. It's actually pretty good.
Looks
I didn't
pretty
really mind this
shitty
one.
on the cover. You gotta admit.
Yeah, the cover art is terrible. It's terrible, but it's actually not too bad though, from what I remember. Yeah. Speaking of man, this is like the week of shit cover art. Bayview again here with Dry Bones.
That's been out before. I've seen that at Family Video.
Yeah, I was gonna say, fuck, that one does look like it's been out. But
yeah, it came out in 2014 with the same cover.
Yeah, like a re-release or something.
And E1 released it.
There you go. From Lionsgate, we got a film called Headshot.
This looks pretty cool.
It actually does look that. It doesn't look that bad, to be honest.
Yeah.
Don't really know what it's about, but call it Headshot. Yes, it's summertime, so you know what we're getting? Shitty shark films. Land shark.
I wanted to do a shitty shark show for the summer last year. We never did it.
Oh,
I think I saw one like a shark in the air. Like I forgot what I saw. I saw it last week, and it had me pissing my pants laughing. I'll try and find it, but it was really stupid.
Is the sharks on a plane?
Jesus, that would be bad.
I'll try and find it.
Oh shit! Bird with the Crystal Plumage comes out next week. Sweet.
Yeah, Bird with the Crystal Plumage. Is that the official release date? Oh, in the States it is.
Yeah.
And then next up here we got I think obviously re-release of this from SRS Studios. We got Truth or Dare.
Is that the Tim Ritter flick or not?
This
Tim
is
Ritter?
the Tim Ritter flick.
Tim Ritter. That's the one from '86.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Huh.
Which this is the DVD version of it. I believe that there was like a limited Blu-ray of this. I think so, because SRS always does those limited ones, and they're like way too much money.
Is that shot on video?
It is not shot on video. It is shot.
Sure seems like it.
It's shot on. I think he shot it on 16 or 8, or I can't remember. But it was transferred onto tape, and I think all the masters that we get from this are from the tape master. So it appears like it was shot on video because it has that tape master kind of transfer deal.
Jesus.
So I think that's why it kind of. I know it's kind of fucked up. I think the original negatives and stuff are gone. I'm assuming, but yeah, Truth or Dare. Pretty fun stuff, man.
I've come to a realization that I pretty much like all shot on video films that I've seen. It's weird, man. I don't know.
Video Violence is actually pretty good.
Yeah, I know. But like even
like
Dark
that.
Harvest, like I really dug Dark Harvest. Like it's not a great movie, but like there's just something about that do-it-yourself style that I'm just obsessed with. It's just so awesome and charming, and just like I want to like it.
You know who posted a video just recently with Steve? Yeah, his shot on video collection. I'm sure it's just fucking massive too. I haven't watched the video yet, but yeah, that's Truth or Dare from Tim Ritter, man. It's like a total Halloween ripoff. If you've never seen the film, it pretty much has the exact same storyline, just kind of done a little bit differently. But it's just bonkers, bonkers film. I love it. So
that's it.
And yeah, that is going to do it for the releases.
What's the release of the week?
The release of the week, hands down, is Inquisition from Mondo Macabro. Gotta pick that up, man. Mondo's always doing good shit. And man, their transfers are always like, how was the transfer on that one?
It was good. For I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was.
I know.
The movie is, if you like, and I'll put it like this: if you like,
today.
I was waiting on it.
Fucking
Witchfinder General, and you were like, let's throw a little sleaze on top of that Witchfinder General. That is Inquisition.
Wait, did we talk about Navy SEALs versus Demons? That one came out today or next week.
No.
Oh man, this one just looks like an amazing film. It's called Navy Seals
didn't even see that
versus
name.
Demons, from the producers of Navy Seals versus Zombies, released by Box. Jesus, that looks like asshole.
So.
Oh yeah, Navy Seals versus Demons. Oh my god, man.
That looks like ass.
It really does look bad. Yeah, I totally didn't even see that one, but yeah, I mean, definitely not going to be the release of the week, that's for sure. Inquisition, man, from Mondo Macabre. Check that out.
What's this killer sci-fi 3-pack? This comes out tomorrow as well. It has the following films: Slipstream, Creature, which I know a lot of people have talked about, and Incident at Ravensgate. And this is from SGL, whoever the fuck that is. And it's on one disc, 3 movies. You're pulling a fucking Echo Bridge.
It's pretty much no one gives a shit about, so.
Some Creature.
So I'm assuming that's like the 84 Creature?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, well, that's kind of cool, I guess.
Okay, I'll shut up now.
It's still $20 though for one disc.
I know.
That's a little ridiculous. Yeah, that's going to do it for the DVD and Blu-ray releases for June 13th, 2017. Like I said, pick up Inquisition. Not a pretty average week, I guess. Again.
That's pretty shitty.
It's been like that for a while, man. There's been a couple releases here and there, but I'm like, I can hold out. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of on a boycott right now. I'm not really ordering anything. Sick of the fucking mail. So you can go suck my dick. Turn into Jeremy. But yeah. All right. So moving along. What are we doing here?
We got email.
We got one email.
Yeah,
okay.
We do have voicemails, but I have to do something with our account. They blocked it. So I'll work on that for next week. But
and we're getting blocked everywhere.
This is an email from Tim Janowski. And here's the email. Wondering what you guys thought of the new Friday the 13th game that came out. Don't know if you guys are gamers, or in Jeremy's case, gamer. But it's pretty sweet. It's a survival game with Kane Hodder doing the mocap for Jason, and Tom Savini is the producer on it. Also, I started a drinking game. I take a drink every time I hear homie or fuck you on the podcast. I start AA this week. Still enjoy the show even with Jeremy back.
So what's this guy's name?
Time. Tim Janowski.
What is it?
Tim Janowski.
Well, I'm just gonna call him Tim because his last name is fucking
because you can't talk.
Because you can't pronounce it anyways.
So fuck Jerry and fuck Tim.
Tim what?
Tim.
Tim what?
Tim.
Say it.
Tim.
Just say it. Just attempt it.
Homie, I'm not gonna... Now you have to take a drink. Homie. I
was trying to figure out who says homie.
There, now you're fucking dead.
I know it's not Jeremy.
Shots.
But is it me or
it's you?
It's me?
Yeah.
I don't remember saying it really, though.
Well, now I just said it 8 times, so now he's probably dead. Which is good, because fuck you, Tim. Fucking dick.
It's... you know how people...
Homie. Now you're really dead.
You know how people go up to the Jackass guys and ask them to, like, kick them in the balls, or, like, Steve-O or something? Like, that's the big thing. Like, kick me in the balls, Steve-O, come on. Like, Jeremy's thing is, like people are going to try to get cussed out by Jeremy. Like,
a purple-headed mule cock? That's what people want.
Mule pecker, get it right.
Mule pecker,
so,
whatever.
Anyway,
Tim definitely does not have one, so that's for sure.
He asked a question, and I know Jeremy bought the game, but I don't know how much he played it, if he can really comment on it. But I played it a ton. So, Friday the 13th...
Yeah, that's why you were late to last week's show.
Yeah, Friday the 13th was released. It actually was. I forgot about this. I was late for Married with Children, too, that week. Because I was in a game and I forgot. But me and Andy bought it, and basically there's 2 ways you can review this game. First, you can review, like, everything, and then just the core game itself. But basically, when it launched, it is atrocious. Like, there was so many problems with matchmaking. Like, you literally couldn't get in a match. Like, you can't get in one. And still to this day, I think that you can't get in one. And the only way you could do it is if you go through, which is why I like Xbox better than PS4, is that they have this system, the community system, where you can actually ask people to play with you. You know, you can
PS4
post
is
a
like
listing.
that.
What's that?
PS4 is the same way.
Oh, it has that?
Yeah.
That's cool. All right, so you can post a listing like, hey, I'm playing this. I need you guys. You can post like if you want people to have mics and shit, or like, you know, who's allowed, and then you get a game that way. And that's how I've been playing. And I'll tell you one thing: the launch, terrible. Like there was some glitches. Like there was 2 separate times I played. One time I killed a guy as I was Jason, and I killed a guy and got stuck. So I was stuck in the middle of the map, couldn't do anything.
That's shitty because you never get to be Jason. So the one time you're Jason, it fucks you.
Yeah, so everybody was just... I didn't see anybody else the rest of the time. Actually, one guy walked in, he's like, he's in the house, guys, he's in the house! And he ran out, and then, like... and then I was just stuck there, I couldn't even chase him. And then, actually, it was 3 times. So the second time, I got stuck in a cabinet as a character, and I couldn't get out. And... actually, what had happened was Jason came and like busted me out and let me go. Like I communicated with him. What, dude? What?
Sorry, I'm falling asleep
Why?
having to listen to your fucking replay
Why?
of all the shit that happened to you.
Okay, sorry, Tim Janowski. Jeremy doesn't want to hear anything about the game.
JP, keep going.
Nah.
So one time you were Jason and you got... I'm sorry, JP.
No, it's cool,
I can't even
whatever.
make any comments. I haven't played the game yet, so
Mhm.
I can't say anything. I have no idea.
Okay, Jeremy,
Something-
you fucking review the game.
JP, just keep going.
No, go ahead, Jeremy.
played it.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
A little bit, not as much as JP, so I'm not going to review it because I haven't played it long enough.
Exactly.
Keep
So
going,
shut
JP.
the fuck up. No, but seriously, there's a lot of glitches in it. It's fuck you. You're a dick. Anyway,
I love you, JP.
besides the like bullshit mechanics but honestly, like as many games as I played, it happened 3 times, but I kind of expected it. This is a game that was launched off at Kickstarter, you know what I mean? Like, and now it's on the Xbox. So that aside, the bullshit aside, the game is really, really fun. Though I can totally see it being very repetitive if they do not add stuff constantly. So one thing I thought this game was never going to work because I was like, I just don't feel like a slasher will work as a game. It actually does work. It's really fun. So basically 8 people in a lobby, 1 person is randomly assigned Jason or...
You know what else is not working?
What?
Want to know what else isn't working?
What? This review. Yeah.
Oh!
Predictable.
Fuck you.
So, basically, the game mechanics are decent. 1 person becomes Jason, the rest are counselors. Jason is really powerful. Like, not even 9 times out of 10. Like, seriously, probably 24 times out of 25 times, Jason wins. And even one out of like every 250 times does everybody win besides Jason, because people can still win and Jason, loses. Well, technically, like
that shit just sounds predictable too.
What?
Jason's that powerful that he always he always wins?
Yeah, dude. But it makes sense though, because there's 80 you guys, there's 70 you guys versus 1 Jason. And basically they're on each map. By the way, dude, that's one of the coolest things about this game is whenever Jason's around you, the Harry Manfredini score starts playing louder and faster, and it is perfect. Perfect, man. It feels like a Friday the 13th game. The first time I played it, it was scary. I was like, oh my god, like this is fucking terrifying. The first time I seen Jason chasing me, like, and to this still, whenever like I'm like hiding and I'm like trying to find something, or I'm like trying to put a battery on a car or something, and then all of a sudden the music starts getting loud and I hit the L or RB button, which like looks behind you, and all of a sudden there's Sackhead Jason walking towards me. I'm like, oh my god, you know what I mean? It's fucking scary, dude.
Can I just say something?
What?
It has nothing to do with this. but this is just breaking news. The Psycho Scream Factory has just received a 5 out of 5 stars on picture quality. Why the fuck does this movie
Psycho
out of everything
remake?
gets... Yeah.
On Blu-ray.com.
Yeah, that's fucked. How does
I mean-
that movie get to fucking... Fuck that shit.
Maybe the elements were really good. It is a newer movie. Like
Yeah, it came out in
90s.
like 98, man.
Yeah, they were shooting on
Pisses
good
me off.
quality stuff.
sorry, go on.
So, yeah, I mean, that's really the core of the game is like just the cat and mouse. Jason just fucks you up. It's so hard to get. If he finds you, it's so hard to get away from him. Sometimes you can do it, but it makes it so much more rewarding when you do get away from him. Because
So
you're like,
is it
"Holy
just
hell."
potato sackhead Jason?
No, that's what's really neat, dude. That's why I love the people who made this game, because they're obviously fans. So, right now in the game, you start with Part 3 Jason. He carries around the axe. Then you unlock Part 6 Jason, which is like that chubbier Jason that carries the spear. And then you unlock Part 7 Jason, which is awesome, the best looking Jason. And then you unlock Part 2 Jason, which is Sackhead Jason. And then you can unlock, I think, Part 8 and 9 Jason. They don't have Part 4 Jason, oddly enough, so I don't know what's up with that. But basically, not only are they just different skinned, but they actually function different too. Like Jason from Part 3 can run. Because in the movie, he kind of ran a little bit. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
and Part 7 Jason can warp. Like his warp ability it doesn't use as much warp power or whatever the fuck it is. So like each of the Jasons have their own positives and negatives. Like Part 6 Jason can swim better because of that end fight with Tommy Jarvis, I assume. You know what I mean? So he has faster swimming or whatever. And then all the counselors have their own individual stats, like stamina and speed and fear and luck and repair and stuff like that. And there's multiple ways to win technically, or not even to win, to survive. So you can you can put together a car, which the map is randomly generated and all the stuff in the map is randomly generated. So you might find the boat propeller in this house by Higgins Haven in one game and then find it over by the boathouse the next game. It's random.
I see.
And you have to get around the map and either repair the car, repair the boat, call the police, which after you call the police, it takes 5 minutes for them to come. Like a timer, 5 minutes. And then you have to actually make it to where they spawn on the map, which is hard. And basically
5-minute response time? That's amazing.
Yeah.
That never happens in
and
reality.
then also you can find the house that has the radio tower, which is random every time, and you could call Tommy Jarvis. And then Tommy Jarvis, comes in with a shotgun. And whoever
Nice.
dies, if somebody dies, they get to come back as Tommy Jarvis. So he's, you get to play as him, and his stamina and speed and everything is like really high. So he's like the best character to play as, but you only play him as him if somebody calls him in and you die. There is a way to kill Jason, and it's very elaborate. Basically, at the beginning of the game, Jason spawns in the shack from Part 2 with Pamela Voorhees' body and sweater and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, it involves finding his shack, which I think is kind of random, but it might not be. I'm not 100% sure. Finding that sweater, having a girl character put it on, and then I'm not going to spoil all of it, but essentially it involves Tommy Joe. It's very elaborate. It's like you have to do a bunch of stuff. It's almost impossible to do like in an actual game. But you can kill Jason, and it's very elaborate. But right now, if you do it, the game crashes. So they need to fix that.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
really?
so the game is very problematic, but it's super fun. If they add because that's another thing. The
Oh my
maps,
god, this is gonna go on forever.
Calm down, dude. Calm down. What's your problem?
Do they have big titty Voorhees in there too?
No, they should.
That'd be amazing.
None of the counselors are actual characters from the movie, which sucks because like that would have been cool. But Tommy Jarvis is one. Maybe they'll add in other ones. But
Now that fucking car place is calling me. Leave me alone. Fucking assholes.
sorry, that's pretty important, right?
Yeah, I know.
Continue.
Oh, nothing.
Nothing.
Nah.
Oh, you felt like it was important enough to let our listeners know, though.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so Shut the fuck up, Jeremy. Let me finish this review. So, the maps are amazing, dude. Like, Higgins Haven, like, from part 2 is there, or that might have been, I can't remember what the names of them are, but, like, from part 6, there's, like, locations there that look like part 6, and, like, the barn from, like, part 2, it's really neat. There's 3 maps, Crystal Lake, Higgins Haven, and, forget the other one. But they're all set pieces from the Friday the 13th movies. If they add, like, New York as a level, would be awesome, or, like, even a boat for, like, part 8. See, part 8 can have, or actually Vancouver. If they can add Vancouver into the game, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's so many possibilities for, like, DLC that really gets me excited. They need to add more things in the game, because right now you can escape, like, those 4 ways, and they do kind of get repetitive. Each game does feel unique because, like, of the map regeneration and stuff, but I can see that with just these 3 maps, it's going to get a little boring. You can buy, like, special perks for the characters that make them do better stuff, which makes it a little more addicting, because you get points that you get to spend, and then you get a random perk, and you can sell that perk back if it sucks, and get, like, less points for it, obviously. But that it does add an element to, like, wanting to keep playing to get better perks to make your character better. But yeah, I really, really like the game. For $40, which I paid $20 for it, it's worth it. Let me rephrase that. It will be worth it. Right now, it's an incomplete game, or at least it feels like it. Not worth buying this second, but will be later. Especially if you're a huge horror fan. I think it's addicting. It's fun. I want to play it right now.
Awesome. Good stuff. So that was the only question that we had?
Yep.
All right. Do we have a knowledge segment this week? Is there something you want to bring up in knowledge?
Yeah. So there's multiple things. I'll let Jeremy go first, because I just talked a long time.
Well, it's your idea. What do you want to talk about? 4K?
You wanted to talk about 4K.
No, you're the one that said you wanted to talk. Mood said...
No, you said that would be a good knowledge segment. I was like, yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so...
Oh, you mean you suck at talking and can't say anything?
You know what, JP? You know what?
Enlighten us on this whole 4K talk. We haven't
you had to
interview.
You had to interrupt me 18 times during my review.
Oh, go
talk
fuck
shit
off.
on me, and now you ain't got nothing to say.
Fuck you. Oh, fuck you, man. Fuck you.
Okay, so what?
It's a stare down. I'm looking at your fucking ugly ass picture with your fucking mustache.
Carly said the same thing.
What? Harley said the same thing? Yeah. Because it's fucking pedo stash.
There's that. I use
so
all.
I
our,
think.
Go ahead.
I think the last time we talked about 4K is the fact that we brought up the conversation about the 4K TVs and the 4K players only being compatible with each other and stuff. So what are your thoughts on?
2 years ago, dude.
Yeah, it's been a while. Like, we just never
but they
bring
still
up
haven't
4K.
gone down or anything like that.
No.
You think now, like...
Well, it's because I don't think it's fully caught on. That's why. Like, I mean, if they start selling more, I bet you the prices would drop a little bit. But
our argument back then was that Emperor Corndog had said that DVD is dying, and we said that it's not, because he was talking about 4K and stuff, and we're like, it's never going to catch on. And what I meant, I don't know what I said back then, but what I meant, or what I at least feel now, is it has its place. I do not think it's going to be the next thing, like, in terms of, like, DVD, Blu-ray. Like, those are here to stay. I think that it can exist, all 3 of those can exist in the same space.
Well, that's what I was trying to say before. Like, I don't mind living in a world where there's multiple formats. You know, they can coincide with each other, and like, why not? Like, I mean, that's the thing. You know, people, all these Blu-ray tubers and all this bullshit, they're so hell-bent on the fact that DVD is just obsolete now. Yeah. And I completely don't agree with that at all. And I'm like, why can't we just live in this world where all these formats exist together? I mean, we did at one time when there was, you know, beta, VHS. I mean, I guess beta was probably...
That was kind of barely, though. Everybody was on VHS.
VHS and Laserdisc. I mean, Laserdisc was still around for, what, 15 years? Yeah, I mean, it was still around a good 15 years. So
they still coincided with DVDs.
Mm-hmm.
They were still making Laserdisc when DVDs came out.
Yeah, I mean, that was the end of the VHS era, but there was DVDs and Laserdisc and stuff. But, again, with 4K and stuff, I mean, I think the biggest problem is it just hasn't gone down in price. And they're not that.
Like you were saying earlier, like, why don't they release older films on it? Well, I think the problem with that is if they release older films, it's not going to look any different than their 1080p counterpart. I think that...
Is that true,
But I don't know, though, Jeremy, because I was talking to Jason. He said the upscale on those 4K players, if you throw in a DVD or a Blu-ray or something like that, it's upscaling it to the point where it's noticeable. So I'm thinking if you were to actually do a 4K transfer on an older film, I would assume it would look better than its counterpart.
Texas Chainsaw's out there. Somebody needs to buy it and look.
Well, Jason has it.
So my biggest problem was the fact that there isn't enough product of 4K releases for myself to get interested enough to go out and buy the TV and the player, which is going to set me back a lot of money right now based on the prices alone. So I'm not going to go out and spend this money just to have new movies come out. And I'm not opposed to buying new movies and stuff. That's not what I'm saying. That's not really what fully interests me. Like, I will buy a John Wick 2 on 4K if I had the opportunity, but where my mind is, I like to watch the older stuff. I think that would be cool to have that, but we're just not getting those products. I mean, there's a few older films, but I would say 90% of the films that are being released on 4K it's modern stuff.
What's interesting is a lot of these films are getting 4K transfers that they're doing now, but they're obviously releasing on Blu-ray and not 4K.
Well, I think films that are shot on 4K. I mean, I think if the films are shot on 4K, like Logan was shot on 4K and finished in 4K. John Wick 2 was finished in 4K and shot on 4K. So I think those films are clearly going to look better than, let's say, The Expendables 2, which was shot on film and then transferred to 2K, and then now they're doing a transfer to 4K. So I think you're not going to have that big of a difference between the 1080p and the 4K transfer when you get into films that weren't shot and finished on 4K. Which is why I was saying that films like older films, why I don't think they're getting a release is that I don't think there's that big of a difference to warrant the increased price. Now, 4K Blu-rays are starting to come down. You could buy them on release day for $25 pretty much everywhere compared to just $20 for the Blu-ray. And they come with the Blu-ray most of the time, so it's not like it's that much more expensive compared to the Blu-ray. I just think it depends on
not
what
really. If you look at Blu-rays, that's what Blu-rays cost when they came out. More, actually. $30 and then $25 was kind of the norm. Yeah. I think that 4K is sort of still in its infancy, even though it's been around for a while now. I noticed this, and this is what kind of opened my eyes a little bit, is they dedicated a rack to 4K in my Walmart.
Yeah, I mean, and
they
have Walmart exclusive 4Ks. Like that Expendables set that I bought, that's a Walmart exclusive. You can only get that at Walmart.
I mean, they have to start, getting it out there at some point. So I mean, obviously the sales have picked up and stuff, but it is Walmart.
The players are still fucking super expensive. That's the problem.
The TVs are way more.
Well, the TVs are.
I'll buy a player any day.
I mean, it does make sense though when getting back to the whole modern film versus older film too. I mean, if you're gonna try and exploit a new format and for all it's worth in the 4K kind of transfer, it would make sense to put out newer films that are even shot in that. It probably have the ability to look like they're supposed to be in 4K versus the older films. I mean, if you're going to start dropping these films with subpar transfers, I mean, let's face it, we get a lot of Blu-rays out now that are pretty.
You're going to put fucking Silent Night, Deadly Night on 4K.
That's the thing, right? So I mean, to sell your product right now, I think the best thing for them to do is to put these modern films out that they can actually make look like they're in the 4K format. So I mean, it makes sense and stuff. But
to be honest, do you really need to watch some of these older films besides the classics in 4K?
Well, you don't need to watch it you don't need to watch it on DVD. You don't need to watch it on Blu-ray. That's the point of it's like it's a new experience to watch a film in a different format every time.
That's the argument. That's the big thing right now. It's like, I see people post pictures all the time of watching, one of their favorite films on VHS, and it's like,
I've been watching a lot of VHS. I love it.
Like I have no problems with it either. You know, it's like it's kind of cool to actually do that, to pop in a VHS and then pop in a DVD and then the Blu-ray and kind of see the elevation of the transfers. Like, it's really interesting to do, actually.
Yeah.
Done it a few times, but no, I mean, a lot of people say, you know, like the older films, you know, they just they have that.
Any. That's the problem.
Well, I'm talking about, you know, just watching.
I mean, right now though,
VHS,
but
they like to do that because of,
I think like we're starting to see like The Fifth Element and some other older Draculas coming out in a few months.
That was announced so long ago. We talked about that on the show.
What?
Yeah.
That one's been out for a long time.
Yeah,
That's like
it's not out yet. It's not out yet.
You sure?
the Bram Stoker's 4K disc.
Yeah.
We had it in HMV for a long time.
I'm
It was
pretty
like one
sure
of the
that
only.
shit was out because we talked about that like a year ago on the show.
Well, I
I'm
remember
sure
having
it
a
wasn't just like
conversation.
the Supreme Classic Series release.
It was a 4K version.
It comes out. No, 4K comes out September 26th.
It said 4K right on it. 4K, and it was in the 4K section and everything. I remember having a conversation about it and even pointing out the fact that I was like, this is the only 4K disc horror film that's even in here.
Are you
Yeah.
sure?
Yeah,
It
100%.
was so long ago.
Yeah, it was literally 4K. Maybe it's a
I
re-release.
can't find it anywhere.
It was it was the one that was like the book and stuff. Here it is right here.
Yeah.
That's the Blu-ray though. That's not 4K.
No, it literally says 4K on it. It was in the 4K section and everything.
Maybe they pushed back the 4K version of it because it was supposed to be.
It literally said, like, right on the top of it, it says 4K.
This
sure
one,
doesn't
this one
Just
doesn't.
because it
says,
can't be a 4K transfer on Blu-ray.
Well, I mean,
Sure, it doesn't say like new 4K transfer.
well, the reason why I assumed it was the 4K disc is because it's supposed to be out forever. So I wasn't really keeping full tabs on it.
Like JP, do you see like the Supreme Cinema Series edition? That's the Digibook one.
Yeah, I see that, but
That's not a 4K?
no, this
No.
one isn't. It doesn't say 4K either, though.
It's Blu-ray.
I swear to God, I remember when we reported it said 4K on the top.
You sure it didn't say like new 4K transfer?
No,
just 'cause it's,
motherfucker, I know that it said 4K.
No,
Well,
this one, the
4K
one I
comes
see on
out in
HB did
September.
too. It definitely did too.
I don't know.
Interesting.
Who cares?
Who
Really?
knows?
But yeah,
But anyway,
that's kind
they're
of
all
my.
region free, so if you want to
Oh,
pick up a-
Alien Covenant's coming out 4K.
that's $22.
Yeah.
If you want to pick up like any film for any region, they're all region free. 4K Blu-rays are region free. Now that doesn't mean that the player could play region free Blu-rays, but just the 4K discs are region free. So if you want to go buy that 4K release of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I should
That
play the
won't
sound
last
effect.
forever.
But if you want to buy that, it doesn't matter that it's from Germany. You could still play it on your player because the 4K discs are region free, but the Blu-rays are still region locked, so you're shit out of luck on
Jeez,
that.
you took 10 hours to say that one thing.
Oh, it's a tongue
Do
twister.
you have to pause
fucker.
every time you talk, or?
Ah,
Yeah, it doesn't
Fuck.
feel so good, does it?
that was funny.
So, yeah, I mean, 4K, I'm not going to upgrade for a long time. Like, I might get a new TV this Christmas. If my next TV will be a 4K, but this one that I have now, it's only 2 years old. You know what I mean? So,
Like I said, I got a good price on the player. That's the only reason why I bought it. It's like I'm still using my original Blu-ray player, and it's fucking slow as shit, and it fucking takes forever to load everything. This, you just put it in, and it doesn't even load. It just starts right away. So it's nice to have that. I need a new player anyway, and like I said, I paid $105 for it or something like that. So that's another reason why I bought it. We'll see. Who knows?
yeah, I think that it got its place, but it's still a ways away from being like collectible. So my knowledge segment was kind of a little bit of a rant. Not too much, but I'm very, very, very frustrated with how this movie system works. And I fucking don't understand how it's so hard to know when a fucking movie comes out. Like, I know a release date, right? But I figured, okay, so I've been wanting to see stuff. Like, I had to go see Alien a couple weeks ago, right? and I had to see, and the stuff coming out, like you got 47 Meters Down coming out, you got The Mummy, it comes at night, Annabelle comes out in like August.
Got about Amityville, dude, at the end of June.
Is that at the end of June? Damn.
June 30th.
So there's movies that are coming out that I want to see in the theater or drive-in, and I'm like, okay, so I'm like looking on the websites, and I'm like, okay, this is like hard to see when things are playing in my area. So I'm gonna download like the Fandango app, since like that's the goddamn thing, I guess. And so I click all these, I put the little heart on all these movies I want to see, so they'll be in my movies section. Then I could click on them, and I'm like, okay, The Mummy. Let's see when The Mummy comes out. And it's like, okay, The Mummy comes out this date. And then I click on the date, and then it's like, there's like 3 places that are showing it. And I'm like, I know that that's not true. I know it's going to be in every theater around here. Why the fuck does it take the week of to start seeing where this thing is playing? Like, why can't they figure this shit out ahead of time? It comes at night. Guess what? Still not... Today was the first day. I've been looking every day. The first day that I see one other theater that's kind of close to me that is playing it. Why can't they know this already? And also... That's not it. That's not it, dude. That's not it.
They have to revolve around you.
It's not. It's about fucking the consumer, dude. You have to plan your fucking day. You can't just be like, I'm gonna go see a movie. Hopefully, like...
It's Tuesday, bro.
Huh?
It's only Tuesday.
Yeah, but you got to remember, though, man.
The movie comes out on Friday. Why can't they do it a month ahead of time?
A month?
Why? Well, tell me why they can't.
Because what happens if one movie makes a shit ton of money and they want to have it in more theaters than what they plan to when it first fucking... They can't do that shit.
That's dumb as fuck.
That's not dumb.
It's dumb.
It's not dumb.
It's dumb.
It's not dumb. It's all about the fucking dollar, dude.
I don't give a fuck. That's what's causing people to not go. Because I'm like, I'm frustrated. Fuck it, I ain't going. You know what I mean?
Fucking don't go. That's your fucking problem.
Dude, my point is this, okay?
I like that too, man.
This is so fucking... No, this is what pisses me off the most, okay? If I'm planning on going to see a fucking movie, right? I know that it's playing. Why the fuck can't I see showtimes until fucking 3 days before that I'm supposed to go there? Ridiculous. Like, the fact that I have to wait so long to see what time it's showing is so ludicrous to me. It's ridiculous. If they know the movie's going to be there, set the showtimes. Dude, you can't just... People with jobs and families and different shit. Like, you just said you don't do anything. You don't do anything.
It's 3 days, though, dude.
Huh? Yeah, but Jeremy, I got a plan for like a week, 2 weeks in advance for everything.
Yeah,
like
dude.
Because I'm fucking busy every single day. I'm doing shit.
You don't know if a fucking movie's going to make a shit ton of money or not.
So what?
A month early.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, yeah, but if it's 3 days, dude, you could at least set up a couple fucking showtimes on that. At least you know it's gonna be there. Have a showtime.
I don't even know what theater, dude. And another thing, like, there's no theaters like super close to me. Like, I have to travel for everything. So,
well, just put it this way, JP. At least you get these films.
Exactly. So I know that It Comes at Night is gonna be in my other theaters, right?
Yeah,
I know that. I know that it's not, because you said that it's this wide release. I know that it's not going to be just this one theater. And to further my point, for a month, it was only the one theater. Today was the first day that they announced a second theater near me. It's still not the closest one to me. But guess what? They only have it for fucking Thursday. They don't have it for Friday. They don't have it for Saturday. They have no showtimes for Sunday. It's only Thursday. Why the fuck is that? Why is it?
That's bizarre.
Why is it the Thursday showing? Or like, why can't they put, if it's going to be on Friday or Saturday? If they already have the Thursday showing up, put the other fucking ones up. So I know what I'm doing. Because not only do I have to find the theater, but I have to find one that collaborates with work, because if I get off work, I have to be able to make it to that theater, but I don't want to make it to there at 10:40, which is usually it's usually like 7 o'clock and 10:40. And it's like, okay, so I either have to leave right after work, maybe make it if I get off early enough, or I have to go to the 10:40 showing and be up all night. This is bullshit, dude. There needs to be a better system, especially... And here's another thing. Why somebody needs to develop an app to where I can see a list of all the theaters that are like within like a 40-mile radius, tell me the cheapest one. Why can't they tell me the cheapest one? Why? Why does that technology not exist? Why does Fandango not tell me the cheapest time and place to see this movie?
Why don't you call him and ask him, JP?
The whole movie system is fucked up, and that's why it's failing right now. That's why
you
it's not
make
making
it
as much
fucking
money.
better.
I don't know how to make it better.
Well, then shut the fuck up.
How? What? That's the stupidest argument ever. If you don't know how to do it, then shut the fuck up. That's stupid. They are the ones that get paid to do this. They figure it out. You gonna pay me to figure it out? I'll figure it out. Pay me. My point is, dude, it's frustrating. It's frustrating that the system is built like this, and they're killing themselves. Nobody wants to go to the fucking movies anymore because it's annoying. You have to figure out all these fucking times. You have to figure out when it's playing. Oh, can't look ahead of time because I can only look 3 days out from the movie. That's some fucking stupid shit.
Well, I said the exact same thing to you guys last week when I had to go see Covenant. They didn't announce the show times until like the day before for like the next week, because you know how they kind of do it like a week block frame, I guess you'd say. Mm-hmm. And it was like the day before, and I was like, I don't know if this fucking movie's playing or they're taking it out or what the fuck. Like, he was cutting it really damn close. And I mean, I had to kind of shift around things to go and see it. Obviously I had to go and see it, but I get where you're coming from. I was getting fucking frustrated because I was like, one or two things is going to happen here. Fucking the movie's not going to be playing, and I'm just going to be fucked.
Yeah.
Right? Because it was literally the day before. Mm-hmm. And I was like, this is fucking... I even said to Dylan, too, I was like, this is crap, man. Like, it'd be nice to know ahead of time exactly what we're doing here.
Everything else is done ahead of time. You know when a movie's released on...
And to top it off,
the theater,
times
right?
even changed, too. The times even changed. They had like a 9 o'clock, and then all of a sudden the showing was at 10 o'clock.
Dude,
it was at 10 o'clock now. I didn't realize until the last minute. I was like, oh, the fucking time's 10 o'clock now.
Dude, that happened to me with Alien. So it was at 7 o'clock, and then all of a sudden it's at 8:20 and 10 something. I'm like, what happened to the 7 o'clock one? It just disappeared. Just disappeared from the app. And then on top, but dude, listen, everything is, about everything before it happens. It's not like, oh, the Bears play on Sunday this, fucking next month. It's like, oh no, they're not doing that. Or no, we don't release the schedule until the 3 days before the game. It's like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? That's bullshit. Like, we need to know
when you put it into those terms, it's ridiculous. Because like, you look at any kind of sporting schedules, they have the whole schedule mapped out for the whole year. But a fucking movie can't announce their date, their times until less than 24 hours before they're supposed to be showing them.
Or like, it would be like this. It would be like this. Okay, guys, the Bears are playing this Sunday. I'm not going to tell you what time until 2 days before the game, though. You know what I mean? It's like, it could either be 1, 4:15, or 8 o'clock. But we're not going to tell you until about 72 hours before the game. Or if like a movie was released and they're like, oh, this movie's coming out, but it'll happen sometime in June, but we're not going to tell you when. Just 3 days before it comes out, you'll know about it. Like, it's so ridiculous. Like, I hate it, man. I hate this shit so much because, like, I just want convenience. I want to be able to know when I'm able to do this shit because I'm trying to go see movies at the end of the day. Like, I'm trying to go pay you money, right? It's already super overpriced. You know what I mean? If you need a drink, if you get Cottonmouth or something in the theater, like, you're going to be fucked or else you're going to have to pay a bunch of money because, like, a drink is like $8 for a small. You know what I mean? And I understand that they don't make much money off the movies, but the movie theater industry is not doing itself any goddamn favors. I hate that I don't know if a film's coming to my theater until a week before it's there. That makes no sense to me. That makes no sense. Why can't they let me know at least if they're getting it, right? I understand maybe the movie times or something. Why can't I know if It Comes at Night is playing in Uniontown? Why?
Yeah.
Why can't I know that, Jeremy?
I know here with our famous players, the owner, they have to bid on these movies. They don't even get all the movies that they try to get, and vice versa. Sometimes they have to get other things, but I mean, they basically just bring in here what's going to sell. Yeah. I mean, obviously that's what most places are doing. But with that said, we don't get variety either. It's like it's a small
6 screens, don't you?
Yeah, but I'm saying a lot of the times 4 or 5 of those are kids movies. I mean, there's no variety there, right? So he basically just bids on, the more popular Pixar, Disney type films and shit like that. But yeah, like we never know. Like I never know what the fuck shit's coming in or not.
My drive-in right now has 3 screens, okay?
Yeah.
3 screens my drive-in has. If I go to their Facebook page right now, let me see if they tell me what I'm watching this weekend yet.
Yeah, ours doesn't announce them. Ours doesn't announce till pretty late.
So
either.
It's Monday. They start on Friday. I want to know, are they getting Tuesday. It comes at night and it's Tuesday?
Yeah.
Retard alert.
Yeah, we're recording way off schedule right now.
My fucking schedule's messed up because I'm working night shifts. So, okay, it's even worse. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
Yeah,
Friday night is when they show movies, right? Wouldn't it be nice to know if, hey, there's 2 horror movies coming out this weekend. It Comes at Night and The Mummy. Wouldn't it be cool if they put both of those on one of their 3 screens? I don't know if that's going to happen. That sucks. It's fucking Tuesday. I don't know if I'm going to the drive-in, which is 15 minutes down the road, or if I'm going a half hour away to Uniontown, because I don't know where I'm going to be able to see this movie. It's frustrating, dude. I can't plan out my week. And
I couldn't tell you how many times I've ended up missing films in the theater because I couldn't plan to go and see one, because it was, they announced the times so close to the time it's showing that I've already made plans and things have already come up.
See, going to see a movie to me
fucking
isn't
bullshit.
just like what's going on? Let's go see a movie. Like, no, it's like one of those things where I plan it like the week ahead that I'm going to do that.
Yeah. It's like dinner dates with your friends and shit like that. It's movies for us.
Yeah.
The same shit.
See, Jeremy, I think you would have a different perspective on this if you were busy as fuck.
Or didn't have a million goddamn places to see movies.
Yeah, this motherfucker goes and takes the whole day and just sits at the movie theater.
That shit wasn't fucking announced till today either at my theater either, JP, so fuck off, okay?
And you don't find that annoying, dude?
No, because I know it's going to be there at 3 o'clock, at 7 o'clock.
But that's the difference, Jeremy. You know you're getting it because you live in an area where you get everything. We necessarily don't get everything.
He's going to get it too. He lives in a pretty fucking semi-big area. He knows he's going to get it. So why is he getting all pissy? There's nothing you could do about it.
I can bitch about it.
You can bitch about it, of course.
And feel better a little bit. I feel a little bit better that I got that off my chest. I'm still going to go see it, but I'm just saying, like, one of these days it's going to piss me off and I'm not going to go see it. You know what I mean?
So just until it comes out on Blu-ray then.
I will, because that's some bullshit. It's annoying, dude. Like,
I agree that it's annoying, but people, you think that the movie companies just like Shudder are going to listen to you and now all of a sudden they're going to fucking change their system?
No, but dude, you understand that we're doing radio here, right? Essentially. Not radio. You know what we're doing here? Like, that's what you do.
What it is.
It's talk,
it's
man.
talk radio.
It's entertainment.
It's talk radio.
This motherfucker's ideal podcast. He goes start his own podcast. It'd be like 15 minutes of silence. Like,
suck my dick.
He wouldn't know what to do. He'd be like, "Wait, what are you supposed to do here? What am I doing?"
6 minutes. Fuck Jerry. Fuck Jerry.
Yeah. This guy has no idea how to be entertaining. He has no idea that, like, if you're not talking, it's silence. So the point of this is to discuss things. Because there's somebody listening to this right now who's driving in their car and they're like, I fucking know, I hate that too, man. This sucks. And they're all thinking about it too, and they're like, man, I've been wanting to hear somebody say that. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Speaking of it, now that we're thinking about my old 4K, I should get that Dawn of the Dead set. I wonder if that's any good.
Yeah, exactly. Get that.
I'm curious.
Why don't you create a new segment where you review 4Ks?
See that? I actually
all the good ones you fucking have to import.
Yeah, so
I actually
import
bought
them.
that set,
Don't
Jeremy.
stop being so cheap. It's for the show.
Sorry, go ahead, Moods.
I actually bought that set, but I didn't get the 4K one because I don't have a 4K. But I just got the regular one.
Yeah.
I was like,
is any good?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually a really nice set. Yeah. Pretty cool to see all the different versions on blue or on in HD. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So
plus the price was totally right.
How much was it?
Oh shit, man! I paid like $30 for it or something.
It's 25 euros right now, which is stupid cheap.
Yeah, 25 euros is
for the 4K.
Maybe I paid 30 euros. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, still was pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, well, that is knowledge. Hope you guys enjoyed.
$43 after shipping. Fuck that.
It's just a fucking total bitch session, but that's good. Don't have a lot of those actually, do we?
No.
Negator.
We just regularly don't have complete bitch sessions.
Did you guys hear that I put that intro in the last episode?
I did hear that.
Fucking crack me up. That's good shit.
Those are all
right.
as fuck clips.
So since Rue Morgue has gone down to like bi-monthly and shit, I have like all my shit put away in this closet and stuff. I actually don't have one out right now. So I'm just going to go out on a limb and say fuck Rue Morgue this month.
He's just going to go out on a limb and make something up.
just fucking randomly make something up. No, the only one I have sitting out here, I've been moving around shit, and I was just like, before the show, I was like, I don't even fucking, I already read one out of this last one, and I'm like, I don't want to duplicate that close, and
yeah.
So right. I said, fuck it. So fuck it. So that's going to conclude Mood Swings, and moving along into what we watch portion of the show. Round tree of reviews. Who wants to go first?
I can
Jeremy?
Yeah, just go, Jeremy.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. So this is a film from the year, I think it came out in 2016, released in 2017 from the country of South Korea, not North Korea. I would love to see a North Korean horror flick. That'd be awesome. We have a film titled The Tunnel. I know, JP, did you review this on the show?
No.
Or did you do a review on YouTube?
I didn't. It was in my 10 and 10.
Was it?
Yeah.
I remember seeing it on the list. So this is a really interesting movie. It's on the similar levels of films like Buried.
Hey, do you want me to review it since I've seen it and you suck? What? Oh, you can dish it out, but can't take it. This is what you're saying, essentially.
Oh, you fucking Mexican dick. So, basically on the same level as Buried and Open Grave and films like that, we follow Lee. Lee is a used car salesman or a car salesman for Kia, and one day he's driving home from his job and he's making a big deal with one of his clients, and he drives through. Fuck you, JP. I hear you laughing.
Anything. That was Moods.
I thought I heard you gig. What's so funny, Moods?
Nothing. No, I was just thinking, man. I'm like, did he try to fuck someone out of $100 too?
Yeah. Fucking dick.
I just thinking that. It's funny.
So he's driving after his job, and he comes across a tunnel, a very large tunnel. And halfway through the tunnel, it starts to collapse. And ultimately, this entire huge tunnel collapses really, 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 really bad. And he ultimately is stuck in his car in this collapsed tunnel. It's very claustrophobic. This is another film like when we were talking last week with aliens with Bishop climbing through the tunnel. It's very a similar type shot film where the camera's very close to this guy's face, and it's a very claustrophobic movie. And basically, it's just about the government trying to have a good publicity stunt as they try to rescue Lee from this collapsed tunnel. And it ultimately, the days pass and the weeks pass, and it's ultimately just a survival / rescue type of a film. Now, there's some plot holes with this one. Me and JP were talking about it when I was watching it that really don't make sense. Lee's only communication with the outside world is his cell phone, and 3 weeks into this incident, his cell phone is still working and it's about to die. Now, JP says that every time that they made a phone call, he would turn the phone on airplane mode, but I don't buy this shit. That's
not what happened. Every time he would get one call at noon, he would talk, and then he would shut his phone off.
Mm-hmm. But don't you think you would waste more battery turning it on every day?
No, it doesn't waste battery. Have you done it before? If you shut your phone off, it doesn't use any battery.
But when you turn it on, though, it does.
Yeah, it uses the same battery that it uses when it's on.
Anyway, I just don't buy that his fucking battery will last that long. And halfway through the movie, I don't really think this is a spoiler, is it, JP? With the other person.
Well, go ahead.
Is it or not?
Well, you just spoiled it, so it doesn't matter if it is or...
Okay, so halfway through the film, we learn there's another person in the tunnel, this lady, and she has this dog, and it basically ends up just being Lee and this dog. And this mofo is giving the only water he has to this fucking dog. If I was this dude, I would fucking bash that dog's head in and eat him. And I know JP said the same thing.
I would eat the dog.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to live or die, fuck the dog, kill the dog. But Lee basically survives on 2 bottles of water and a birthday cake for 6 weeks, and I don't buy that shit whatsoever.
He finds water.
Yeah, but it's not that much water, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, it is. If you stick the bottle there and it drips into it. That's kind of what they explained away. There's like, oh, so he has water now.
Overall, this is it's a really, really well done film. It's a difficult film to shoot. I would assume it's very. You would have to deal with a lot of problems, I would imagine. Now, there's a Well Go USA edition of this movie, and there's no bonus features or anything, which is upsetting. Because I think it would have been interesting to see some kind of behind the scenes on this one.
You know what I hate? I hate special features that are subtitled, though. Can't stand them.
Yeah.
So I don't usually watch those. Just because, I already fucking watched the whole movie in subtitles. I don't feel like reading what happened. It just takes away the simplicity of special features. I don't know.
I just
never really get into them.
But overall, this is a really, really great film. The character who plays Lee, the actor, he does a really, really great job. He basically carries the entire film. He has to, because he really doesn't have any interactions with anybody besides himself and his cell phone. So it's a really tough role to do, I would have assumed, because you're basically having to go off of nobody. And I would assume it was very, very challenging. And he does a really, really great job. And the other main characters, his wife, she's probably the weakest character in the film, to be honest. I understand the whole cultural type of a difference when it comes to his wife that we're used to here in the United States. So I don't know if I can knock her off on points based on that. But overall, it's still a really, really great survival rescue. It's definitely horror type of a film. I think you guys should check it out. It's definitely a really well done and interesting film. So I will come in with an 8 out of 10 on this one.
Yeah, you know what, man? I really, really loved that movie. I'm a sucker for survival horror. One thing that Jeremy actually failed to mention, which I thought was a nice added level to the film, is the social commentary on media.
Well, yeah, I think it plays... like I said, it was a publicity stunt for the government, and that basically throughout the film we have paparazzi and other different news organizations standing outside of this tunnel, and you definitely see them affecting the rescuers and their operations, and then something happens at the end of the film that makes the paparazzi go even more crazier. So I definitely see their commentary between the media and what's going on with rescues. I think we even see that today. I know me and JP have this conversation quite often where we'll see news organizations, let's say, cover something that happens in a first world country. I'm just going to say Manchester because that's relevant. So 22 people die in Manchester, but 2 days later, 76 people get blown up in a big city in Afghanistan. And a bunch of women and children die, and nobody really talks about it that much. It's talked about for a few hours, and there's no big benefit concert with all these people singing and all that kind of stuff. So I understand that we see that kind of level of commentary in this one with the government affecting what's going on, and the way that the general public sees this rescue as like some huge important news story, which I understand
the media only cares, like they get to the point where like they're caring about like the record of can he beat the record of like, you know, not being rescued, you know what I mean? And they really, there's actually a level of comedy in this movie, but it's only done to the media. It's weird. It's weird. Like that moment when all those what are those things called? Drones go up in the air and they like hit the wall and stuff.
That's weird. That would never happen here in the States. Like, that shit wouldn't fly.
There was, but also there's a level that that he didn't discuss about the fact that this tunnel was like millions of dollars, and they're actually building another one kind of close by, but they have to put it on hold because they can't blast because it might cause, you know, this tunnel to cave in more and kill dude. So there's like this dynamic of like, well, we're losing like $6 million a day by not, you know, working on this tunnel. And, you know, eventually like we just have to cut our losses, and like this one guy isn't worth all this money. So there is like that dynamic to it too. I do think it has minor problems. Like I don't really buy the fact that that car and that chick's car, the guy's car and that chick's car would be so close in proximity, yet he didn't see her when the crash happened. You know what I mean? Also, just some other things that didn't make a ton of sense. But like, I thought that for the effort, like the movie feels huge in scale. Like, so I don't know how much the budget was or like whatever, but it was real. I really liked that movie.
Yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, so The Tunnel, another film called The Tunnel. And this one's actually good too, just like the other Tunnel.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be a few of those.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Check it out, it's good.
Yeah, definitely a standout for the year for me, top 10 worthy.
Yeah, man, them South Koreans, man, they make some pretty good films, don't they?
Dude, they made Flu, and that movie's fucking awesome too.
They also made fucking Train War Z. That you
yeah, but the majority of their films are actually the ones that we get over here anyways are pretty good.
Yeah, I've said it before, South Korean is my favorite type of Asian flick. I seem to like 9 out of the 10 that I watch, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
When Japanese is like 50-50.
Japanese.
Who's next?
Yeah, because they have like a level of the Japanese versus South Korea. Like South Koreans definitely aren't as humorous as the Japanese. They're kind of goofy, and they kind of incorporate that into their shit a lot more. I think that's the big difference between their films.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go next. First one I watched here this is 2016. I believe this was released this year in 2017. It's called Sweet Sweet Lonely Girl. Directed by
I watched.
Yeah, the director's name is A.D. Calvo. I wasn't really 100%, familiar with the director, but I do recognize a couple of films that he's done. He did The Midnight Game and House of Dust a couple years ago. I haven't seen either of those films, but I remember seeing them around.
Yeah, I've mentioned
in the
that
stores and stuff. Yeah.
In our episode. This is, by the way, this is our next Netflix and chill episode.
Is it?
Yeah, I mentioned that The Midnight Game, I've seen that cover a million times, but I can't remember if I've seen it or not.
That House of Dust one, man. I never checked it out, honestly, because the cover was so bad, But now that's, seeing this film, I think I might go back and check out his other films. I've heard The Midnight Game was pretty kind of generic, though. It has like a decent idea, but it came out pretty generic and stuff. So, yeah. Anyways, basically what we got here, man, we follow our main character Adele. When we first get introduced to her character in this film, I felt like she was like 12 years old. I could not believe how old that she was actually in the film. Like she's in her early 20s kind of thing. But anyways, we get introduced to this character, Adele. She's just moved into her Aunt Dora's place. Her Aunt Dora is an agoraphobic. If you don't know what that means, it means you basically can't leave your house. In this case, she can't even leave her bedroom. So she's really, really far gone. So Adele moves into her house to take care of her with a minor agenda, coming from her mom and stuff like that, which I won't spoil. So Adele, after moving in, she meets this girl this girl named Beth, and she kind of sparks up a relationship with her, kind of like almost like a little bit of a lesbian relationship, a little bit, and
not even almost.
Beth,
it is.
It is, but Adele is very much at first a very reserved type person. You can tell she's kind of shy, kind of self-conscious a little bit, and things like that. And she meets Beth, and she's the polar opposite of Adele. And I think Adele is very, very much attracted to that because she's like, Beth is the coolest person in the world. She can say what she wants. She even says this in dialogue too. Like Beth is so cool because she can say what she wants and she can do whatever she wants. She looks cool, and she kind of wants to be her. So basically, it's almost a character study of Adele in this film, seeing the growth of her character from the time she moves into her Aunt Dora's house until, how this relationship with Beth kind of escalates and stuff. My thoughts on this film, I was really, really taken back by this one. I was enthralled right from the start. I absolutely loved this movie. I thought it was really, really well done. First off, the characters, Adele and Beth. Adele's played by Erin Wilhelmi. I don't know, but she does a great job. Absolutely,
both of them do a really good job. Yeah,
both their performances are really believable in this, and it really kind of sells it. The interesting thing about this film, it's shot beautifully. Yeah. Absolutely fucking gorgeous movie, man. Really, really well done cinematography. The color correction's awesome. It has kind of like this warm, kind of light blue tone to the film, which really does accentuate the characters in this film too, because it's kind of what it's just kind of part of it. The atmosphere to the film is really kind of part of the whole story. And it's just beautifully shot. And I really like the story too. It's really kind of interesting throughout the film. It's very engaging and stuff. This is kind of one of those films you don't want to go too deep into it because it is such a short film. It only runs about 75 minutes. Is where pretty much my only problem kind of lies in this film, is where the ending is, to me, it feels a little bit too abrupt. It's a little bit confusing also. I had to really kind of take some time to think about it and kind of work it out and stuff too. I talked with actually Brandon about this, and I think we were kind of on the same page with what the ending was all about. But I felt like the whole build up to this film was amazing. It's a total slow burn, very, very slow film. And I felt like the payoff was just a little bit too abrupt for what it was. I didn't hate it by any means. I thought it was still pretty good, but I thought it was interesting the direction that they did take in this film too. I wasn't expecting it, so it was almost kind of a shock to myself too that it went in that direction. But yeah, the overall feel of the film is just, it's second to none. I can't believe the atmosphere caught with the cinematography. It's got a beautiful score. It's a very quiet film, which does make sense because the story is kind of it's kind of psychological in a sense too. And it's the way they place things in the story too, through dialogue and just cinematography and stuff, is telling the story, and it's very hidden. You really have to kind of think about it at first, and like it took me a while after I was thinking about it, and I was like, damn man, that's actually really good. I think this film's going to benefit from a second watch even more, just to kind of pick up on more things on how the story developed. But yeah, just an amazing thing. First thing I thought of when I was watching this film, as soon as the relationship with Adele and Beth sparks up in this one, was how Gene Rowland this film was. I was like, this is incredible. Right from probably the first 20 minutes into the film, I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, man, this movie is so inspired by Euro horror. It's incredible. The way the cinematography was, the way that they shot the beaches, the way they shot the houses, just the kind of the panning shots and things. It's all very, very influenced by European horror. Just that whole, and even the way the story is told and everything, you can tell it's just so influenced. But the whole lesbian aspect of it too, and I was like, damn, this is really interesting. But I like the time period it's set in. The time period was really cool. It's kind of set between the 70s and 80s, like maybe even 1980, kind of thing. So it's kind of this transitional period it has that 70s look, but it also, they talk about it being 80s and stuff, but it's not like it's so early 80s that it's still 70s, so it kind of has that look to it. Really, really good stuff, man. I thought that was awesome. I really like the way the characters develop in this film. I think it's fantastic, and I couldn't recommend this one enough. I think that like I said, the ending was a little bit too abrupt. I do take points off for that and stuff, but I give it like a solid 7.5 out of 10. It's a really fantastic film. It's short. Even for like a slow burn, it goes by quite fast though. Like I felt the film rip by. Did you feel like it kind of went by really fast, even for?
Yeah, I even said that in my review. It's weird because it's not out yet, but I said that it's a slow burn, but it goes by fast. It's kind of a weird conundrum there. And honestly, dude, I didn't have an issue with the abrupt ending. I thought it was fitting for the movie. I completely get what went on. Like, I got it right away. I think I like that in the movie. One thing that you didn't mention was, like, our protagonist, quote unquote, is actually not a good person. Which again,
that was something I didn't want to mention fully, because I actually kind of strayed away from that, because it's something that you see throughout. Like, that's what I meant by the characters, and it kind of build up and stuff. And that's an interesting thing to note, though, is that, you know, she appears that she's a decent person.
Yeah, like,
but
she looks like final girl, like goody, you know, like you know, like, not the girl to be like a whore or anything like that, or, you know, just the good girl. Like the girl next door. But it happened. The reason why I feel like it's okay to mention is because it starts happening right away.
It does.
And I also
she really wants to. It's because she really wants to become Beth, and she literally is not making enough money. So what does she do? Start copping out on her aunt's heart medicine and shit like that, right?
Well, she's definitely. It's not even that she wants to be like Beth. It's she wants, like, the approval of Beth. She wants to fit in. I like this because it reminded me of when I was, like, 16 and I would go, like, hang out at a certain place for the summer, and I'd meet, like, a chick, and I'd get really into her for that, like, brief period of time, right? Like, she's just new in a new town, meets this girl, and it's like a fling. And I like that because it really reminded me of, like, what that's like to be young and just meet somebody that you're into, like, passionately. And, you know, very fast. It just goes fast, you know what I mean? People have compared this film to House of the Devil, in terms of, like, look and feel. I agree with that.
Oh, nice. I'm going to check this out. Sounds pretty cool.
And honestly, there's one part in the film that I gave a full half point for, because it was a very effective jump scare that actually got me. I don't know if you know what part I'm talking about. It involves a mirror.
Oh yeah.
Like,
thanks for ruining it, you fucking asshole.
There's multiple things with a mirror in this film, so.
Oh, dude, that's such a good part, man. 100%. That's a good one.
It's a really simple movie. I love the set, the house.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Yeah, that old style Victorian houses, man, are absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I gave it.
I love this.
An 8 out of 10.
Yeah. Okay. So pretty much on the same page.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's if you like beautiful slow burn type films that a little bit psychological, make you kind of think and stuff, with some sexy girls and good acting, check it out, man. It's a really good film. So
yeah. All right. My film is. Listen, I was so nice to you because you were choking hard through your review, and I was trying to be nice, and I'm like, you know what? He's so mean to me when I review things, but I'm gonna be the nice guy, and I'm not gonna call him out. And then the first thing that this dickhead does is, before I even start my review, he Z's on me. He Zeds on me. He's just sitting there Zedding on me.
Zedding on you.
You're gonna have to help me with the next one.
Yeah.
A movie you like a lot, so. And I don't think you've ever reviewed it. So.
All right, so I'll do a short one. So, Sorority House Massacre 1986. On that 1986 grind, this is a slasher from '86, one of many that we're watching for the show. From what I understood, it followed a girl whose brother tries to kill their family as a kid, or kills their family. He gets committed.
Yeah, it's Halloween.
Yeah, she gets committed. He gets committed. She grows up. She's at college. She doesn't remember any of it. But see, the thing about Halloween is we don't know. We don't know.
Oh, it just takes those elements, like the brother tried to kill the family.
You know what's
then
funny?
He breaks
I
out
didn't
of the
even
nut
think
house.
of that until you said that. That's funny.
Really?
Yeah. But I even think Christian even said that in his review, which is funny that I didn't even realize that. I didn't.
That's funny.
Consciously think of that. But so she is in college. He breaks out. Then it's a slasher film. Honestly, guys, it took me 6 sit downs to watch this movie. I kept starting it and falling asleep or looking on my phone, and then I would be like, okay, I have to restart this again. I'm not going to watch it now.
But how could you get intrigued? Like that whole scene where the three girls are up in the room.
That's the scene I remember most. There's a montage of girls getting naked, trying on clothes with
trying on
music.
One girl, the cool girl's clothes.
That is the best scene of the entire movie.
They left, or they're like, she left. Let's go try on whatever name.
Sounds like Blood Sisters. There's scene of Blood Sisters
so
that
funny.
are just like that. If you listen to fucking Joe Bob's commentary.
Oh yeah,
it's awesome.
Yeah, but that's the one thing that's kind of cool about this film is it is like as basic slasher like tropes, cheese, like 80s music, like it just feels like one of those like low tier slashers. But it has a few things going for it, like that scene. But overall, it was just like, I just didn't feel any heart in it. Like, I didn't like any of the characters. Like, none of them jumped out to me as, like, unique or cool at all. Like, I've watched a couple films from this year that are, like bad. Like Bloodhook was bad, right? But, like, Bloodhook was still kind of entertaining.
It's so funny, though.
Yeah.
Like, the weapon in Bloodhook.
The fishing pole. Like,
it's like a fishing lure.
So, I actually enjoyed Bloodhook. I didn't rate it high. I probably gave it, like, a 4 or something, or a 3. But I actually liked it. You know, I had fun with it. This movie, I think, is way better than Bloodhook. But I just was not into it that much. Like I said, it literally took me, like, 6 nights to watch. Like, I kept taking it out and watching something else because I just wasn't feeling it. But one night I watched this, I actually watched a really, really good movie after I got bored with this one. And I was like, I need to watch something from 2017 to get the juices going. But it's honestly not, it's a short movie, at least, you know. It's not too bad, I guess. It's just kind of boring at times. And I think I'm going to come at about a 5.5 on this one out of 10.
I think that's pretty much what I think I rated it 5.5. I don't know. I watched it recently too, but I do get it though,
top
man.
10 of 86.
It's a kind of like an offshoot of the Slumber Party Massacre. I think this is actually connected into that world. It's even directed by a female too, like all those movies and stuff. So it kind of has that same type.
Doesn't part 2 have like clips from Slumber Party Massacre in it?
I think so. It's been a while since I've seen it, man.
Somebody told me or Exploding Heads reviewed these 2 films too, and I think they said Sorority House Massacre Part 2 has clips from Slumber Party Massacre Part 1 as flashback scenes.
I think so. I think so, man. It's been a while since I've seen them, but I think that's right.
That's funny. So, yeah.
Pretty awesome. Good shit. Good shit. Jeremy.
All right. So I think this is I'm pretty sure we haven't talked about this one on the show before. I'm probably wrong like I always am. But I don't think we have. And this is a movie that I've been wanting to watch because I've never seen it before. And it's one of JP's favorites from the year 1995. What is it, JP?
Tales from the motherfucking Hood.
Yeah, Tales from the motherfucking Hood.
And you said you've never seen this before?
I've never seen this film ever.
Okay. Don't disappoint.
This is the newly released Universal / Scream Factory Blu-ray. Scream Factory hooking back up with Universal finally. Start releasing some more of their stuff. Did you know Universal had the rights to this, JP?
Yes, I tracked it down actually on the podcast.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
When? Is that a long time ago?
Yeah, well I did it 2 separate times because I reached out to Synapse one time and I was like, yo, why the hell hasn't anybody released this shit? And they're like, Universal owns it. And I was like, oh. At first I thought it was, I was getting word that it was Spike Lee owned it.
Wouldn't that been funny? Fucking Spike Lee owned this shit.
He produced it, didn't he?
Yeah. He's in the special features. But Tales from the Hood, new Scream Factory Blu-ray, finally getting a release. One of the top 10 releases that people wanted to see, for sure, including myself, because the old DVD, stupid out of print, pretty hard to find. Now, this is an interesting anthology, that is for sure. So this is an entirely black anthology film. And we follow Stack, Ball, and Bulldog as they arrive at Sim's funeral home.
What are they looking for?
To buy some shit
The shit.
from Mr. Sims. But Mr. Sims doesn't give them the shit. Instead, he shows them different caskets filled with 4 different bodies, and each casket revolves around a different part of this anthology. So the first story is about this is probably the most relevant story in the bunch today.
That's
this one
debatable still.
Yeah, this one and the third one.
They're all relevant. That's what's so cool about Tales from the Hood.
Not so much about the last one.
No,
I didn't really.
The last one is still relevant.
I didn't really care for the last one, but so we follow a young police officer, a young rookie police officer, who is on a job one night with his white counterpart, and they pull over a rich black man, he's well dressed. You can tell he has a lot of money, and they ultimately kill him. And they bury him, and one day the 3 officers and the black officer go to his grave, and they piss on it, and he comes back to life all Dead Alive style. And he starts fucking shit up. So basically, super relevant to today's world with the Black Lives Matter movement and all that kind of stuff. The tension between African Americans and white police officers. I mean, this one is super, super, super relevant.
What else is relevant of the time when it was made?
Yeah.
No, what is it? What is it? What's relevant about it during that time?
The LA riots during this time.
Because
I sound like a death. I'm not too familiar with
previously with the Rodney
King beating. Yeah. It's literally the same thing. They beat him like they beat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Which is
so
crazy.
This one is fun. It's like I said. It's at the last 10-15 minutes of it, straight up Dead Alive craziness, over the top, bloody, gory funness of this black corpse going around killing all these white police officers. Super, super fun. I really enjoyed this one. It looks great on Blu-ray. It's a lot of low lighting, a lot of shadows and blues, and it just looks really, really great. Really like this one. Then we moved on to the second story. Now this one's like the sitcom of the bunch here. And we basically follow a young kid, Mr. Walter Johnson. And one day he shows up to school and he's all bruised up. And his teacher notices it and he starts to ask him what's wrong. And Walter claims that a monster beat him up. And you could probably understand what's going on here with the monster and what the monster is. I'm not going to ruin it to you. This one's pretty good. I enjoyed it. It's definitely not my favorite one out of the bunch.
I listened to a podcast one time where they were talking about this movie, and the girl on there was had a history of child abuse when she was a kid, and it really shook her up.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I could see that. If you lived through that, if you've gone through that,
yeah.
Could you imagine if you were a victim of child abuse, having the ability to do what the kid did? Wouldn't that just be the best thing ever?
Yeah, that was cool, man.
It's like the goofiness, it feels like a society type of goofiness when he's fucking at the end where he crumples up the piece and he fucking goes all sideways and shit. It's funny.
I think it's very TV anthology, like Tales from the Crypt-ish. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
totally.
I like
totally.
That's exactly
especially the next one. Especially the next one. So this one's pretty good. Like I said, it's fun. It's probably my third favorite one out of the bunch. Then we get to probably my favorite one of the bunch. This one feels like a full moon funness. We follow Duke Medgar, and Mr. Medgar is a Donald Trump type of a character.
Isn't that so funny how this one is so relevant to today?
Yeah, it's super relevant to today.
Oh, I know, it's crazy.
So funny.
Literally, he is a spinning image of Mr. President Trump. Mm-hmm. So he is an obnoxious and super racist person from the South. He was a former member of the KKK. One day, the guy, he places his office inside of an old plantation. And one day he comes across one of these dolls underneath the floorboards. And we learn that these dolls were made by the lady who used to live in this house who was a slave. And basically, there's more of these dolls, and they start moving with stop motion and things like that. Totally full moon type of
Way
effects
better
here.
Full Moon.
I know, but it looks very goofy and crazy. It has that full moon sense. But
It's like Trilogy of Terror with racism.
Yeah. And
This
like
one I can never get out of my mind after I watch Tales from the Hood.
Dude,
There's
it's
something
so
about those-
scary. Listen,
Like the little
this
slaves.
movie's-
I don't know what it is, man.
this
Fuck.
segment scared the ever-loving hell out of me when I was a kid.
I think it's because when you look up at the painting and you see those little white spots on there,
And it's
you're
like,
like,
oh my god, like it's like
there's
more,
another
like,
one.
You realize how long it took him to kill one and like how he almost died,
Yeah.
and then it's like there's more, and then they like eat him and shit. Like it's like, oh man.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool segment and super fun and super relevant to today. I think everybody would have a blast with this one. And if you don't like this one, then I don't know what's wrong with your head. Maybe Tim and Jerry don't like it, but we already know they're fucked up anyway. So next one and the final one in
Crazy
this
K.
one is Hardcore Convert. My least favorite of the bunch. I mean,
It's my second favorite of the bunch.
really, the ending really annoyed me.
Why?
Just the way it was shot, the fucking strobe lights were annoying, and it went on for way too fucking long. It's giving me a headache of fucking watching it. It's literally like 5 minutes of nonstop fucking strobe lights. It's just
I think
giving
it's
me a
one of the
headache.
more interesting ones in terms of just like what it's saying. You know what I
I
mean?
could see that. I just didn't really care for her that much. So if you follow Crazy K, he's a gang member. One day he gets thrown in jail, and he gets approached by the jail scientist, I guess that's what you could call him, a doctor, and she says that she could leave jail if he goes to this facility and gets pretty much
She's trying an experimental treatment, and they're picking, some really bad people.
it's kind of like Clockwork Orange in the Hood.
yeah.
They're gonna try to what is it called? When you fucking
Rehabilitate.
rehabilitate people.
That's the one I was looking
And they're trying this experimental, very new type
spinning
of...
around in circles. It's weird.
Mhm.
It's strange. It feels like a hoodie, like Mood said, Clockwork Orange. So that's basically about it. And it's some crazy shit happens with Crazy K and the doctor, and the ending is shot weird. I didn't really. That's the biggest problem I had with it. I just think I'm nitpicking why I didn't like it that much. It just annoyed
Well, I'll tell
me a
you
little
what.
bit.
That montage with the Spice One track is really powerful. Even as a kid, I got cold chills when watching that.
That's because they're showing like real dead bodies.
Those
and shit.
are a lot of those pictures are like real fucking
Yeah.
clan pictures and hangings and
Yeah,
stuff
dude.
like that. And not
it's
to
just-
mention that it shows like all the people that he's killed, like the little girl who like he didn't even mean to kill, but like he just did. And like I think that's a very real thing. Like that's a part of society that a lot of people ignore, but like it's a huge problem in these like, lower income places, these low poverty areas. I know you have a ton out there, Jeremy.
Oh yeah,
And-
I think this is relevant to here for sure in Chicago.
Yeah, and
I could see that.
and the crime and the black on black crime, especially in areas like this, like it's people are products of their environment, and it says a lot about what is happening, and it shows it to you like point blank. It doesn't hide from it. And I thought that it was, and even you throw in the dude, the neo-Nazi dude in the cell with him, and the shit that he's saying kind of makes a little bit of sense, like to the character, the black character. He's like, this guy's kind of right. But then he, there's so many layers to that segment that it was always my least favorite as a kid. But then when I became an adult and I kind of understood what they were saying, I saw it for a whole new light, and I was like, this is a very powerful thing to say in a fucking horror movie called Tales from the Hood.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So then we get to the end. We learn what the shit is. And that's basically Tales from the Hood from 1995. Now, this is a really cool package from Scream Factory. On here, we have like an hour and 20-minute long documentary, brand new. interviews with the director and co-writers, producers, actors, all that shebang shaboogle. It's really, really awesome. Love to see new features coming out from Scream Factory, especially one on a film like this where I don't think there's that many featurettes about the making of the film and people talking about the movie and how it got made and things like that. It's really, really awesome. Worth the price of admission itself, just to watch that. I highly, highly recommend. If you have the new Blu-ray, that you pop that in and give it a watch. It's really good. Audio commentary, I think that's ported over from the DVD. And trailers and TV spots. Transfers, really, really fucking good. Like I said earlier during the first segment. It looks fantastic. One of the better Scream Factory transfers, in my opinion. I don't have that many, but it looks really, really good. They did this film justice, which they should have, because it's a film that a lot of people wanted for a very long time, and I think it's just a really great package. I had a blast with it. I give Tales from the Hood, from the year 1995, a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, that's about what I gave it, too. I love how it wraps together. It's really good.
Blaxploitation with a message.
Yeah.
Good shit.
You know, I never really thought of that movie as blaxploitation, but I guess you're right, huh?
Yeah. All right. So next up here from what I watched here is a film that says on IMDb that came out in 2014. I think it just got released, though. I think there was some kind of distribution problems with this one. It says from 2014, and it's called Dig Two Graves. It does say that it just got released in March of 2017.
Yeah, this counts for 17, I believe.
Yeah, I think I didn't really go
it's on Netflix
read too
now.
much. Yeah, it is. That's how I watched it last night, actually. But yeah, no, it just said minorly something to do with distribution problems or some shit. So, but you know, basically what we got here, we get a little bit of backstory in the beginning of the film. It's kind of set in 1947. Something happens, which I won't give away. Then it jumps 30 years into the future, or into 1977, where the film actually takes place, and it's following our main character, Jake. She is I want to say maybe she's like 16 in the film. I don't think they ever disclose her age, actually. But basically, we get a scene in the beginning of the film here with her and her brother, and they're at this rock quarry, and he's like, "Oh, let's jump off this rock quarry and stuff." She's like, "I don't know." And then basically, they kind of hold hands, and her brother says, "Well, we'll just jump off together." And she's like, "Okay." So then they go to jump, and he jumps, and of course she lets go, and he dies. He actually dies, and she's like really, really broken up about this. She's super like, "This is totally my fault. If I'd have jumped, kind of thing and stuff." And so she's kind of obsessing about her brother's death. Like she just 100% feels responsible for it and stuff. And what happens is she gets approached one day. She's supposed to get picked up from school by her father. Her father doesn't show up. So she decides to walk home, where she comes in contact with these three men that kind of make her an offer. They say that they can bring back her brother if she does something for them. And of course, she's willing to take this opportunity because she feels 100% responsible for her brother's death. So basically what the guy says is, like I said, kind of, we do something for you, do something for us. She's like, well, what do I got to do? And they basically tell her that she has to kill somebody to replace her brother. So it's kind of like a trade-off. You take someone out, we'll replace your brother kind of thing. And they have somebody specifically in mind, which, of course, she doesn't feel like she really wants to do that because she kind of likes this person and stuff. So it's kind of what your film is right there. My thoughts on this film, it's another really, really slow burner. Apparently this one takes place in like South Illinois or something, but man, their accents are crazy in this film. It feels like it's like straight from the South. But it obviously isn't, because there's a lot of winter scenes in this film where it's obviously cold and would be right in the South. But there's a lot of characters in this film, like her grandfather, who is basically part of the backstory that happens at the beginning of this film, plays out through the whole film. Again, can't really say a whole lot about that story and stuff because I don't really want to start giving things away. But it's really intriguing how they set up this film, because you're not 100% sure exactly where it's going. It's kind of psychological with like a supernatural twist that's kind of going on in this film too. But it's very subtle. It's very, very subtle. It kind of makes you think, kind of following these characters in which you really do like Jake. She's an awesome character. She's got morals. She doesn't really want to do this, but I mean, she feels like she's doing the right thing the whole time. And that's kind of something that plays throughout the whole film. with all these characters, you know, what kind of goes around comes around and kind of things like that. So I really enjoyed that, but shot beautifully again. You know, just like Sweet Sweet Lonely Girl, amazing cinematography in this film. And such a great job. Such a beautiful film. Oh, man, it looks awesome. The acting's great throughout this whole thing. There's a lot of kind of unexpected things that happen in this one. But I think my biggest problem with the film itself, you know, I'm a big fan of slow burns. I'm a big fan of cinema, or, you know, kind of atmospheric slow burns like this. Everything kind of comes together. Was a little bit how they kept telling bits and pieces of the backstory, because like I said, in the beginning of the film, you get a glimpse of the backstory, which isn't obviously the whole thing. But then they kind of cut into the backstory with her grandfather and, you know, her grandfather is actually the sheriff of this town, and of course the deputy and stuff, because they had this kind of history which they show in the beginning of the film. And it tells that story in kind of snippets throughout the film. And as I've said many, many times on this show, I'm not the hugest fan of telling stories like that, where it kind of cuts out into a backstory over and over again. This one, it didn't really bother me, because they didn't really show you a lot of the backstory. They just showed you enough to keep you intrigued, because you kind of wanted to wait for the next little clip. You're like, okay, what else went on, you know, kind of thing, right? But all in all, a really, really good film. I recommend this one quite a bit, actually. I'm going to give it a 7.5 out of 10. Definitely give it a shot. I thought the ending was really cool. And that's all I'll say. I mean, there's not really a whole lot more I can say about this one without heading into spoiler territory. So it's kind of one of those ones. You want to go in not knowing a whole lot. Let's put it that way. But it's a good film.
Cool, I guess.
What do you mean, you guess?
I mean, it sounded okay. I mean, it didn't sound like I want to run out and see it, but the rating says that it's good, so it's okay. I'll check it out.
It's a really slow film. It's really slow. It's very much like I said, you know, it's that type of film, slow burn, atmospheric, and it's telling a story very, very subtly too. So I mean, if that interests you, I personally enjoy films like this more than a lot of other types of films, because it keeps me engaged, and I feel like it's something different. Yeah. You know, you don't see a lot of films like this. You really don't, where it's being so subtle about it that you're even kind of questioning the subtleness of it. You're like, you know, it's kind of gets to that point in it too. But it's such a beautiful.
I've seen
film,
that one. I've seen that one on Netflix, I think, because I always do. Now that I'm doing this Netflix and chill streaming show, like, I'm always paying attention to what's on streaming. And honestly, like, it was one that I kind of wanted to pass on. Just, I don't know if it's just the cover, the title, or what. I didn't know much about it, but I'll probably check it out now that you pretty much gave it the same rating as Lonely Girl, which I liked. So,
yeah, it you know,
maybe I'll come a half point higher than you.
I don't really want to explain the title of it, Dig Two Graves, because I mean, it kind of gets into spoiler territory a little bit if you kind of disclose the meaning of what Dig Two Graves actually means, where it's like a proverb from something. So, but yeah.
All right, so I think it's back to me, right?
You bet.
All right, so I'll be quick on this one as well. I could review something else, but I have so many titles here that I watched that if I reviewed something somewhere else, I'm trying to just keep it to that right now, or I plan to review something somewhere else. So in order to not repeat, I'm going to have to review this one. It's not really horror. In fact, it was one of the poll films that I put out on the website, on the Facebook page. So basically what I'm doing with 1986 is one of the ways that I do this with a lot of years. One of the ways that I go and pick which films I'm going to see is I'll look up other people's top 10 lists from 1986, like online, and then I'll make sure that I watch any film that I see mentioned a few times, because that's a for sure I need to see it type film if multiple people have it on their list. 9 times out of 10 their list is some bullshit, because they got fucking movies that aren't even horror on there half the time.
Like Dave said.
Yeah. So, this one I seen on at least 3 lists. At least 3. And it doesn't belong on any of them because it's not really a horror film. I could see if it was a really shitty year, like 1991 or something, that you might like force this one on there. But who am I to talk? I had Paradise Lost as my number 2 film of 1996. So what the hell? But it is 1986's The River's Edge. And this film, I had seen a clip. I thought I'd seen this movie, but I hadn't seen it. I just seen the dead body on the shore type thing. Basically, it follows a little town here that is kind of like a disturbed youth, or like this aimless youth that you're following. Basically, there's this guy who kills his girlfriend, like strangles her to death, and he kind of lets his friends know about it, and nobody reacts how you would normally think people would react. They're all like, huh. And they go see the body and they're like, huh, this is crazy. And then they're like, try to help him. You know, it's kind of led by Crispin Glover, which, by the way, put this guy in every movie ever. Like, dude, he is one of the funnest. That was the funnest performance I've ever seen, like, in a long time. Like, this guy is fucking just takes this shit to another level, man. Like, the guy's, I've heard interviews from him. He's a weird dude, but like, he's
very eccentric.
Wow, like his character in this film, like even the accent, like the whiny, like he kind of sounds like Jeremy a little bit. That like sort of like almost stoner, like almost feminine, or like what's that word that flamboyant type accent. Like it's just a combination of like a surfer, like flamboyant, like stoner, like all this stuff. And it just basically follows these characters like in all their different stories. Like we have Keanu Reeves, which I don't know why we've had this conversation. Like I've not seen a movie that I don't like him in. Like I like him. And he's kind of like the good guy a little bit, but like then you have like another character, his little brother, who's like a little badass kid and stuff. And it's kind of almost like a Larry Clark movie in a way, where it's like everybody kind of reminds me of like everybody that I used to know, you know what I mean? Like just like the kid can just walk in his house smoking a joint. Like I knew tons of parents that were, you know, completely cool like that. Even though they're not like cool, they just don't give, like, they just can't say anything. They just can't control their kids and stuff. You know what I mean? But the only, like, my main problem with this movie is I just think it pushes that too much. It pushes the like, oh, I'm not gonna react how a normal person reacts, like way too much, like unbelievably much. Like there's a scene where they go to get one of their friends, and they knock on a window, and like there's a guy in there sitting on, like presumably the kid's dad, sitting on a chair, and then they're like, "Hey, is Tim here?" And like they're tapping on the window, and he like puts his finger up. He's like 1 second, and then he goes into the other room and he grabs a shotgun and he shoots it at him. Like I'm like, what? That was like completely took me out of the movie. Not only one do I have to believe that he would shoot at some kids for seemingly nothing, for seeing if their friend was home, but two, that he would shoot a shotgun in his house and shoot out his own window.
Yeah,
like makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
None at all. And that really pissed me off because I hate movies that do stuff like that. Dennis Hopper's also in this movie. He plays like a complete lunatic. There's definitely a commentary on like crazy and crazy. You know what I mean? Because Dennis Hopper's supposed to be crazy, but this kid's like a lunatic. This John kid. Which, by the way, all these performances are really, really good. I think that's one of the things that is awesome in this film. But
I seriously
the kid
cannot
from
believe...
Near Dark, right?
What?
I can't believe that this movie was on top 10 horror lists.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I never would have thought this ever.
I guess because it's so dark. Like the subject matter is very depressing and like very dark. Like it's a murder mystery essentially without the mystery.
It's like a crime drama kind of thing.
I mean, some of these films have. I think it's because this reason, right? Like 4 stars, shocking and unforgettable. Packs raw power and high voltage shock. You know what I mean? The most controversial film you will see this year. These are all quotes on the cover. Siskel gave it his number 7 spot of the year that it came out, which is pretty impressive. But yeah, I know it's definitely not horror, but I think that when you're talking about like, I think it's like one of those things like Rape Revenge isn't horror, but it's kind of horror. You know what I mean? Like it's like this is like murder. You know, I guess because it's like dark and murdery.
The kid from Near Dark's in it, right?
Which kid?
Homer, the kid Homer in Near Dark, the kid from Near Dark.
I don't. Oh, the little kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is him. Yeah, you're right. That is
Okay.
him, I think. But yeah, it's a movie that is frustrating to me because I feel like there's so many things that just don't make sense to me. But I think the whole point of the movie is to say, like, we're desensitized, we don't care, we're, aimless, we don't have a connection to our fellow man anymore. And you see that executed time and time again, even with the teacher. Like, the teacher character, who's barely mentioned, is, like, flipping out because he's like, all of us are here today at school. Why? If we cared about this girl, we wouldn't be here. Like, that, it's kind of interesting. It's how somebody could die and literally nobody gives a fuck. And, but I just feel like they push that a little too much because it becomes to the point where it becomes unbelievable. Where I think if you toned it down a bit, it would have been a better commentary. I'm still going to give it about an 8 out of 10, though. No, it will not make my top 10 list. And even if it was horror, it still wouldn't make my top 10 list.
Cool. Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen that one, man. Like, crazy long. I know Kino released on Blu-ray, I think.
Yeah.
I have to pick that up.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, too.
Have you seen it, Jeremy?
I have not.
Oh, this is, like, totally pretentious and up your alley.
Oh, nice. I love my pretentious films.
Like, this seems like something that Jeremy would be, like, trying to get us review as a featured review for years.
You know what? Fuck you, okay, dude? Everybody still talks about A Boy and His Dog as some of their favorite episodes, so fuck off, bro.
Yeah, not because it's featured review.
Suck my cock.
You would like that.
Ho, 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 ho.
Say it. If you say it that much, man, you start to actually mean it.
Not
All
gonna
right.
get mad at you.
Jeremy. Segments.
Segments.
Is
Okay,
it? Are
here
we
go.
seeing Return of the Me or whatever the fuck it's called?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It is the second episode of Are You Smarter Than the Mexican? Dum bum bum. So this is my segment where I dig into the 22 shots of moods and horror fault, and I listen to one of JP's horrible reviews from the past, where he gives a film that he reviews a 7 or below. And I will watch that movie and watch it and will review his review and let you know if his review is justified and the rating that he gives is a solid rating. Now, this is a movie that I never talked about on the show. It was in my top 10 when I first watched it. I think I ended it up. I forgot where I was on this show. It's from the Tales of Halloween episode, from episode number 58 with that other pretentious dickwad Kyle. And it is a film titled Unfriended. Now, Unfriended was interesting. It's the second time I watched this one because when I first watched this movie, I gave it, I think, an 8 out of 10 was my initial rating when I first watched it. These films are really interesting to me because films like this and The Den, and there's another one coming out in October that has to do with Facebook. I can't remember the name. Friend Request or something like that. It seems cool. It's rated R. We'll see where it does.
It's called Band Mood Story.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of really interesting horror movies coming out this year, I have to say. So these kind of movies are very interesting to me, that just setting up a computer screen and a recording device that you can record your screen and making a movie off of that with some webcams and things like that. Very, very interesting, especially to people who I had to deal with in college, people who try to come up with these smart ideas making movies. And this is an interesting idea. Using your computer to tell a story is very interesting. Like we talked about earlier before, when we don't realize how much Facebook means to us until somebody doesn't have Facebook, and then you go, oh shit, what are we going to do now? How are we going to talk to this person? Oh, we have to text them. Even that's like, oh my god, that's so annoying that we have to text somebody.
It worked really well for Smiley too. It worked really good in that one.
Yeah. So when you're so fuck that movie, when you're so used to going on Facebook, like JP said in his review, he talks about Skype. We're on Skype right now and all that kind of stuff. And JP said in his review that it is filmed so interestingly, and the coordination is great. Now, I just kind of talked about that. That's a point I agree. It's very interesting the way that it's filmed. Same with the Den. I think on this second watch that this film doesn't come near to the Den. The Den is a way, way better movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's way more in depth and different. Coordination is great. I agree. I think that that kind of statement's kind of stupid because it's a movie and coordination should be great. But I understand that a movie like this, that you have to relies on webcams and things like that to tell your story, and Skype screens and making sure the person clicks on it at the right time and things like that. But I think it's very easy to edit it when you have to make cuts over and over again. If you like to say like you're switching the screen from one thing to another and somebody fucks it up, it's a very fast kind of a process where you just end the screen sharing software and start again. I understand you're doing with actors and things like that at the same time, but you know, like that thing is kind of stupid statement from JP. Cool scares and stories.
He started
JP.
by saying, I agree with it. Oh yeah, but it's stupid.
Mm-hmm. Cool scares and stories. Gets into beneath category, which I don't understand what that means, and gets into the beneath category. What do you mean, JP, when you say that?
When was this review? This
From
was
episode 58.
Okay. Maybe just in my head.
I don't understand how
what,
this one connects to Beneath.
Maybe what I was saying, because Beneath is the movie with the fish. I honestly have no idea, but what I'm thinking that I probably meant was how the characters started treating each other.
That's what. Okay, now it makes sense. It says get into Beneath category, but the acting is not normal / naturally.
Yeah.
So maybe that goes with that.
It's like
it's
like
definitely
dude
the way
pulls
the
out a
characters,
gun
yeah.
and shit, and like I'm like, why is he acting like this? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think that's
okay.
what I was.
That makes sense now. So gets into Beneath category, not acting normal / naturally. Yeah, I guess I could see that now that I pay attention to stuff like that, but you know, that's a big pet peeve of mine, you know, with me with bad acting. Is it bad acting? It gets bad at some points, and that's another point JP makes, but you know, I really didn't have too much of a problem with it, but I'm not going to bust his balls too much with that statement because I could understand what he was saying. Some parts when the acting turns bad, aka put the gun down. Yeah, I understand why the hell was he fucking freaking out with his gun. Why did he do that? Was it the person making him go crazy? The girl that was in this fucking Laura Burns, that's her name, fucking makes him do this. I don't believe that shit either, but yeah, that's kind of retarded, just like Dave C's name. Bullshit twist. No, I don't agree with that one. And
did I say
I gave
that?
it. Yeah, you said it was a bullshit twist.
I can't remember.
And I don't think it really was that much of a bullshit twist. I think it's just a fine and okay.
It's a good twist?
No, it's not a good twist, but
it's not a good twist.
It's not a bullshit twist.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
So I gave it an 8 and 8.5, but never talked about it on the show. So JP gave this rating a 6.5 out of 10. Mm-hmm. Now the real question is, are you smarter than the Mexican? Now I think that we're very close on this score, JP, and I'm gonna change the rules to my segment a little bit. I think if my score is 1 point below or above your score, then then we're good, and that your review is justified, and the person listening to this review is not smarter than the Mexican. So, the real question is, am I going to say, is the general audience smarter than the Mexican? And the question is, no. JP's just
Wait,
review.
That's the question, or is that the answer? The question is
I'll
no?
tell you. The answer is no.
Oh, well, you said the question is
okay,
no.
Okay. Wait to be answer time. The answer is no. No. For the second episode in a row, just like Crybaby Lane, JP's rating of 6.5 out of 10 is justified. I came in with a 7 out of 10 on this one.
You lowered your rating from an 8.5 to a 7.
No, I think I gave it an 8.
Okay.
So I lowered it a point.
Because I was about to, if you was going to say that it wasn't justified, I was about to sick moods on you because he gave it a 6.5 as well.
I was going to say, what did I give it? I thought I gave it
6.5 as well, but you refuted it. I think you refuted on the Year's End show.
It was episode 62 from only like 4 episodes different.
Yeah. So episode 58 for the second week in a row. Unfortunately, JP score is justified, even though his review was retarded and stupid. So
it sounded pretty good to me. You were like,
that is.
I agree.
Fuck you. That is this week's episode. Are you smarter than the Mexican?
We
Next
use
week,
the term segment here, bud, not episode. Don't do stuff like that. Come on.
Yeah, just to piss you off, I'm gonna do
it's
it more now.
It's not pissing me off. It's the listeners. That shit hurts in your ear.
Yeah. That's not the only thing that hurts in your ear. So next week, I will be talking about martyrs on my episode. Are you smarter than a Mexican? Because we talked about it earlier, and we'll
remake
find out,
or the original?
Remake.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna find out if JP's smarter than a Mexican with his review of Martyrs, which he gave it a 5.5.
Oh, did I?
So that
5.5. Okay.
5-week segment of Are You Smarter Than a Mexican?
Why don't you review my review of the original Martyrs?
No, because you're same thing. We agree on that movie, so how could you be smarter than a Mexican? I'm give a 10 out of 10.
Okay. Moods.
Cool.
Under a 7 if you fucking listen.
Alrighty, so get into my Italian
Jeremy,
stallion
hold on.
Of the week.
Moods, 1 second. Dude, for the is this amateur hour, Moods? Can I ask you, is this amateur hour? How many episodes have we been doing this?
Jeremy, move
closer to the fucking mic, dude.
All I said is
not that
I'll
close.
Review films that you give 7 or below if you fucking listen. Fucking Mexican asshole.
Okay, but I'm just saying, dude. Come on.
Review a movie you gave a 10 out of 10 because that's
I'm talking right now, and I'm trying to tell you what I'm doing, but obviously nobody could hear me because I'm fucking 8 miles away from the mic.
Fuck you. Goodbye.
All right, so getting into my Italian stallion of the week. This one is coming from the year of 1981, and it is called Murder Syndrome. This is directed by Ricardo Freda. He is mostly known for doing... Actually, no, oddly enough, I believe this was his last film that he ever did in 1981, which is crazy because... That just usually doesn't happen. I don't know why, but he did a film called Tragic Ceremony a few years prior, which is a really good one too. The Iguana with the Tongue of Fire. That's like the greatest title ever. Come on, that's like fucking amazing. But he's also known for doing The Horrible Dr. Hitchcock and the sequel to Ghost. I think you've seen that one before, right, JP?
Which one?
The Horrible Dr. Hitchcock.
Yeah.
Yeah, you watch it. Yeah. Anyways, it's one of his earlier films, kind of thing. But he usually goes underneath the name Robert Hampton, like a lot of these Italian directors sell their shit in America. So, but yeah, what we have here, we follow our main character, Michael. He is a very successful actor. He's now living in the UK. He's back in Italy filming his latest movie and stuff. And his kind of story is that he has been away from his mom, been away from his mom's house for a long time because it is revealed very early in the film that there was something happened with his father. He went on this he had a psychotic episode when he was a child, and he ended up killing his father. So they basically kind of sent him away for a long time, and he became this big time actor and stuff. But now he's back and he's doing this film, and so of course he's in town, so he goes to visit his mom, and later on some of the crew members from the film that he's working on show up there, to have some R&R and stuff like that. And of course, people start getting picked off one by one. And of course, Michael is the main suspect because of his past. And yeah. So my thoughts on this one. This is like very, very standard slasher. This is not a giallo, really. There's no police investigation in this film at all. It's all set in this huge ass kind of mansion house. And people are just getting picked off one by one. Some of the logic in this film is like completely ridiculous, but it's not as ridiculous as, a lot of these type of films can be, especially with Italian cinema. We know some of the way stories are told can be very, very confusing and stuff. This one is very straightforward, actually. It's a very straightforward type slasher film, given that, with that said, there's one scene in this film, it just kind of comes out of left field too. It's really bizarre, and it's very typical Italian filmmaking where, you know, you're kind of talking to this character and all of a sudden it just kind of cuts into this dream sequence. And she's telling the story of, you know, this dream that she had. And she's like, I had this crazy ass dream. And it's like, it's so fucking awesome. It's probably the best scene in the whole film with like all this whole satanic type ritual things that are going on and stuff. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome stuff. But just the way they cut in and out of that scene is just so freaking bizarre. It's really bizarre. But what we have here is just basically a very standard slasher film. The kills in this one aren't too bad. I got to say there's one kill in this film that I literally erupted laughing at. It just, you can totally tell it's just like a ceramic head before this kind of knife hits it and explodes it and shit. It's just so funny. The effects are so low grade in this and stuff, but there's so much like red herrings and shit in this film. Like it's always leading you towards all these characters and shit, and you're just like, no, it can't be that. But I think the funniest thing about this whole film is how this one doesn't want to end itself. It literally has like 3 different endings to the movie. It gives you this one scenario, like, no, this happened, and then this character comes in and it's like, no, this happened, and then this happened. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, talking about not being able to decide which way you want to end this film. So we're like, well, we'll just take all these ideas that we have here and we'll just kind of incorporate into the film and have it twist after twist after twist. But it's completely ridiculous, but overall a pretty fun film. It actually has Laura Gershmer in it too, who is mostly known for playing Emmanuelle in all the Emmanuelle films. I mean, Laura Gershmer, I mean, everybody knows her. We've seen her naked in every single film. It's pretty much all softcore type stuff, but she's in this one.
Jeremy?
Nope.
Me neither.
You guys don't know the Emmanuelle
Everybody
films?
knows her. Jeremy, you know her? Nope. Me either.
Oh my god. Well, I'm sure people listening to my Italian style know exactly Laura Gershmer. The Emmanuelle films, there's like 20 of them. Christ.
Yeah. Nope.
Really? Oh my god. Got to get out there, man.
Are those horror?
But no,
they don't even sound like horror.
they're more exploitation type films and shit like that, but they're fun though. They're fun. But yeah, Anita Strasberg is in this film too. Overall, the acting in this one is pretty damn shaky, I have to say though. Like everyone, I mean, it's dubbed really poorly too, even for like 1981. We all know Italian films with their dubbing and stuff. It's just what they do. They record films without sound and they go in and do it. But we all know the stories. But this one's like done really poorly. Like some of the dubbing is like, it's comical. And I know for a fact that they were changing dialogue too with the dub, because it's just so ridiculous, man. It's like so fucking ridiculous. But yeah, you know, overall, not a bad film. It's pretty entertaining for what it is. It's pretty damn standard, but I gotta say though, the dream sequence, oddly enough, is probably my favorite scene in the film, which you guys know with me with dream sequences half the time. But this one actually kind of fit into the story. At the time it didn't, but in the end result, it actually did fit. I just thought it was ridiculous that this one didn't want to end itself and it kept coming up with all these different scenarios and shit. It's pretty funny, but overall pretty standard stuff. Fredo's done better films than this one. You know, maybe this is why it was his last film, but I give it about a 6 out of 10. It was pretty entertaining for what it was. Body count was decent too. There's quite a few people that get killed in this one, and you know, the obvious kills where someone's dead and you can still see them breathing and things like that. Just all that awesomeness.
All right.
But anyways, yeah.
Cool. My segment, going old school tonight with a
Oh, you're just lazy. You couldn't come up with anything.
Come up with a segment? I have like 4 different segments.
No, but you couldn't fucking... You're just going to the easy one.
No, I just didn't watch anything else that fit into my other segments. But yeah, I mean, I literally forgot to watch a documentary, honestly, which is crazy that I watched all that and didn't watch a documentary. Dude, you watched 2 movies. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, I knew you were going to say that.
You probably didn't even watch Unfriended. You probably just listened to my review.
Don't even give him credit for watching the film.
All right, so my review here, we have a 2016 Festival Circuit film getting its 2017 release. It is a French film, runs an hour and 39 minutes. It is titled Raw. And this is a film that I definitely heard start making lists last year. People that include Festival Circuit films, not us. Where I heard it on a few lists, so I was aware of it. But I honestly was expecting this to be one of those situations where it might be a little overhyped. You know what I mean? Because, like, I don't know. It just something about the cover and just, like, I felt like it was going to be one of those pretentious movies that everybody was like, oh, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I was going to be like, it's good. But that's not the case. It actually lives up to the hype. Like, it's a really good movie. Basically, it follows a vegetarian girl who is definitely sort of, like, quiet and awkward and, you know, uncomfortable.
You just described Jeremy.
Yeah, even the girl part. And she goes to, and this is weird, she goes to a veterinarian school, which is a very reputable, like, super expensive veterinarian school where they have, like frats, kind of, like, there's, like, a hazing thing that they do, which is weird for, like, veterinarian school.
Like the school itself is performing hazing
like
rituals?
The students.
That's your initiation, is a hazing for vet school?
Yeah, they have, like, they make them eat, like,
what do they do?
like,
Put
wake
dog
'em up.
collars on you? Make you eat dog food? Put you in a kennel and shit?
No, they wake them up at, like, the middle of the night, and, like, then there's, like, a rave in the basement, and then, like, they make them eat, like, rabbit, like, raw rabbit kidneys and stuff.
What the fuck?
Is this shit?
So
I guess they do this in France or something.
yeah, so basically her older sister has already been at the school, so she's, like, a year ahead, which means that she's, like, part of it. She's, like, hazing her younger sister. And basically it's kind of like that early on. You don't really know what's going on. You finally realize she's at a veterinarian school. Like, I didn't know where the fuck she was at first, because I didn't read anything about this film. You know what I mean? I was like, what the hell is this? And they're, like, dumping blood on them and stuff, and different things like that. And after she eats that rabbit kidney, she breaks out into, like, this crazy rash. And, like, it's disgusting. Like, it actually made me cringe, because, like, she's just, like, naked, like, half naked, like, in underwear, just, like, scratching her body. It's just, like, the sound like that, and you see the skin, like...
Was it as bad as Cabin Fever?
No, like, well, yeah and no, because this looks more realistic. Like, it actually looks like a fucking rash, and it's like, stop scratching it. It's like, grossing me out. What Cabin Fever looks like, you know, gory, kind of. This isn't as gory. It looks real. It looks like, you know, like your skin's, like, itchy and just, like, raw. And, see, raw. And then all of a sudden she gets a, like, craving for flesh. And, okay, I'm going to tell you right now, some people are either going to be with it or they're not. And you have to decide right then and there if you're going to accept this. Because this is not really a spoiler, but there is really no explanation to why she's doing this. And you either have to accept that or you have to hate that. And you make the choice. If you accept it, you're going to have an awesome movie. If you don't accept it and you hate it, then you're going to think this movie's retarded. But there's no real explanation to why she all of a sudden wants to eat people. But there's kind of a hint at it where it's like, okay, this... Because once you know, begin to her and her sister begin to hang out and stuff, you kind of get an understanding to it a little bit, but that's still no explanation. You know what I mean? But I'll tell you this also, that is not the point of the movie. That's not the main point. That is just a secondary thing, that she, like, has a craving to eat people. The main part of this film is that it's a, like, coming of age film for an awkward girl. And it's, you know, she is a virgin, like, and she, like, has sex with the, you know, this dude, and, like, her sister's, like, there's a scene where her sister's, like, trying to wax her vagina for her and stuff. It's not comedic, like, at all. It's, like, played straightforward and stuff. It's a really good movie. It's gross. It's you feel bad, but you feel confused. Like, it's very, very well done. And it's shot well, the music's great, the storytelling's good, the writing's great, the characters and acting is fantastic. It's a very good movie. It's just the story's kind of a weird one. It's just really, like, okay, that she's, like, a cannibal now. Like, I was getting the sense, like, I was like, oh, this is gonna be like a vampire thing. Like, I was like, this is being marketed wrong. It's not a cannibal movie. It's a vampire movie. But I'm not sure if that's true or not. You know what I mean? They don't say. So it's like weird. But I loved it. I gave it a 9 out of 10. Check it out.
Nice. Yeah, I think I'm gonna dig that one too. Sounds cool,
Check
man.
it out.
Yeah. Oh, it's very very graphic too, which is awesome. Like she's like half naked, like half the movie and stuff, and she has like hairy armpits, which is funny.
It was that French thing, man.
Yeah, a lot of French movies have girls with hairy armpits. I'm not being funny. It's true.
Yeah, and honestly,
It's just a European thing.
her roommate Adrian, he's like gay. He was actually a really good character too, well developed.
Is it like Excision?
I haven't seen
like that
Excision,
kind
but Carly recently told me that I was gonna love Excision. So
that movie's I love Excision.
but it's French. I expect Jeremy to watch it by 2 weeks from now.
I'll watch it on the next show.
Because I think that I'm curious to hear what he has to say. Because he loves French movies, he loves pretentious stuff, which is kind of that.
I love Excision, man. You should watch that. I challenge you to watch that movie by the next show.
Excision? Okay.
Yeah, it's short. You'll like it. It's really fucking good.
Okay.
Yeah. Moods, have you seen that one?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, the movie's fantastic. It's really good. You can get it cheap, or you can find it online. So.
All right. So
watch it.
that's Raw. Pick of the week. Check it out, homies.
Cool stuff. And that is going to wrap up the What We Watch portion of the show. And moving into the feature reviews.
Oh, man.
For episode 104. 104. I guess we'll start off here. yeah. Actually, this was your show. In fact, actually, I think the last 4 shows have been your picks.
No, Jeremy suggested Alien.
Did he?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
And Pet Sematary.
And Pet Sematary.
No, Pet Sematary was yours, wasn't it?
No. Jeremy suggested it. I'm telling you, this happens all the time. 5 months from now, Jeremy will be like, I never get to pick any shows. And then we'll count them up and we'll be
hey,
like,
I think my next pick is going to be really awesome.
Actually, you picked most of the shows.
My next pick's going to be awesome.
Your next pick was actually technically picked by me.
Yeah, I didn't even know about those fucking
What is it?
But I just brought it up just for shits and giggles.
My super bloody slashing whatever.
Oh, yeah.
The MTV movie.
It was close enough. It was
what is it?
16.
Yeah.
Trilogy. MTV Trilogy.
That shit's going to be awesome.
What are we doing next week, guys? Just so the listeners know. We're doing Urban Legend Trilogy.
And if you want them on HD, the only way you could get them is through Voodoo.
Voodoo.
You want them
Run for my magic.
Voodoo, yeah. All right, so starting off with the first one here from 2009, Laid to Rest, directed by Robert Hall. Robert Hall actually is a pretty interesting director. I've seen a couple of his films that he did in the past. Lightning Bug.
How was Lightning Bug? Because they showed a trailer for it before the on the DVD of Laid to Rest.
Lightning Bug is good. It's really good, actually.
It looked pretty good. It looked like cool, low budget, awesome, like indie, like art housey type of stuff almost.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're gonna get with it. And of course, it Laid to Rest 2. I worked on the Teen Wolf series, and he did another feature film a couple years ago called Fear Clinic.
Mm-hmm. And he's been trying to get a Chopping Mall remake and a Nail Gun Massacre remake off the ground, which apparently that Nail Gun one's going to be happening.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Did you guys happen to see Fear Clinic?
No, I didn't.
It's Robert Englund, right?
Yeah,
it was kind of based off the TV series that he worked on. I'm not really. I've never seen any of the TV series, but I thought the film was okay. I thought it had a pretty decent premise to it, but it didn't really do much for me, to be honest. So
these movies did not do as much for me on this one.
All right, well, let's get into the.
Come on,
we know you know how we got to do this, man. You got to be professional about it.
Okay, here's the storyline. A terrifying story of a young girl who wakes up in a casket with a traumatic head injury and no memory of her identity. She quickly realizes she was abducted by a deranged serial murderer, and in an isolated rural town, she must survive the night and outsmart the technologically inclined killer who is hellbent on finishing what he started.
Yeah.
So, thoughts on Laid to Rest?
I did not like this movie as much as I did the first time I watched it. This is one of the first movies I bought when I first started getting into collecting movies.
Me too.
So eight years ago or so. So I
remember-
had a lower expectation from when I watched it my first time when I was like 16, and I didn't really know that much about indie horror films. I thought it was fucking awesome with the effects. The effects are still awesome, but I thought it was cool because I haven't really saw this kind of stuff in mainstream like this extreme and things like that. But then I was watching it now, 8 years later for the second time, and I'm going, this is not a good movie. This is pretty shit.
I remember this movie being like really awesome, gimmicky. The first thing I thought of was super gimmicky with the whole camera angle and stuff like that, which it is gimmicky. I'm not saying it's a bad
not
thing.
As gimmicky as I remember, because that's the first. That's what. Even back when I seen it, I was like, oh. But like, I don't know. It didn't seem as gimmicky now for some reason. I think probably because we've seen it so much. We've seen that technology done so
that's
much.
probably
Now it's like, yeah, everybody does that.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. And I'm kind of with Jeremy on this too, because I remember this movie being pretty good, you know, and then rewatching it, but you know, watching it with a critical mind, and I'm like, this movie really has the aspect of the gimmick that you remember, and the killer himself, and the pretty and the good of gore effects in this.
What I said,
kills,
what I compared it as,
the kills are outstanding in this film.
Yeah. What I compared it as is, it's like Ryan Nicholson's movies. You know, they have really awesome effects, and maybe the story and the acting isn't all there. Mm-hmm. That's about what this movie is.
But so, I mean, at least the Ryan Nicholson film, we get a little bit of a story. Like, I mean,
it's worse than
that's the one problem with this film, is that there's really not a lot in for substance here at all.
Okay, so my thing is, I actually am completely in agreement with both of you guys in terms of, like, I seen it, I loved it. I actually seen it twice. And then this time, and I had a feeling that this would happen, because I do remember one thing that bugged me about it back when I first seen it, but I didn't really care too much, was like the plot holes. And I had a feeling that they were going to affect me more now with a critical mind, and they did. So it's funny, like, because I feel like all three of us had the exact same feeling, where it's like, this movie was really cool and really good, and now it's like, I can see all the problems with it.
You know, it's funny that it's funny you bring up the term plot holes, because in terms of having plot holes, I think you have to have a plot to have holes within the plot.
What do you mean there's no plot, though?
But there really isn't, though. It doesn't really give you anything in this film, because you're really just
wondering... Who in the fuck is Chromeskull?
Well, for one thing,
he's a slasher killer.
Exactly.
Yeah, but why?
But he has a gimmick. Or... But the problem is with the gimmick, though, JP, is that it has to be explained a tiny bit.
It is. He's recording his victims.
Yeah.
That's like that. I don't see why.
For why?
He's a serial killer. Why does any serial killer kill people?
When we get into the second movie, it makes no fucking sense, though.
But, oh my god! But even if we explain the fact that he's recording his victims, which we do learn why it is in the second.
Yeah, but even if you just take the first one, right? I think it's completely fine to create a killer that it almost seems like there's something supernatural about him, and that his thing is that he's hunting down, recording his victims, and he has some kind of deal with the people in this town, or at least a couple people, to do this. And it's okay for me to... I don't need to know his backstory and stuff. Why did Michael Myers kill people? You know what I mean?
No, but JP, if you're going to show conversations between Chromeskull and, of course, the mortuary guy, his name is totally escaping right now. Wow, what the fuck's the actor's name? Richard Lynch.
Yeah, I just said it.
So we get this brief conversation, which really doesn't reveal any true information about why he's doing these things. But my biggest problem is that we're introduced to this character, the girl, as we call her, princess or whatever, and we do find out that she's like from Miami.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking to myself, going, why in the fuck did he abduct her? Because that's obviously what he did. He abducted her, and we're not in Miami. We're in some small town somewhere else.
Alabama.
It's Georgia, I think.
In Georgia. But, so I'm thinking to myself, why in the shit did he bring her there? There's obviously something.
There's a reason that he brought... I listened to the commentary on this film, too.
Okay.
But it doesn't even say it in the commentary. It's quite literally in the film. The reason he's bringing them there is because he has it all mapped out. And he's playing this cat and mouse game where he could kill her right away. that's not what he wants to do. He's playing with her.
Exactly.
He's getting footage, some excitement, because that's his thing. He's recording this thing. Who knows if he's going to just keep it for himself or upload it to the internet? I don't really care.
Yeah.
I just
know
know that
we get all that. We get that's what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely that's exactly what they show you in the film. He's definitely filming the murders for, which we assume is personal excitement, because this is what gets him off. I mean, every type of killer has their way of doing things, right?
Yeah.
You know, like with Ted Bundy, he would go back and he would fuck his corpses like a week later. I mean, it was something he did.
I don't think Ted Bundy did that, did he?
Yes, he did. 100% he did. Yeah.
Okay.
And he was a necrophiliac, and that was a big thing with Ted Bundy. But I mean, for Chromeskull, this is what we have. But there's not really, like, I'm just like, okay, why is he doing it in this small town?
Well, because he has everything planned out in this town. He obviously
why
knows
this
where.
town?
Well,
Is what
because
he's
he has
saying.
it set up. He has the funeral guy that he knows. He has the other dude that he knows. He has the barn
What
where
other
he
dude?
does all his stuff. There was like 2 dudes that he talked to.
But
and he has the barn, and he must know his way around this little area. That's how he keeps getting ahead of everybody and stuff. But like, that's the point. Is they bring him. He brings him to his own territory where he can let him go and go get him, and because he knows there's not police anywhere near or whatever, and this thing, and that's the whole point of bringing these girls here. And it's not the only time he's done it. He keeps bringing them there. That's explained through the film.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. That's what it is. But it's like, okay, so he's made this deal.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they allowing this to happen?
I mean, just
that's my point. I'm just like, I understand what he's doing.
I don't know.
He's bringing these people here to do this stuff, but he has this conversation with Richard Lynch. Exactly. He has this conversation with Richard Lynch, but then it makes me wonder. I ask the question, I'm like, why are they allowing this? To see, there's nothing to tell you anything to do with outside the murder
well, he
serum.
says he's like, I haven't had to see it, you know what I mean? Like, so I assume he's being paid off, and then like now he's like, well,
I mean, that's fine. If we want to go to the point of just assuming things in a film, that's fine.
Well, it's kind of, I don't understand like that. See, but that's such a small detail that it doesn't matter. I don't feel like you need to show that he's being paid off, like handing him money to understand that that's probably what's going on there.
Maybe, but like, why? you just want something,
because you get the sense that Chromeskull's kind of rich.
Possibly.
How?
Well, they say that
he's a piece
doctor.
of shit cell phone. How is he rich?
They say he's a doctor. Well,
And
that
he's using
piece
a
of
piece
shit
of
cell phone
well,
was like high tech for the time.
They
No.
actually assume that he's a
It was
doctor.
fucking iPhones in 2009, dude.
They actually just assumed that he was a doctor, given his surgical tactics and things that he was doing, cutting up parts and stuff. They just assume that. They never actually say that. But
Well, I mean, he has to have some sort of knowledge of it. You know what I mean?
yeah, just like it'd be nice for the viewer to have some type of knowledge of why Richard Lynch is just letting Chromeskull fucking hack up bodies and
I
have
just
his own
told you.
way with murder in there.
See, but that's the type of stuff that I don't really think is like, that's the same stuff that you say that you don't need to know. Like, if they show that, that's something.
But in
that
this
you would
case,
critique.
you do. This is a different scenario because we're introduced to this guy that's going around this town that obviously has very little supervision in the way of police officers. We get this, but they literally show a conversation between him and Richard Lynch, and it makes you wonder. I just want to know if they don't. It made me wonder. This is why we're having the conversation. Back and forth, man.
Yeah, I know. But like, what do you think it is then?
I don't know. That's what
You
I
can't
just
fill in the
assumed-
blanks.
Well, fill in what? It could be anything.
Okay,
it could
so
be
fill it
that
in with
he's
something.
He could be related to him, and
You
he's
think
just
he's
allowing.
related?
Who knows? No, I don't.
Well, Matt, I'm just asking you what you think, though.
To be honest, I was trying to come to a conclusion with it. And I'm like, okay, so Richard Lynch, they obviously have this agreement. We're shown this, but like, what is he?
Why did he kill her then?
But why is he like? What is Lynch? I mean, we can assume he's getting paid. But even if I mean, like you said, you don't have to literally show the money. But I mean, if it's as simple as him just being paid off, okay, he just went and found this crazy guy, Richard Lynch, and he's like, okay, well, this is perfect, man.
Richard Lynch knows what he's doing. Why the hell did he let Princess out of the fucking room if he knew that?
Well, that's what he's saying. He's like, oh, there's nobody behind me. Like, because you'd be like, look, why? If somebody's telling you there's somebody behind you, why wouldn't you look around? Well, because he knows Chromeskull's behind him, but he's just like, because he wants her out of his area. Like, go over, get out of don't bring this shit to my house. You know what I mean? Like,
but they are at his house, though.
But that's what they were doing.
That's
the
why
whole
he was
time.
mad.
If he had an agreement and he was doing this shit
he
underneath
had the
his
barn
watch
behind.
there.
Well, he had the barn behind the funeral home. I think that's kind of what. Like, he's like, you do your shit over there. You know what I mean?
I guess, but still, see him not turning. I mean, she's fucking panicking in that moment.
Yeah.
And like, turn around. Like, this guy's holding a huge 17-inch blade.
Yeah, but he's cool with him, so he doesn't think he's gonna kill him.
What, for letting her out? Why wouldn't he think that he's gonna not kill him?
Because he's not letting her out to like let her escape. He's letting her out to get her to go and get killed.
That's interesting that you perceive it like that.
That's how it happens. And once you watch the clip and know that he's in on it, that's why he's not looking behind it.
If Chromeskull was going to want her out to kill her anyway, then why did he kill the old guy if the old guy was going to let him out?
Because Chromeskull's a serial killer, and you don't trust a serial killer, especially for money.
This is a bullshit right there.
What? I mean, if he had that much trust, much trust in him, why the fuck did he get buried then?
What do you? Huh?
It's like, I don't know, man.
Who had what?
Fucking Richard Lynch.
Yeah, he's dumb as fuck. It's just a dude. Like, the guy's a piece of shit. He's like allowing the serial killer to like use his barn or whatever, or whatever. He's at least in the know of the serial killer, and he's not doing anything. He's a bad character. He dies. He trusts the serial killer. He dies. Like, that's standard horror movie shit.
But you got to admit, though, I mean, you talk about the plot holes and stuff. I mean,
that's the thing, though. I don't even care about stuff like that. I care about how Chromeskull's ahead of him after he was behind him, and how this road is like. That's exactly what I'm getting into next year. Like, that's the stuff that bugs me. I never even thought twice about the fact that these two that we don't know why he's allowing him to do this. I don't give a damn, really. Like,
why not? Why not try to find the logic?
Because it's obvious that he has some kind of deal with him. That's all I need to know. He has some kind of deal with him. I don't need to know the details of the deal.
Don't you want it? I mean, they try to fucking take it like to outer space proportions in the second one. I mean, this one right here doesn't have enough story, and then the second one it goes overboard with it, kind of thing. I mean, just the minor subtle details, like, then you're like,
in the commentary, they said that he has a deal with him. Like, they don't say what the deal is.
I don't give a shit about the commentary because I'm not listening to the commentary. I'm watching the fucking movie.
Yeah, but I'm saying there is, like, that's the explanation. He has a deal with him.
But don't you think that's kind of a little bit weak, though? I mean, coming from a critical standpoint.
I think it's more weak I honestly think, I like that there's a little bit of mystery to it. I think that if he flat out hands him money, if he flat out hands him money, it's fucking lame, dude. It really is.
I never said they had to hand him money. You just assume they have a deal. Maybe he was forcing him into something. Maybe he had something on Richard Lynch. And he said,
maybe he does. That's even more
cool. What I'm saying.
That's a cooler way to think about it.
Yeah, and maybe that's what it is. But I mean, sometimes when I watch a film, I just don't want to assume everything. I want something there.
I just think that if it's something minuscule like that, that's a brief moment in the film that has nothing to do with the rest of the film, I just don't care.
But it does, though, Matt. I mean, not in this one. But it's kind of funny when you go into part two.
See, but you have to watch it like it's just part one, though. If you
no. I'm just saying, after you watch both movies, and then you think back on that whole kind of connection thing that's going on with Richard Lynch's character, after watching part two, doesn't it make you kind of go, "What the fuck? Like, what the hell is that all about?" Not
really. I don't know.
I mean, you have to admit the storyline part. Okay, and we'll get there in a minute. But okay, getting back to, like, I have to say, man, this movie it's really entertaining to a certain degree. But man, it is really, really tough to watch characters make the stupidest fucking asinine mistakes constantly, and how fucking Chromeskull is getting in front of people, and why people are going back to.
That's why I like to believe that it's somewhat supernatural.
This doesn't really make any sense. That part, like, after Buddy's Tucker's wife gets all fucking massacred, and he makes this conscious decision to, like, in the middle of all this shit, after they've actually stolen fucking Chromeskull. I think they're in a car by that time. Anyways, they're in a car, and he literally has this idea where he's like, well, her brother is going to show up at 6 in the morning. I don't want him to see her. I get that, but would you really theoretically go back there just to move her body so he didn't see? No, because you're gonna fucking die.
Yeah. No, I agree
Right?
with
It's
that.
fucking-
That's the
it's
type of shit that
ridiculous.
bothers me about this movie the most.
But it happens over and over
Yeah, it
again. And
happens
they end up
often.
back. They end up back at the barn.
Why
end
did
up
they
at
go?
this
Yeah,
other
why did they
spot.
go back to the funeral home, and why the fuck are they hiding inside there?
Well,
they know
That's
just
what's annoying
stupid.
is like they start passing the funeral home, and like the girl says to stop, and then they stop,
Why the
and
fuck
then they're
would they
like,
stop?
that's the problem with the movie. That's the
that
main
is the problem, Jeremy, is that they make these characters make these conscious decisions
She
that make
wants
no
to
sense.
stop, kick her
They're
ass out,
lacking
and
in
get the fuck
logic.
out of there.
The
That's
movie's
what I would
lacking
do.
so much logic that it makes you go, why in the you would never do that.
Yeah.
Even in a horror film, you would never fucking do that because you're going to die. This guy is a fucking maniac. Get out of there. Especially when they're in his goddamn vehicle. At one point, they actually steal his fucking hearse.
Yep.
Well, yeah. Well, she steals his car, and then he
But
walks
they
it.
still had it though, right? Like,
Yeah,
that's
but
the thing.
but that's not the. She doesn't. They don't stop in.
And
in
you have to
her-
admit,
his
though, it was
car.
probably the only vehicle that actually had fuel too.
Yeah, that's
another
funny.
thing about this film.
Yeah.
Everything-
See, I
everyone
kind
running
of
up
get
the
that
road.
a little bit because, like,
It's
I remember,
convenient.
huh?
It's convenient.
Yeah, but
Right, to-
I remember being a kid and that happening all the time. Like people would only have enough gas to like get to the gas station and stuff around here.
But
Like
you have
that
to admit, though,
happens in these
it's a
small towns
filmmaking-
where gas stations are really far away.
For sure.
That actually does happen.
But for sure, but in the sense of filmmaking, it is convenient
And like,
film
why your car
people
can't go more than 40 miles an hour? Get the fuck out of here! I don't buy
That's
that
true
shit.
too.
I don't buy
no,
that
no,
shit.
no.
You
Dude,
put a governor in there because his mom is
yeah,
fucking
that
speed demon?
I know a dude whose mom has one of those.
That's fucking
Or
stupid.
his dad. Yeah, it
actually
Why
never
would you
saw
get in
faster
trouble
car
in a
can go.
small town? Why would you get in trouble in a small town for speeding? That's some
He
bullshit.
didn't want her to
right
hurt
there.
herself. And
Oh, that's-
crash.
Fucking bogus shit.
How, dude? That happens. Like you're picking the dumb shit to be mad at.
I know, but
I know.
Like
I just feel like it's just
you pick the
stupid.
actual stuff that's plausible. Okay, I hate some of the decisions in this film. Like it is frustrating to me.
Yeah.
However, I
it's really bad.
really like Chromeskull. I like the mythology behind the character set up in the first film. Because, like, in the first film, you're kind of like, okay,
is
is he
he?
supernatural? Like, how, like, there's something about him, like, he's getting stabbed in the eye and shit, and he's, like, he's obviously some sort of, like he has some
Doctor.
kind of, he either is supernatural or he has some kind of miracle shit that, like, I don't know. It's mysterious. I like that about it. I don't know what
which
it
I find
is.
it kind of a missed opportunity in the second film that they don't really go into a whole lot of that. I mean, they kind of end up. Well, I guess we can go to spoilers too. They kind of rebuild him and shit like that, but they don't necessarily go into the fact of, in the first film when he's walking around and his eyes are like bleeding and
Well,
why
that's because in the second, first of all, the second film was not a thought when the first one was made. That was all patched. It was not planned to be a sequel or anything. It
no
was,
shit. After what happens,
yeah. So
that shit's
Exactly.
fucking retarded. That's the most stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life.
but okay, I think that this film really, really, really excels in the final act. Like when all the plot holes are out of the way, like they're at this convenience store, it makes sense. The gore in this movie is like one
Yeah, it's
thing. The
top-notch.
kills in this film, some of the kills are so damn good.
Yeah.
The guy gets the chick that gets stabbed in the face, his
Yeah,
wife.
dude, it's
you can see
brutal.
her eyeball moving and shit while the
Yeah.
like it's really good.
yeah.
And-
That's
dude,
not
when
always the
when he
highlight.
fucking pulls that knife, her head bounces off the fucking the house.
When-
Yeah. And
It's like, holy
also
shit, man.
I love the setting of this movie in terms of it's shot in Maryland, which I've been to Maryland a bunch of times. It's right next to me. It looks like Maryland. The cold, you can tell like that early morning, like 4 a.m, like frost that's out there. You can see it. You can see the fog in the light and stuff like that. A lot of that stuff is natural. That's what.
So how small do you think this town is? Like, what is there, like 500 people that live there?
They never pass another fucking
Oh,
person
dude, it's
the entire
so,
time.
I like to think that this whole film takes place on like one long straight road, which do exist.
It probably does, though. I'm just saying because there's literally no.
Other
There's
person.
no.
Well, I'll
there's
tell
no.
you one thing that I learned from the commentary. That funeral home, they were looking for a funeral home with a barn behind it, and they fucking found a funeral home with a barn behind it. That's actually like that, which is crazy.
Yeah,
There's like
exactly.
this never happens. Another thing to keep in, you know, and this should not affect your rating at all. Like I always say that, but this movie had like a $500,000 budget.
Mhm.
That's nothing.
It's kind of a lot, dude. When Blood Runs Deep had a $5,000 budget,
Blood Runs Cold.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, but
You know
that's
what I
like
was
that's
talking
that. Like, I don't know. That movie has 1,000 plot holes too.
I
Well, this
understand that, but that has a fucking 100 times less budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Bobby Sue Luther. I think she not married to.
She was married to Robert Hall when this movie.
Yeah,
was
so
made.
they obviously
produces
got
it.
divorced between the first and second one, right?
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't actually in the. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think that
I wanted to see her boobies. She has
She's
some big
really
ass tits.
she's really good in this movie. I like her.
Really, you thought that she was good? I thought there were
Yeah.
some scenes where she's completely overacting to the point where
in
it's
the
actually
shower.
pretty funny.
When she's first in the shower and they come in and they hit her head and she's like, ah! And she's fucking crying like a bitch.
See, I don't have an issue. I think that's good.
Yeah,
shit.
I thought there was lots of moments where she was pretty
I think
weak actually. I thought Tucker was the best.
Yeah,
Tucker's
Tucker's
great,
my
yeah.
favorite character.
But I don't know. I don't think she's. I mean, I think the material that she was working with, she did a good job. Like the material is like she's supposed to have amnesia, and you know it comes off weird, but like that's how it was written. You know what I mean? Like I thought her performance was fine with it. I think if you have an issue, it's with some of the dialogue choices.
Yeah.
This movie
Yeah,
just,
yeah. Some of the dialogue is pretty
just not
ridiculous.
good.
No, no.
This whole movie's
really
just
isn't.
not good.
Dude, see, I can't say that this movie's not. I like this movie. Like I'm
I
gonna
think
be.
this movie is entertaining. I
Yeah.
don't think it's a great film. I think it has really good. I do agree. I love this. I love my small town settings, and this one's really dark. I do find it pretty compelling that they never once come, except for the convenience store at the end. It just seems like there's absolutely nobody around. It's fucking insane to me. But
What's up with that old ass computer?
It has good elements. Chromeskull's an awesome character, and I always thought,
I
like
like
said,
Chromeskull way more than I used to. Like he's
Yeah.
fucking cool, man. Like his black suit and like how he's just like, I don't know. There's just something. He's a fucking badass dude, man.
Yeah, he's so much. Just being so damn mysterious in this, which I literally have written down, is awesome. His character is like insane because you're like, what the fuck is this? And I like that about him. The whole video camera stuff I always thought was crazy gimmicky, but I actually do enjoy it for what it is.
I like it in this one more than I did the first time. I'll be honest. Like I thought it was weak as hell the first time I seen it. And,
Yeah.
like, I actually like how it's incorporated in this one, and I actually kind of like that this character was kind of a. Well, she sucked. She was a cokehead prostitute.
Which, don't you think that's the funniest thing to reveal in the end of the film? I mean, it's one thing to reveal her as like, oh, you know, she's this rich fucking lawyer's daughter, but then they make her a fucking crackhead hooker.
Well, I think that it's good because it shows like
It makes
now
it
that
easy for him to pick up.
Right? Well, and it has an arc for her where
true.
she comes face to face with the fact that like, okay, like I can fight, I can survive, I can get over anything that I had previously too because I got over this. And like I don't know, like I like the convenience store setting at the end. That kid is funny as fuck. Where he goes out and he's like, "Hey, motherfucker!"
Yeah, he's like, "I'm gonna shoot you. Get the fuck up." Yeah, that's my favorite.
Dude,
part.
that shotgun blast to the head, man, was fucking amazing.
I just wish they showed it more. They fucking cut away.
Yeah, and what is the song? The Freaky Bitches is my favorite kind of bitches. Or Skanky Bitches or something. Oh, dude, that's great. That's so great.
Mid-2000s.
I know, right?
Yeah. Pretty much everybody in this film, like to get these locations and stuff, like everybody, like pretty much like a lot of the crew worked for credit, not even money. You know what I mean? So like,
but at $500,000, come on, man. I worked on $100,000 feature and we paid everybody. Not much, but
yeah,
we
but
paid
you
people.
gotta look at like.
Maybe Richard Lynch took the
But
majority
see,
of that for his little
every
cameo.
production isn't the same either, right?
And we had some big actors in our movie too.
Mm-hmm.
Not big actors, but we had well-known actors at least. 3 of them. I don't know. I think that's bullshit.
I mean, it all goes to different things, right? It all depends.
Yeah, but if it had $500K, at least pay the fucking crew. I don't know. I just think that way.
Well, he didn't have to pay his lead because she was married to Robert Hall.
I think if there's one thing, if you're making a movie and you have that much money,
yeah,
at
but
least
also,
pay
Jeremy, you got to realize too, this was nearly 10 years ago.
I know, but
like shit costs more money than just to film, just to get the equipment or whatever. Like I don't know, like indie filmmaking has come a long way. People have found out how to make movies a lot cheaper now. That's factual.
Oh, 100%.
Adam Green talks about it all the time. How much when he made Hatchet, you couldn't make a half decent movie for under $1 million, and now it's like people are forced to do that. Mm-hmm. But it's different time. I mean, I'm not saying that they utilize their money perfectly, but young filmmaker. I think he probably exceeded what he should have done. Honestly, like this is a pretty popular character. It got a sequel, did really well in Walmart and stuff. It has so many problems. I still like the movie. I don't think that it's.
It has a lot of problems, man.
But it's mainly story problems. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I think
the story and minor plot holes with location wise.
I'm just not a fan of the acting either, to be honest.
I thought between Tucker and probably Sean Whalen was okay in the film.
From people
there was
under
one
the stairs, man.
There was one little goofy part in the film that actually made me laugh again. I remember from the first time I watched it, or I've seen this film a couple times over the years, but is the scene where he's fucking loading the gun and he drops the bullet into that torso.
Yeah, and see
and then he goes to pick it up and it falls in. He's like, oh,
he just leaves it.
I'm just like, oh, fuck.
See, that's a shot that, for example, wasn't even going to be in the movie because they didn't have time. And then like this dude's one of the like 8 assistant directors or something was like, dude, we have to get this shot, like it's gonna be such a cool moment. And then they ended up getting some time and he pretty much did it on second unit by himself. And it's just stuff like that I'm like, there's
this movie had second unit and they still didn't pay.
I didn't say everybody, dude. Like, calm down, man.
I know, but that's
I said a lot of people worked for credit.
You have fucking second unit shit. You should be able to fucking pay your crew.
How do you know that? Well, what the fuck is second unit though, man?
That means they had to get a whole nother fucking set of camera.
Dude, but it just could mean that it could just mean that he's just using the term second unit, where really he's like, yeah, go ahead, take this camera and go film it. You know what I mean? He's just using technical terms. I don't know, man. Stop hating, dude.
I ain't hating.
You're fucking hating.
Shit that they had that much money and they couldn't pay people.
They paid people. They just didn't pay. There was a lot of volunteers.
I got you.
I would volunteer. You're a fucking asshole who would. I would.
Dude,
work
how
on,
do you think I got where I am? Dude?
I would work on Laid to Rest for free.
You fucking think.
I would work on Laid to Rest for free.
I worked on that $100,000 movie for free, right? So fuck off.
You wouldn't have worked on Laid to Rest?
I didn't pay that. I didn't take 1 cent from that fucking movie that I worked on with Najar Townsend. Not 1 cent. So fuck off.
Not 1 cent.
I know, I'm just saying.
It's always about the money with you.
Well, yeah. Everything's always about the money. But anyway. I work for free a lot, dude. That's not the problem that I have.
So what's the problem?
If you have $500,000,
they said under that. They said under that. I don't know if that's what they had. They didn't say a specific number.
It's nothing to do with the fucking movie. And
so you guys want to get into ratings?
Yeah.
Okay. Jeremy, why don't you go first?
Laid to Rest. So I love the kills in this movie. They're still fucking awesome, and they still hold up for today. Mm-hmm. Today, in the sense that they still look really, really good. They're brutal. Like I said, they're just like Nicholson's effects. They're fucking awesome, and those are the highlight of the film for sure. A lot of plot holes. I wasn't that impressed with the acting besides Tucker. I thought really he was the only one that did a semi-good job. But, Chromeskull is a pretty sick character. I think the ending is what it is. I think what happened in the second movie is absolutely insanely ridiculous.
Stop talking
and
about the
retarded.
Second movie when you're reviewing the first.
No,
one.
Man, what fucking happens is stupid.
What does that have to do with this film's rating?
because it happens in this film. What happens?
What?
Never mind. We'll get into it in a second. 5 out of 10.
All right. Moods.
Yeah, man. It's a fun film. You know, I mean, we've stressed enough that it's full of plot holes, things that I just kind of shake my head at. But the effects are the main attraction here. Really, Chromeskull is a really interesting, awesome character. Love the setting in this film. But my God, man, plot holes, and I agree, man. There is quite a bit of shaky acting in this film too. That at times I'm just like, oh, dude. There was one really creepy moment in this film that actually kind of made me laugh again. Was the scene where Chromeskull has fucking Sean Whalen's mother's head on a fucking stick.
Oh, that was creepy.
And the way he's fucking kind of putting it out, and he's like, I just saw, would it be weird to say that I just saw my dead mother floating in a hearse? But it's like her head is so gross and shit, it's just like nasty. But and there's actually another scene that's really funny too. I think I can't remember who's carrying the body. Is it Tucker or is it, I don't even remember, or maybe it's Chromeskull, I don't know. But it's like carrying the body, and it just seems like they're carrying a mannequin. It just seems too light. It doesn't have any kind of give to it. Oh my God. That totally made me laugh too. It's pretty funny. But definitely a fun film. I mean, just definitely lacks in a lot of kind of sense, logic at times. I mean, there's a lot of scenes in this film you literally go, how the fuck did that happen? How the fuck did Chromeskull get behind the goddamn counter with no one noticing? I don't know. Had some good kills in those scenes, but 6 out of 10.
So, me with Laid to Rest, I do admit it is borderline retarded with some of the storytelling. But
no logic.
This film, if you like, okay, you have to ignore the sequel for one, and that helps because if you watch this film and you think like, okay, maybe there is something supernatural about this guy. It definitely helps with some of the plot holes because it makes sense how maybe he could be in certain places if there's something supernatural about him. Because he does get like stabbed in the fucking eyes and he's like cool with it. He like puts his hand in his eye and like scrapes it out. And I'm like, okay, that has to be fucking supernatural or something. Like there has to be something about that. And then, you know, so there is a lot of these plot holes and stuff, but I think that this film excels on a lot of levels too. 1, the gore is great. 2, the setting and atmosphere are good. They are great, actually. The setting and atmosphere and some of the shots in this film are fantastic. Way above average. The acting, okay, kind of spotty at times. I can see an argument for that. But I think that the characters are developed well. You have a good arc with the lead character. You have a good arc with the guy who loses his wife and his fatherly protecting role. You have a side character who's like a familiar face. He's funny. He has funny moments, and he like there's the whole tire sealant thing. He's like, we could jam in his ear. Like how that comes around. Like that's cool filmmaking right there. That's paying attention. That's what a step above like the shitty average stuff that you see in the low tier stuff. There's some cool, you know, late scenes with the what is it, the fucking gas station, convenience store. It's like there's some like final girl type moments there that's really fun and thrilling. I like that there's actually a lot of Pennsylvania exclusive like chips and stuff in that store, like Snyder's and Utz, which is Pennsylvania companies.
You just got Utz.
Yeah.
At Target.
Huh? They're moving out to the west a little more, huh?
I just bought fucking the crab ones. They're fucking good.
Yeah, that's a Pennsylvania company, so is Snyder, but they kind of are in Maryland too because we're so close.
Yeah, we've had Schneiders forever.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, they're starting to show up.
So I like stuff about that, man. I think that the movie has like actually kind of a creepy vibe to it at times when Chromeskull's like in the fog. And most importantly, Chromeskull. You made such a cool killer out of scratch in a time where you didn't think that there was going to be any more slasher killer guys that are unique. And this one is. The Chromeskull mask is awesome, and I see it used today in like, you know, people have like Chromeskull type masks, you know, and I like that. I think that it's a cool killer. I think that the knives are cool. Like it's kind of a symbol, like that character has his own like symbol at this point, which is neat. I like this movie more than I don't like this movie. Is it a great movie? Absolutely not. Is it a decent movie? I think so, even including the plot holes. I give it a 6.5.
6.5. All right.
Oh man, the sequel, bro.
All right, so let's jump into 2 years later, in 2011, Chromeskull, Laid to Rest 2, also directed by Robert Hall. And yeah, so we'll get into the storyline here.
There goes logic right out the window.
Chromeskull is the sequel to the 2009 horror hit Laid to Rest. It brings back Chromeskull, who barely escaped death in the first movie and is hell-bent on continuing where he left off and forgiving a new path of terror and destruction. So, I mean, that's what Jeremy was getting at.
Okay,
at the end of the first film, because
let me tell you something.
Up.
Whenever I first seen Laid to Rest, and I seen that they were making a Laid to Rest 2, I was like, how the fuck are they gonna do this? Like,
yeah, dude.
And honestly, dude, that is probably the best explanation to it that you could possibly have without going supernatural. I was like, okay, they like literally rebuilt his face. Okay.
That's fucking retarded, man. How the hell do you survive that?
No, I agree.
His face was fucking melted to shit, and she fucking, when it was melted,
guess what?
she took a baseball bat and she fucking bashed his brains in, and blood squirted everywhere. How the fuck does he survive that? That's some bullshit.
I agree, but if you're gonna fucking do a sequel and you want to explain it, they did better than Halloween 4 did.
That's some bullshit.
Because the same thing happens in Halloween 4. Halloween 2 to 4.
Oh my god, it gets me so fucking mad. That's some fucking horseshit bullshit.
I do like the fact that they had to like import these special doctors to fix his fucking head too.
Yeah, but like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if you're gonna bring him back legitly, like, why not have a scene where they completely reconstruct his face and like, okay, it doesn't make much sense because he was clearly dead. But let's just say he's some kind of super fucking human guy and he is alive. Rebuilding his face is kind of cool.
That's some horseshit.
So that's what they.
And how does he get better like that in 3 months? Get the fuck out of here. Nobody would fucking be back to normal fucking slashing people up in 3 months. Get the motherfucking shit out of here. I don't buy that mofo one fucking bit.
Yeah, I don't buy it either.
It's shit. It is legit fucking
How would you bring him
shit.
back?
I wouldn't have made a sequel.
Okay, but let's say I was like, Jeremy, the first one sold really well, and I'm gonna give you $100,000 extra to make this one.
No, I wouldn't do it because I
would do it.
I wouldn't fuck my integrity just to make a buck.
Well, you just said the first one wasn't very good anyway.
Exactly, but it's retarded. Have a fucking copycat killer then if you're gonna fucking do it.
Okay, but
Yeah,
let's say you were going to do it.
Killer.
That's what you would do. You'd make a copycat.
I would make the guy who fucking is the guy in this movie fucking killing people, make him the new leader.
What do you think about it?
Well, in a sense, they kind of do, though.
Exactly. So why the fuck do you have to ruin the movie by bringing back Chromeskull?
Because he's the real Chromeskull.
But it's fucking retarded.
You know, I mean, honestly, it is a little bit ridiculous. I mean, for considering how much they fucked him up at the first,
it's 100%
or at the end of the first,
but it's not the first time we've seen this. You didn't go in a rant.
No. I'm not saying that we haven't seen this before, but yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Like, I don't remember you flipping out when we reviewed Halloween 4.
Somebody like Jake and Michael, though, we assume he's supernatural in some sense or another. By the time we get to Halloween 4, we assume that.
When? Why?
All right, we're not reviewing part 4 here.
But no, this movie, I could still assume that he might be supernatural. I don't know. I think it's stupid too, dude. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying that it's like...
This gets me frustrated. You know, that stupid shit gets me mad in movies.
Yeah.
It doesn't make fucking sense. If you're going to make a movie, at least make one that fucking makes sense.
I like that they picked up right after the first one, at least. That was kind of cool.
Man, the girl that they got to play the one from the first one, she looked pretty similar. That was crazy.
I hate when they do that shit, too. That fucking pisses me off.
Well, they kind of had to. She wasn't going to sign on to do this film if she was divorced from Robert
Hall. Then don't make it, or fucking write off her character or something like that. They did it in Alien 3.
See, I don't like when they write off the character, though. I would rather have them recast them and explain it away.
That same shit fucked me over with the Hatchet films.
It's a continuity factor, though, man. I think you have to. I mean, if you're gonna, I like that in films.
Yeah,
in sequels.
I would rather write
when you're gonna pick up literally in the same scene, like they are exiting the convenience store, right? And they make their way to a hotel where ultimately Princess, or the girl, just gets fucking mutilated. Like,
oh, dude, that mouth slice is awesome.
Yeah, it's totally awesome.
That's
and of
so
course,
good.
this is. And of course,
Everything
at this point
that
in the
has to do
film,
with
it's
mouse
not.
in this movie's awesome. The other mouth kill is
actually-
fucking awesome too.
Yeah, it's not actually Chromeskull. This is where we get introduced to our our main character, and Brian Austin Green, of course, from 90210 and one-time rapper, I guess. Dude, he put out an album.
Dude, I hate what they. I like what they did, and I hate what they did. Like,
Okay,
I like
I
the
have to say-
copycat angle. Hate that there's like this underground thing.
Well,
Trying
that's
to make
another
it
thing
fucking
too.
hostile, like.
That's another thing
retarded.
too that is kind of insane about this film is that, you know, in the first one they don't give you a whole lot of story. In this one I felt like they just they gave you almost too much but still not enough. It's like this weird kind of government underground agency that is responsible for Chromeskull, but they don't fully go into the full story of exactly what
with
they're
an
doing.
absolutely horrible performance by Danielle Harris.
Yeah, she
pretty
kinda-
bad
It
in
wasn't
this
good.
movie.
It wasn't good.
She's
kinda calls-
really bad in this movie.
She kind of called, and even her character's like she's some type of
Misused, mishandled. Like, I feel like they could have done more with her, especially
yeah,
Danielle
her
Harris.
character
man.
was. I know her character was not developed and stuff, and then of course, like I said, we got this main character Brian Austin Green, who's basically the Chromeskull copycat. He wants to be Chromeskull and shit, and
He's
you
like
kinda get
obsessed with the idea of Chromeskull, which I like.
Yeah.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, so he's kind of working for him. and-
Exactly. So don't bring back the.
No,
fucking
I want the
Chromeskull,
real
dude.
Chromeskull there
No,
too.
get the fuck out of
I
here. That's
hate how
horseshit.
I hate that he is definitely dead, but you know, it's one of those things where it's like Michael Myers was definitely dude. At the end of Halloween 2, his face, you see his skeleton, like 100%. Like his skin is gone, his meat is gone. It's bones at that point. I'm okay with sequelizing. You know, it's stupid, but it's like whatever. Fuck it. If it's gonna get another cool Chromeskull movie, which it really didn't, but I like the idea of like this one is the real one, the bad motherfucking ass one, and this is the phony one. And he's trying to be the badass one. I like that.
So it's just like Saw. You're saying.
So in a sense, I mean,
I
you
don't know.
you kind of like that whole angle, like Chromeskull verse the wannabe verse cleaning up the rest of his mess type thing.
Yes, but I don't like that he was like part of some kind of team or something. Like I just wish
Well,
it was
that's-
some random dude that was like.
This is what I find. This is
fanboy.
what I absolutely dislike about this film is the storyline that we're presented with. That Chromeskull is working with this government agency, but then they don't even give you the full
Is it
detail
government?
aspect of. Well, I mean, I don't know. I just kind of called it like an underground,
I think it's like
Gov-
kind of like Den or like Hostel or something where it's like
something like
I think
that.
it's
Yeah.
like the house.
But it's pretty high tech, though. I mean, these
Yeah.
guys obviously have lots of money and shit because like they have teams of people working with them. So it's like it's a production.
one
is what it is
one
basically.
thing moods too about making that the key plot point is it
Mhm.
instantly makes this film look low budget as fuck because none of these people look like real.
Thank you,
You know,
for
people,
pointing that out.
like-
I literally have this written down. I said they tried to go too big with the idea, but they didn't have the budget to do it.
Yeah, and it just looks so low budget, like
It looks
way
super-
more than the first one.
Dude, you have to admit, man, the scenes with Daniel Harris, which is pretty much the same scene over and over
Yeah.
again, just coming and leaving the room. Those scenes look like they were shot like just in
one day in an hour or two.
just terrible.
Yeah, like
it just doesn't make any
like
sense.
the team that builds the weapons, like I could just see them like they just put this cage up and then they like hang stuff from it and like it like the set design is so basic that it's just like
Yeah.
yeah,
it seems like something I could do. You know what I mean?
it literally is. So basically, kind of the main focus point in this film is more or less the battle between the wannabe and the real Chromeskull type thing.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit indifferent. I think that, to be honest, man, Brian Austin Green is pretty shitty in this film too. He kind of calls in his performance too. He actually makes me laugh in a couple scenes the way he's trying to be serious.
In the hotel room, man. I fucking
It
lost
just
my
He
comes
shit.
reminds me of just somebody who's like obsessed in like a weird way. Like
Yeah, I don't. The way he was delivering his lines, it actually was making me laugh out loud. And I was like, "Holy fuck, this is funny."
What do you guys think
I'm a-
about bringing back the what's his name, Tommy?
Didn't care.
I like that,
Whatsoever.
man. I thought it was even a nice touch that they explained why he didn't have hair in the first one. Like, he shaved his head. He's like, I'm gonna shave my head, like, before they went and did the skanky bitches thing.
I did not care about him.
And they even had that in one of the videotapes that he's or the DVD.
I was like, okay, that's a nice touch. Like, that adds a cool element to it. I think that he's the only character that I liked in this entire one. Yeah.
I had zero emotional connection to him. Nothing. I liked the main cop.
I wouldn't say that
he was the only one I
liked.
liked.
Connection to him, but I just
he's
felt
the
like
only character I liked in this whole movie.
Who?
The main cop. And even that was pushing it, but at least he was fucking.
I felt like the whole police investigation in this film too is just so contrived. Also, at times,
it's like, oh, there's a fucking a cop goes missing. You two go search it out without anybody else.
Well, that was the thing that they were like, things were happening.
Stupid.
Things were happening, and you're like, how are they doing this? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? The story was just not really fully developed with their investigation and stuff. And then the scene where. Was it Tommy? He's in the fucking police station and he just gets abducted.
Yeah. How does that happen?
How do you walk into a police station and literally pull somebody out with nobody noticing except for the cops after?
This one's way more frustrating in terms of
dude, there's scenes like that you're just like, that is fucking beyond retarded. You could never do that without someone noticing.
Especially like a bigger police station. This isn't like the little town police station. This is like the big town police station.
Yeah, and they're like in the middle of the police station. Like they're in the interrogation rooms that are always in the back of the stations. Yeah. And like so he had to walk all the way there.
What is there like a fucking secret compartment? Is this fucking like Pee-wee's Playhouse where there's a fucking door that you open up and it leads to another room? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
That's shitty.
But there is some bad scenes in this film too, like even with Tommy when he comes back to hit the place where he's living and his
lays on the bed and he watches all these DVDs, all 2009 emo.
When he's talking to his roommate,
on the web for what was the bad things you like, even with Ormy when he comes
back. What the hell is that? Who was that?
Dude, that was fucking crazy, man. I accidentally pressed my phone.
I was like, what the hell?
Honestly, dude, I had to look around to see what that was. I realized I was holding my chapstick, and I guess I pushed it on my fucking button on my phone.
I thought it was Jeremy.
No, that was so funny.
I was looking around, too, because I was like, is that me?
No, totally by accident, man.
Nobody was saying anything. But yeah, dude, I'm with you. Like, there's some stupid shit in this movie. There's, it's almost like I could kind of see that there was like kind of a cool idea here. It just gets bogged down. It went too big. It just didn't have the heart that the first one had. It didn't feel like a guy who like, you know, you get the sense in the first one that this is a fan of movies. He's been an effects artist, wanted to direct for so long, and he got to make his movie by scrounging together money.
Yeah, yeah, and
this one just feels not like that.
Like I said, I think the biggest fail for me in this film is the fact that they tried to go so big with the storyline, didn't have the budget, and it just ruins the whole experience of the film. Right from the start of the film, it's so
and the mom
bogged down.
Actors,
it's so bogged down.
The mom acting's horrible. Main girl's acting's horrible. Everybody sucks dick in this movie. It's bad.
Yeah, Brian Austin Green is not a lead character either. It kind of showing the budget in this film too, like. You know, you're gonna make a sequel. Usually, try to go bigger and better, but then you go and hire.
It feels cheaper.
David from 90210. It's like
doesn't it feel cheaper too? Like it
does, man.
It doesn't even feel like it's bigger.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, because most of the story we get here is fucking the wannabe Chromeskull. You know, and it's just like, I think the coolest thing about the film is when it makes that fucking ninja star, but then they go and fuck that scene up too. They go and fuck that scene up with a CG. When he throws that shit at the stairs. Yeah, it's all fucking CG'd. You're like, it looks so bad too. You're like, fuck, lame.
At least the kill was real though.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, you have to admit that weapon was pretty fucking gnarly. I'm not really too sure how practical it is.
Probably not.
How practical that weapon is. I don't know how you could actually use that thing properly without hacking up your fucking hand or your arm.
Put two springs in the middle of it so it breaks up tension. Like,
I just love the way he draws that shit up. Like, I got this whole idea. Just do this. Yep, no problem. 5 minutes later, we got this awesome weapon.
From the weapons team. Like, get the fuck out of here.
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
I almost feel bad. Like, I feel bad that it turned out this bad. Because it's like, oh, man. Like, I'm sure you tried your hardest, buddy.
I can't how many people here say that they like this movie.
Yeah, I know. Jesse just told me that he liked it in one of my videos.
You know, using a sequel, you try to amp up the kills and, do a little bit more with them and stuff. I felt the first film had way better kills than this one.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Which is kind of a disappointment in
The
itself.
only one that's memorable is the cop one in the mouth.
Yep.
It really is the only memorable kill in the movie.
Laid the rest too.
Nothing more to say about this one. It's shitty.
It sucks too because like I think that Chromeskull could be like one of the coolest. Like he could have his he could have had his own franchise that was actually good. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot like that killer is cool.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, for sure, man.
He could have been up there with
if they make a third.
What's that?
I don't know if they're gonna go ahead and make a third one. Like I don't know. Like what are they gonna do with this? Are we gonna get an origin story, or are we gonna get a sequel to part 2, or how would you want that to go? Because
I'm done with
redo it. I don't think there is anywhere to go. Just fucking go and make a new Chromeskull movie and ignore everything that happened.
That's what I was thinking too, because I was thinking after I watched this, I was like, I don't even want a sequel to this movie, and I don't want an origin story because I don't really care fully where he comes from and stuff. I mean, that's not a big deal
either.
So I'm like, if you're gonna tell that whole story, it's gonna be fucking pointless to me. So third one, maybe it's just a reboot, a remake, I guess. I don't know. Fuck.
Yeah,
such a missed opportunity in my opinion.
It'll probably never happen. I can't see that this film gets another. I don't even think Robert Hall's talking about it anymore. It's not. I think Robert Hall probably could be talented. You know what I mean? Like I can see a level of like good filmmaking in the first Laid the Rest, but I think he needs more money. Honestly, dude. Like I feel like he needs a little bit more money to play with. I don't know. Like the commentary. Like I don't want to say that it was a shitty commentary, but like it was almost like the whole time they were just talking about how much money they didn't have and how like they barely got this shot and like had to reshoot here and didn't have no.
So they were kind of making excuses for all the poor shit that they put on screen.
I think that they were pretty proud of the movie, honestly. Like I really do. I think that they were very proud with how it turned out, considering.
Was the commentary as laughable as Blood Diners?
No, that commentary is like, dude, that chick actually thinks she made like a fantastic movie. Like, I think Robert Hall was like just happy that he was able to make a slasher film that he like wrote and just I don't know, like he just seemed like cool with it. Like
I honestly feel bad for not liking this. I mean, not for not liking it, but kind of trashing the film because it's one of those things where you really want it to be good.
You want to root for him and have him. That's what I just said a second ago too. Like you want him to be successful in this because it's like you could see the passion a little bit, and it's like you feel bad that it's not very good because you want he's one of us. You know, you want him to be successful.
Exactly. I know it's really, really frustrating. But yeah, I don't know. Do you guys have anything else on this film?
Not really. This one's a mess, dude.
It's man.
I did like that one dynamic. I'll rate first. I like the dynamic of there being two Chromeskulls. Like I think that's the best part of the movie is like when they face off and like. You know, like how you're kind of rooting for the bad the original Chromeskull because like who the fuck is this dude rolling in here trying to be Chromeskull? Like fuck that dude. And I like it, by this point I'm full like a fan of Chromeskull. Like I just like him. Like I actually think that the guy who performs as Chromeskull actually has like a nice swagger about him. Like I feel like he actually is delivering like a physical performance, and I think that that's one of the coolest things about. These two films is like the development of like this character in terms of like because he doesn't talk, so it's like all like you know behind the mask stuff. And and
he's quite obviously mute too. I would assume. Yeah. Because like you know at the end of the first one when he gets all that fucking military glue on his face, and he's literally pulling his fucking face apart.
That makes no sense.
He's not even screaming. He's not even screaming.
Yeah. Yeah. So
that shit pisses me off, man.
I'm gonna go ahead and give Chromeskull Laid to Rest 2 a 4 out of 10. Disappointing.
Yeah. This one is like uber disappointing, man. I stated why my biggest problems with this film, man. It's just trying to go big, no budget, and it just failed on all aspects, man. I thought the performances were kind of called in this one.
They were horrible.
Just hugely missed opportunities, man. I mean, if you're gonna bring on Danielle Harris, at least have a part for her that makes sense. I mean, that was ridiculous, man.
This was at that time too where like there was so many movies like this that came out where it just like would get a name, like a horror name, and then just they sucked in it. Like think of these names, right? Tell me that this doesn't take you back to this era. Tony Todd, Bill Moseley, Sid
Eric
Haig.
Roberts.
Who?
Eric Roberts, Danielle Harris, Lowell Quigley.
Jesus Christ!
Do you say Linnell?
Oh my god, dude!
Dude, you're
getting your horror license revoked. Revoked.
It's like you're doing it purposely, man.
What's her name, Jeremy?
Nothing.
What's her name? He doesn't even know her name.
So good. Fuck.
Ratings.
But anyways, couple good kills in this film. I mean, essentially that's what you're going to be watching this one for, because don't expect any good substance on this one. It's pretty bad. It's actually really, really bad. I'm also coming in at 4 out of 10 on this one, so me and JP, oddly enough, are on the exact same point. That's interesting, but that doesn't happen very often.
I came in with a 3.5 out of 10.
3.5. There you go.
So fucking bad.
It's bad, dude.
Isn't that
it's almost
so
Hall
bad
of Pain.
that this film got that shitty of ratings?
1 point away from Hall of Pain.
Oh my god.
There's 11.5 on this one, man.
Close.
It's just fucking sad. It's just so sad. Like Mood says in the intro.
It really is, man.
But yeah, I don't know, man. These films left a bad taste in my mouth because Jeremy said it best. The first Laid to Rest movie is a movie that in 2009 was awesome and it kicked ass and we loved it. Now, and this is the one.
Doesn't age well.
This is the one biggest problem when you do podcasting and you're critical. Like, it makes you not like movies that you might have liked before. And it's the one, live by the sword, die by the sword. Like, it's the one negative that we have to deal with that we're forced to live with.
Well, I never liked Laid to Rest too.
But this is just natural for anybody that watches a ton of movies in general. I think if we were not doing a podcast and we just watched hundreds of movies every year, I think your perspective of cinema and things change over time. Like, you're going to start noticing things a lot more.
Oh yeah, for sure. But it definitely is amped up when you're being critical. I probably still would have loved Laid to Rest, honestly. But I'm looking at it and picking it apart, and it's true that you become jaded a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I've said it before. Doing sounds on film. I for years I would find myself noticing mistakes in films, and it would just bug the shit out of me. I couldn't even watch films normally. Like, I would be missing plot points and shit because I would just be trying to hear sound effects and stuff. And it's kind of sad actually. That happened to me for so many years, but it comes with the territory, man.
It does.
You start putting in the work and you can't avoid it. Being critical is the same thing. So
it's hard being a G, dude. It's hard.
I agree though, man. The film was, it's still gory as shit, and the effects hold up. They do. It's crazy though. Like, you would think that the second one with a bigger budget, they would fucking not have CG in their film.
I mean, you're talking almost having a Hall of Pain status with that sequel. That's fucked up.
That's close.
That's fucked
1.5 away.
That's really, really bad. Really bad. But that is going to conclude episode 104 here on the 22 Shots and Moods and Horror podcast. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. We definitely enjoyed doing it and talking about these films and all the other films that we did talk about. But I got to get the motherfucker out of here, man. I'm running late. So, Jeremy, you want to take us out?
Yeah, thank you everybody for listening to episode 104 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man Moods himself, you can do so at youtube.com/moods616. If you want to follow the douchebag JP, you can do so at youtube.com/doubleshotj. And remember to skip over his lengthy Friday the 13th, the game review. And as always, you can follow me on my channel at youtube.com/NESRuler22. And as always, if you have any questions, you can leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. And as always, please join the Facebook page, facebook.com/22 shots of... Oh, wow, I just fucked that up. Facebook.com, search bar 22 shots of moods and horror. And you can follow us on our website, 22shotsofmoodsandhorror.com, 22shotsofmoods, andhorror.com. And if you have any questions, you could email us at 22shotsofmoods, andhorror@gmail.com. Please follow us on Twitter at 22shotspodcast. And if you want to support the show, you could support us on our affiliate, horrorpack.com/go/22shots, and we get a kickback from that.
Ooh, good job. And also, to announce the other affiliate program, we have Terror Threads, so check the link in the description. They have actually really good shirts. Like, I was checking it out. They're pretty solid. And we get a kickback on that, too. So, if you guys want to buy some clothes that you're going to buy anyway, why not use our link?
Yeah.
And Jeremy, little side note there. You can actually say facebook.com/groups/22 shots podcast, and it works.
Cool. Write that down. And I will always leave you with my new words of advice. Fuck you, Jerry, and welcome to the club, Tim. Fuck you, too.
Janowski?
Fuck you, Tim. We shall be next week. We shall be back next week with episode 105 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast, where we dig into...
2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I was thinking about that, too. When we dig into the urban legend trilogy, and we dig into some of our favorite real urban legends. So stay tuned to episode 105 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. And then I will be taking a break for a little bit as the 86 show pops up after that. So stay tuned, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for listening to this episode of the 20 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. I shall talk to you guys later, and everybody else. Peace out.
All right.
All right, call your nap.